it. It's code red, and there is no doubt about it. We are seeing it, we have experienced it. There's not a single baby in this state who has a certain thing in the past who has not lived through the 2018 floods. The ones who have born beyond 2018 had the opportunity of 2019, and those who were born after 2019 are all the COVID babies, so they also know that they were born in a time when humanity faced another code red. So there is no doubt, it's code red. We have all these RCPs. Some of you know what this representative concentration pathways are. Each of these pathways means, in a policy, in a management perspective, a bit of money to be invested, a bit of commitment to show, and a lot of conviction to take actions based on it. Looking at all these RCPs and having meditated on what pockets we have, Kerala is not a rich place, India is not a rich place, we have decided that our adaptation strategies have to be between somewhere about 2.5 to 4.5, and that's where you can adapt. You don't have the pockets to adapt to 8.5, and that you will see when I present some of the following slides. So remember, the approach of the state at the local government level, at the state level, is an adaptation of living in this earth a little longer with actions relating to what we should be doing with respect to 2.5 and 4.5. Now, this is a very philosophical problem, so and also therefore a wicked and governance problem. So you need to really meditate on it to decide where you're going to go. But it's also very interesting sometimes from a science perspective to realize that your 4.5 at somewhere in the near future is sometimes an activity which is higher than an RCP 6. So this implies that in the short term, your investments are going to increase, and that also implies sometimes our taxes are also going to increase. This is something that will relate to our pocket. How do we adapt? We all know Kerala has 3 pillars. We are very good at education, we are very good at healthcare, and we have very strong local governments. So if I am asked to invest in disaster risk reduction, my first choices are these 3 low-hanging fruits. That's where you are invested. And hence, we are discussing about education here. We discussed about the healthcare sector on the World Health Day. And we are investing consistently and with a lot of effort in the local government sectors for DRR. How did we evolve? If you look at how and when money started flowing into disaster management, you will see state budgets started having an exclusive budget head for DRR in 2012, and that's when we all demanded for it and got it. So 5 years we expended that money on human resource, state and district institutional capacity. From 17 to 22, we went into devolution. We decided that it has to be local, and therefore we went extensively into local. Of course, 2018 floods was really an impetus to do it. And 2022 to 27, the concept put forth is, and by the 14th working group, it is on resilient homes. So you see, we looked at the state, the district, we looked at the local governments. Now we want to really go to homes. So every one of you who are citizens of living in Kerala, you will be touched upon in the next 3 years by Disaster Management Authority with a tangible substance at home, which will tell you that we exist and you need to think about disasters and climate change. 2019 was a paradigm shift. Honorable Chief Minister decided that we will decentralize, we will go local government in disaster management. A lot of responsibilities that were earlier centralized with different departments got devoluted. It went into local governments. We enabled it through guidelines which we could issue under the Disaster Management Act, and you will see those guidelines. And why is it relevant? It is relevant because they have the right and the might and have the resources to do things at the last mile. The mitigation solutions, the response, the preparedness, all that is best done when it is really local. If we go and tell from the state, oh, your panchayat had 10 deaths, probably the local government representative can come back and tell, no, not all 10 of them were because of this, because they know the granularity. And many of these problems that we face collectively at the state level have its own nuances at the local level, and sometimes by plugging probably one hole there, you might prevent a flood. So that's where the relevance of local governance comes in. We prepared a guideline. It was very exhaustive. There's a DM plan guidelines issued formally under the DM Act. So now all local governments are to prepare it. They did it once. I'll take you through the process. So there are 7 chapters. You can access it in our website, also in Phila's website. It's all there. How did it go about? We started with a LSD level consultation process, a lot of capacity building exercises, diluting a lot of information that was earlier available only to a select set of us at the state level, to the local governments, then making them prepare the plan at the local government, taking it again to Gram Sabhas and discussing it there, and then finally taking it to the disaster management authorities for approval. Now it's all easily said than done. Several trainings at the local government level, a huge lot of online resources are available. You can go and access it in Kila's website. This whole stuff is dumped there. You can actually see what goes in there. And all this information that was available in spatial form at whatever resolution, at whatever quality and quantity was all given out. So we at the Risk Lab in SDMA prepared all these maps at local government level within the local government boundaries and provided it directly to local governments. And at the end of the day, this is what we got. And it's stuck there. Yeah, so 1034 local governments having their own DM plans. We didn't stop there. We said, well, you have done your plans, but then we need to take it through a technical perusal. So we have local government disaster management plan coordinators in all districts. They looked through all this 100 plans, and 5 sectoral specialists at SDMA looked at 10% of these plans. It was very interesting. So this whole process is India's first comprehensive attempt for all the local governments. Everywhere, here and there, pilots are there. We are very famous for pilots in this country. So a lot of pilots you can find across the country. But comprehensively, legislatively mandated legal action for all local governments, pan one state, was the first. This was the first attempt. We prepared a report based on that, on what was missing and what was there. And this is where I would like engineers to look at. This is where wicked problems have come out. This is where local governments made it very clear that we know our problems very well. They were very clear of what each of them were facing. But solutions? Solutions? None. Hardly anybody could come up with a solution. So what we decided that we are now trying to connect 2 or 3 panchayats to one engineering and arts and science college, so that there is some capacity, some educated lot going and facilitating them. You must imagine there might be engineers sitting here from the government sector. You ask them, they will tell you that they are on a day-to-day basis doing a lot of firefighting. So they hardly have time to invest in thought process and creating plans and projects that sound very costly and good for us. So at the local government level, if there is an engineer, he or she is overburdened with a lot of work. So they need additional help. They need people to go and help them, to hold their hands and say, no, we are with you. That's exactly what Professor NC and his team is doing in Alleppey. So this report is the basis now for us to do this reorganization, wherein we are trying to connect different local governments to different engineering colleges and arts and science colleges. We didn't stop there. Earlier, you saw that we were providing a huge lot of maps and data sets that we had to the local governments. We started with a new series. So the first one was based on the Hazard Vulnerability and Risk Assessment of 2016. Now we have completed the HVRA 2. It's all done at the local government and aggregated upwards. So we have the hazard maps, a huge lot of them. Then each local government has been, there's a lags, I'm sorry. There's a huge lot of assessment of the ranking of each of these local governments with respect to their exposure to a particular hazard. So all the local governments have been now ranked. And then we looked at the vulnerabilities
the generic vulnerabilities of each of these local governments. That's another set of layers. I think it's getting slow. Yeah, so here we looked at economic vulnerability, environmental vulnerability, physical vulnerability, social vulnerability, and then we created a multi-hazard vulnerability index. So all these local governments are ranked based on their various vulnerability classes. Didn't end there. And then we took all this hazard exposures and vulnerabilities to cumulate to come up with what is called a multi-hazard risk index. I think it's very slow now. So 8 different hazards, 9 different hazards, including anthropogenic ones. We now have for each local government a certain multi-hazard risk index. And what is the advantage of this risk index? You will see where it is going a little later. Didn't end there. We went on to climate change, and we decided that every local government has a right to know what they are going to be exposed to in the next 100 years. So where is that data? There's a codex exercise that's done by the global meteorologists, and we picked up the precipitation from the codex, we picked up temperature from the codex. It's really, really slow. Yeah. And I'll take you to one example of Chenganur municipality. You all know, Upper Kuttanad region. So here you basically see the green line is RCP 4.5 and the red line is RCP 8.5. Somewhere by, and this is bias corrected, so somewhere around 2030s, you end up having almost a degree of shift in temperature, be it RCP 4.5 or 8.5, and this is mean temperature. So if this mean temperature is 1 degree shifted upwards, your rainfall is going to increase. Your livability in that local government is going to be affected. And remember, this is not anything that you can do locally to stop this, but there is a lot of global actions that are required. And in this process, we went on to tabulate it for each local governments. And each local government now can refer to this tabulation. We have published it in the website. Kila is facilitating it to each of these local governments. So it tells historically what is the change and what would happen in each of these RCP conditions. Near term is 2040. Long term is 2299. So this is also done for both these situations. And then we related that precipitation to flooding. That's where disasters come in play. Of course, weather is changing, temperature is changing, precipitation is changing. But then what happens? This is a flood return probability of 1 in 10 years for Adur. And this is done for all entire taluks and disaggregated to local government level. It's done in a 90 meter pixel resolution. It's available in public domain. The data is available in public domain. The output is available in public domain. We have dropped it in our website. So this is the historical 1 in 10 year precipitation index. And this is where you need to remember to book your tickets. This, when it shifts, you will see what would be the flooding in the same area for an RCP 8.5. This is the worst case. And those little reds and greens, if you can see there, are basically schools and hospitals in there. These schools and hospitals are local indicators for people to kind of connect and say, well, oh, that school is in a floodplain. Now, if floods happen, we need to shift from that place to this place. Now, if you look at what happens in a 1 in 10 year, in a historical scenario, even in a 1 in 500 year return interval, you will only have 5 schools. But if you look at what happens in an RCP 8.5, you will end up having 25 schools in that very same footprint. That's a governance problem. That is where we need to go to more room for river and say that all critical infrastructure in the 1 in 10 year needs to be moved. We need to mind gaps. That's also local. The gaps in all this process are disability, people with disability, transgender, palliative care, indigenous people. So we have different action plans for each of these people at all different levels. Now, entire Wayanad, all tribal villages, we have completed the tribal disaster management plan. So disability inclusive DRR, Kerala outranks every other state. It's our model that has created the national guidelines. We also did child-centric risk assessment. I think its response is very slow, so gets lagged. Need to wait. Did it happen? No. I think it's stuck. So we also looked at child-centric risk assessment. We looked at individual local governments and assessed what each of these children would face with respect to different hazards that they are exposed to. It's all stuck here. Stuck alle. Network പോയോ? ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. I think it's already 25 minutes, so should I stop here? Shall I? Probably unwise for me to stay because you are all going to get it. All of you being learned people, what I'll do is I'll share the PDF of this. Look at it. If you want to connect back to me, please do. I shouldn't budge on the time of Professor NC and others. So let him solve it. But in the meantime, sir, I think sorry?
Recording in progress.
So this is child risk assessment, but I'll quickly take you to a few other things. So we have different action plans, and the last one, Orange Book, is something that you need to refer to. It's edition 4 now. Every year we update it. Every department in the state, every institution in the state has a mandated responsibility laid in the Orange Book in times of monsoons and for preparing to face the monsoons. That is the Bible. That is the legal document which tells you what you got to do. And every department now works in that based on the instructions in the Orange Book. So this is called Anticipatory Actions Guidelines. We have a huge lot of forecasting systems which are available at SDMA. Again, I think it's stuck. Stuck, I don't. Yeah, no, it's coming slow though. So we have a huge lot of forecasting system. We have cap alert systems, which basically permits us to focus in an area and issue alerts now. We have, again, delayed. This is a lightning alert system that we have. This is also very unique. Very few in the country has access to this. Basically, we know where the thunderstorms, dangerous thunderstorms move in, and about 30 minutes before we are able to say whether there will be cloud to ground lightning in a particular area. We have these devices deployed in 4 locations in the state. What we do with that is to look at each of these local governments with respect to how many cloud to ground lightnings are happening in a year. And this is part of the lightning action plan. So every year when we update the lightning action plan, this is a large investment. What is the future? The future is risk-informed master plans. So spatial risk-informed master plan guidelines. 30th it will be approved, 2 days more. There's a very interesting seminar that's coming up on 30th, integrating risk into urban planning. Please attend it. It's very interesting. We are all working together to bring in the concept of spatial risk-informed planning at urban level. It is all getting into a governance tool, which is called the DCAT tool. There's a disaster and climate action tracking tool that we have developed. There is risk index going in. The climate change information at the local governments that we provided are going into this tool. And if there is a high risk for a local government, there is funding support from SDMF. And if adaptation actions are taken by the local governments in a positive manner, there are financial incentives that are going to go under the P4R actions. This is another update, the next round of update. We have Dutch support. We are working closely with the Netherlands in coming up with a comprehensive climate downscaling at 10 kilometer. Again, one ambitious project with hypercomputing facilities. We are taking it to risk changes, which Case yesterday showed in his presentation, and all this information will feed into the DCAT tool again to update it on a concurrent basis. So that's a large project that we have just started. One small thought-provoking thing for the engineers here. 2019, we commissioned a work with NIT Calicut on building resilient houses for indigenous people. So we were funding them to come up with this. UNDP funds were available, and a few architects and engineers from NIT worked with this project. There was a huge lot of consultation that went in with the tribals of Wayanad, and different designs were put across for them based on their convenience, their feelings. This was all done in their consultation. And the interesting part was, no, we didn't give them boxes. We didn't tell them, you build like this, you build like this. You tell us how you want to build. And there were many, many different designs were showcased to them. And based on their interest, few of these designs were picked up. Now, I conclude with this. That's just for you to think where we are wanting to go. Local governments and inclusive approaches, if we don't have it, this whole concept of resilience is an enigma mission, you know. We will all keep chanting about it, but nothing will come out of it. Empowering local governments in disaster risk reduction is what essentially is achieving Sendai targets. Inclusive actions, it has micro effects, and you will see it, you will feel it, but it also has macro effects. You will realize it only later in your lifetime that what you did with your inclusive actions of including disabilities, including transgender, tribals, palliative care into this whole thought process of looking like this, no, not only looking like this and like that, but then really looking to people who need it. That's something that we have to kind of accept into ourselves. Empowerment is only through true involvement. And what is the real world problem? The real world problem is that somebody's house is in, kind of underwater, half his building. What does he have to do? He goes for either building a new house on a stilt, or he lifts the whole house. We funded both. Again, your line is gone. Let's lose it. And how did we do that? We went to these people. We conducted some 25 shelter hubs across the state. We went to these people whose houses were damaged and asked them, what do you want? Where do you want to build, and what do you want to build? For those people who said, no, we live in a vulnerable area, we gave them 10 lakhs to move out of that place. 7,000 families moved like that. But the remaining said, no, we want to build better. So they opted for both. Somebody lifted their house, somebody built it on a stilt. It's all through consultation, local consultation. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shekhar sir. Actually, that was a thoughtful and provoking and really motivating one for all the engineers right here. So started with the policy like adaptation, especially with the three pillars, and how KSDMA concentrated on LSD, basically making it people inclusive, and how the climate has been forecasted for next 20 years, and how the risk mitigation plans are there planned. I think KSDMA has done an excellent work. I think we need a really good applause for KSDMA, especially for Shekhar sir for leading KSDMA to such a wonderful job. And since we are running out of time, can we have one or two questions from the audience? If anybody. I thought people from irrigation might have something to ask. Okay. So if no questions, okay.
Okay, it was a presentation was very nice. You have touched almost all the area, but I want to have one clarification how you are taking in these things into the planning area, because majority of the times, especially when we say our local bodies or like that, either the problem associated with the floods or any landslides, all these things are due to, one of the things is due to the poor planning aspects which has been taken place in the maybe in the past, and we are not following a very strict rigid planning rules and like that. And how far the KSDMA or the disaster management plan is taking into account the planning regulations into the scope of building a disaster resistant or disaster minimizing concept in the local self bodies.
That's, I think, what I showed you, sir. The whole process of local government disaster management plan is only facilitated by SDMA and KILA. It's done by the local governments. We didn't go and prepare a plan and gave them, no, this is your plan. No consultant was involved in it. It is all by the resource persons of the local governments themselves. Now, therefore, the ownership is theirs. Two, spatial risk informed planning. Master planning process, the whole guidelines, I told you, in 2 days it will be approved, it will be notified. So there's a spatial risk informed planning process that is essential, that becomes statutory for all the local governments, particularly urban local governments in the state. For all the DM plans that are prepared, and now the climate adaptation plans are also starting to roll out, both of them will become chapters in the development plan of the local governments. That is the idea. So therefore, it becomes their own plan, and that they look at it, and without looking at it, they can't go forward. It's also linked to money. I showed you. That alone matters. Ultimately, that alone matters. You do good, we pay you. If you have a poor risk index, we pay you to improve it, to get to better. So it's linked to money, and ultimately that alone matters when it goes to that level where you need to really fund them, bait them, give them technical skills and resources to improve upon. So that's why we also require a lot of young minds to go and work with them. Yeah, I showed you. Even the local government plans we scrutinized. Enforcement is a different story altogether. Enforcement is their own business. That's certain elements. For example, 2018-19, the building rules were amended based on our directive. There were small little rivulets that people used to block to before when they constructed buildings. So what we did was we wrote under the DM Act to the local government saying that you can't do it. If you do it, we'll penalize it through the DM Act. And that has been, the act has been amended to that effect. So probably in the whole country, for the first time, we forced another department to amend the act. That persuasive powers are available with us. But then we cannot step into somebody's shoes, right? I mean, it's not right. There are people who are supposed to do it. We can facilitate, we can support. It's a long-term process. It's not that tomorrow we'll change everything. No, I'm not that ambitious. Yeah, beginning is there. A start has happened. And again, it's not a pilot. It's pan-Kerala. So that's the advantage here. We might do only 60% right. 40% might be wrong, but that's fine. We have made a beginning.
Any questions? Last question? Any? Okay. I think we can conclude. I think Shekhar sir has done an excellent presentation. Now, thank you, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee and GC Partner Hill, I'll thank you. Since Sahara has to leave, he has a meeting at 10:30. He'll be leaving in between. Thank you, sir. So next we have Professor N.C. Narayan. He's a professor from IIT Bombay. Okay. Sir will be talking about localizing fund risk informed planning experiments in Kuttanad, Kerala. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Yeah, first, thank you for inviting me. I teach public policy in IIT Bombay. I have been part of a team which developed two programs, technology and development and public policy. That's a short introduction about me. And you know, this came out of an activity in the last 5 years. It's a collaboration between IIT Bombay and Kerala Institute of Local Administration. We started in 2017 December. So the question was, we started with the question like, big sewerage treatment plants are not working. And that's why we have a water pollution problem. So what's the solution? And then we saw a lot of decentralized technologies also working very well at the level of institutions. So the question that we asked was, to achieve pollution control at scale, then you need at least local governance intervention. So that's when we went to Alleppey. So we developed a methodology in Alibag, Maharashtra. So we didn't get a political buy-in. That's when Alleppey canals were polluted. Very nice, decentralized solid waste management was happening. So we tried to kind of extend it to liquid waste management also. And that's why we went there. And then when we started this, for a big STP, you have big money and big consultants. And, there is government sanction is very easy. But then how do you kind of understand sanitation situation in a town? Big STPs are actually very easy to plan also. Because say 80% of water used is the thumb rule about, pollution. And then you can have a plant and then you can, connect it through, kind of systems. But then we found, throughout India, there is a lot of problems in that. Kerala had a treatment plant. Treatment plants are very difficult to make. This not in my backyard syndrome is there. But Trivandrum has already a plant, but we could collect only 45% of Trivandrum with all the kind of finances that we had also. So it's a very challenging kind of a process to do that. So can we decentralize, this sanitation was the short question that we asked. And basically, how students can be citizens who can actually kind of, do this assessment because there is no consultants available. Can they work with local government? So as Shekhar was telling, there are two advantages. One, very, very good analysis at the local level. Second, repeated intervention, repeated presence can actually make governance better. So those are the two assumptions in which, we started work. 2018 floods in Alleppey. So we already had done 3 programs by the time. Almost 600 students were trained by the time. And there was a, local group already. And they worked with mobile apps. So mapping, all these things were easy. So they developed a methodology to kind of identify camps that are already there in the July floods. So in the August floods, we were very clear about, how to do this, basically geocoding camps, and then from the collector's office, to kind of identify where the supply should be going, and where is the kind of, disease incidents that are there, so that the district medical officer could actually plan it better. And then when the rehabilitation time, I think they went with the cleaning drive also. We trained 500 students who actually did and photographed the houses before people entered that. The cracks were photographed, and from which actually, then we, put it in a Google Drive, so that Civil Engineering Department in IIT Bombay, under the leadership of Professor Eldo, 5 professors and 20 PhD students, they actually, identified the houses, and they divided into red, green, and blue. So red houses you shouldn't enter, green you can enter, blue you should kind of have so local self-government engineers could actually kind of, do much kind of lesser houses. But then the major insight was that, revenue department is not the place, and, which I think Shekhar was very instrumental then kind of, putting it back to panchayats. So we found that, panchayat should be the locus of intervention. And then we started, working in Nedmudi. So we could be in the team with Kila and KSDMA to kind of, in that first exercise in Nedmudi where, that Panchayat development report was made. From there, I think, that is the kind of story that I'm going to tell you very quickly through some photographs. Why Kuttanad? What were our interventions? And so a small background, and then the co-learning of Canalopy, how can climate action be done from below, and what could be the path ahead that we are doing. And then there is this latest work also by 5 translational engineering students. I will end with that. So I think we don't need to kind of go into detail here. So we work in the kind of the lowest part of Kuttanad, which is the kind of most recently reclaimed paddy fields towards the middle of the Vembanad Lake, which is the Kainagiri Panchayat and, Kainagiri, Kavalam. So we work in the Kayal lands, which are the kind of most vulnerable locations in Kuttanad. You know all this, Western Ghats to, Vembanad Lake, 5 rivers drain into that. And so it's a naturally flooded region below sea level, and rice fields below sea level. I think this is the most crucial part. I don't know how many of you know this. It's all below sea level. So what you do is, you make embankments and then you pump out water. So embankments are very crucial. So the flood actually happens by embankment failure. So and we will come to that later. So this is the major thing. Madavidal or breach of bunds is the kind of major part. So this we actually kind of, we found that, this is the kind of most crucial analysis that has to be done in Kuttanad. So the latest one, I'll end with how we are doing this. So on the left side, you can see the, the kind of the new bunds, and on the right side, you can see the traditional bunds, which are kind of earthen bunds that are made, which used to be made every year. And now it is all permanent bunds, which actually kind of, it affects the hydrology. New roads that are built, which is also kind of, you have to be above the kind of, flood level value. So, these are also kind of fragmenting the wetland. So you have pooling of the whole Kuttanad wetland ecosystem, which actually is a kind of major problem, especially during flood times. And then, houseboat was discovered by end of 1990s. Resorts came in, so which actually needed raising of this land. So many of the kind of, wetlands were also converted into drylands, and we have only 40% of the original area of Vembanad Lake there. So I think that's the kind of first problem. We don't have, enough space for water coming in from the 5 rivers and also the kind of tidal inundations to kind of stay in Kuttanad. It has to be, flushed out. 2018 floods was a combination of heavy rainfall, failure of drainages, and high tide. And Macro solutions, the planning board, that's, kind of solutions about, compartmentalization of folders, which say, big technology kind of an intervention. Then, regulators in Pamba. So I think these are all kind of the macro solutions that are suggested. And we found that, there are different levels at which it can be seen that, there is a kind of global level things which are, the kind of the rainfall, runoff, so those are kind of, big climate events. Then at the state level, there are, we have this, I don't know how many of you know that there's a salinity barrier and a, flood spillway that actually controls the Kutnad flood. So that's kind of more at the basin level. But then at the local level, you have your land from which there are canals, there are paddy fields, there are rivers, and then there are, water bodies. So how do you control water in between these is the main determinant of floods in this ecosystem. So flash floods is what we generally discuss, which is actually heavy rainfall, dam management, siltation in dams, tidal variations, uncertainties in climate, all this. But then there are micro floods which are due to congestion of drainage systems, because many of the the canals are silted. These were transportation, kind of avenues. When roads came, these were neglected. So that's one of the major siltation of canals, and which actually reduce the carrying capacity of these, along with encroachments also, because these are linear kind of structures through which roads can also be, and it's Porambok also, so roads are all kind of built through that. So these together have actually reduced the capacity of drainage in the system. So again, we were trying to look at a participatory assessment where we were trying to look at, this story I already told you, the first panchayat, and then, KSDMA, kind of did the wonderful story that Shekhar actually, told about also. I think, so from 2019 we have actually gone a long road ahead. That was the kind of presentation that we heard. So this also, yesterday also we discussed this, risk as a kind of combination of this threat, exposure, and vulnerability. On the left side, I have the kind of indicators of, how this can be measured. And this is the kind of, IPCC kind of methodology refined by Shubhankar Karmakar, my colleague, where we were looking at the kind of different types of vulnerability, hazards and vulnerability, how, what's the kind of analytical framework which can actually get into that. So the data that we need is actually remote sensing data for this land use and, other structures, household surveys for vulnerability, and then focus group discussions actually to kind of understand floods and, especially the water control in polders, and field observations. I think, so this will actually give us the hazard, vulnerability, exposure, understanding, and if the allocations from government comes, like, RKI or something, so how can local risk informed development plans can be made? I think this was very, very well kind of planned and, presented by Dr. Shekhar. One of the major things that we found, especially in the Kayal land panchayats, the lowest panchayats, was that it's the inundation time. Because in Chenganur and all, it's flash floods. Here it is, the water will not go out. So I think here we have the period also, as you see, the water actually goes out in a big volume, but then it actually kind of takes a lot of time to kind of drain off from this lowest panchayats. I think, so that's where we see drainage as a kind of major issue that has to be looked at. So elevation maps were done, and then roads and canals were mapped, And then these composite maps were made to kind of, to understand these hotspots at the panchayat level. Then we looked at the socio-spatial vulnerabilities also, because the traditional habitations of, agricultural laborers are, are along the bunds, and, they have multiple vulnerabilities at that time. So that's what also, Shega mentioned about the disability and, the kind of, differential vulnerability and priorities that we have to kind of understand while planning this. This is our major kind of a take, how paddy fields have to be, locus of flood planning. Otherwise we are now looking at panchayats only. So can wards and, Padishekaran committees also be units of governance? I think because they are the major flood controllers in this whole thing. This is the intervention. First, we mapped, we did a civil engineering survey where we found that natural silt deposition is 35% reduction capacity made by that, 11% reduction due to encroachments and roads, then bridges and culverts as bottlenecks. That KSDMA and TIS has done a very good study there. Then planning to integrate, so how can we integrate MG Naraga labor? The shocking kind of data was that 52% of people in Kainagiri Panchayat have registered for MG Narega, which is an anomaly, even in Kutanad. But the point is that, so that's the kind of demand for, manual labor that's there. So if you need an inclusive strategy of flood mitigation, I think MG Narega may be a sensible option to kind of do that. So then we did neighborhood meetings. The point with silt, desilting, if a contract is given permission to kind of desilt, they can't take it away, because I think mining rules are kind of against that. And then they kind of keep it on the sites, and in the next monsoon it'll kind of go back. So we wanted a solution. And then weeds, where does the weeds go? So only way is that, the people should take it. They have coconut trees and, in which the silt and, these weeds are actually welcome as manure. So that was the exercise that was done first. Can we convince all the, this is only a 3 kilometer kind of a stretch. As a pilot, we kind of tried to do that. So this planning was done. Then we also calculated how much machinery is needed and how much labor can be. Machinery is needed especially for the first part, de-weeding and the first silt that has to be brought in. So that was the one. And moving weeds to houses, then this construction can be done by people. So with a 2-week planning, I think 1,500 labor could be mobilized, and in 3 days this bund could be completed. And then we found that 70% of what we spend has gone to women. And then Kaya Board has come up with this what do you call as the geotextiles, which actually kind of strengthen this bund also. And this is also a kind of cottage industry which can then be kind of encouraged. So this is the nature-based solution. So basically co-learning or risk-informed planning is, biophysical vulnerabilities are there, which then needs bunds, adaptive housing, canal deepening, reconstruction of existing structures, culverts, bridges, all this. This can be done in a combination of LSG, state and central government funds we need. Socioeconomic vulnerabilities, livelihood support, MG Narega, deliberative platforms like Gram Sabhas can be done at the LSD level. Then sectoral vulnerabilities, so we have drinking water, sanitation, public health, agriculture, it's all kind of related to floods. This can also go into local plans of panchayat. So this can also be done at the LSD level. And then the infrastructure vulnerabilities of improved transportation, alternate facilities for flood resilient infrastructure. This can also be done. So we found that, much of the work can be done at the LSD level, which is what, Dr. Shager's presentation also kind of done. So concluding this, I think, we found that one, these kind of, studies should be grounded in local level, and then it should assess the physical, socioeconomic, and then it can then look at the governance solutions, including how vulnerability can be addressed. Students and local volunteer-led analysis of risk and vulnerability. So risk as the intersection of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So how this analysis can be demystified, how students and local volunteers can actually kind of do that. Third, elements of analysis, physical delineation of flood zones, altitude and location, which can be done using GIS. Social vulnerabilities, household surveys, discussions on hotspots, relief and rehabilitation, especially Padashagarams as spaces of planning where integrated plans can be made, and Panchayat as the local of studies, action and governance. I think this is, I think, much more general, non-invasive technology, the nature-based solutions and all. Then this should be converged at the level of blocks and districts also, so that regional plans can also be made. I will just run through 4-5 slides just to kind of know what we are doing now. This is because we found that there are floods in summer. Why? During the lowest water level. And then so big science is basin level hydrology, meteorology, tidal variations, reservoir operations. But then there are differential flooding even inside a panchayat, and which is then related to elevation, hydrology of lower order streams, strengths of bunds, pumping operations, which all then need very local kind of an analysis. Because at the level of basin you have an analysis, but at the level of the polders, it can vary with these kinds of dimensions also. So that's where we need, stream profile, bottlenecks, encroachments. We found that, this differential flooding and this inundation is happening mainly because of bund breaches. And then, I explained it earlier. So bund breaches, I think, we need in the kind of, and right side I've, kind of dealing with the methodology also, how it can be kind of assessed. So elevation, there is a DEM, which is a kind of 12.5 meter resolution we have. Then now the translation engineering students with IIT students are trying to do a HECRAS model of stream profile at the lowest level, lowest order. Otherwise we have at the highest order streams are already done, but and normally that is being done. But this real kind of breaches happen because at that level, so can we kind of do that? Then is there a kind of correlation between bottlenecks, like small, narrow culverts and things like that, and encroachment? So can HECRAS actually bring that out is the challenge. Bund breach clusters we kind of mapped, and then elevation versus bund breach is one thing that we try to do. Then bottlenecks versus bund breach. And this HECRAS is basically the kind of the velocity. So where are the pressure points coming in? And then we correlate it with the bund breaches is one question. So it's basically the stream velocity versus bund breach is what came out of the HECRAS model. And then the structural properties of the bunds also, including the land use. That needs a kind of much more, field work. That's what we are trying to start on first onwards. So we have divided this into 20 meter to 20 meter kind of clusters, where we will be looking at the land use, land cover, then the soil, age of construction, method of construction, silt, and so those we were getting help from the Kuttanad College of Engineering, Civil Engineering Department. From which we can get into a hazard ranking of polders, and then we look at the hotspots of which polders, which. So it can then bring in a priority inside the panchayat. So I think, this is the kind of, this is a work in progress where Subimal and Shubhankar are kind of, helping us also. So once something comes out, I think, we'll come back to all of you and look at that. So I think that's the kind of work that's going on. So I should kind of end with my team. From Translational Engineering, I have Sheetal, Saurav, Atulya, Aparna, and Akshay. Thank you. They're here. With any question, they can answer. Then Vishnu and Rohit from IIT Bombay. From Kila, Drishya, and Geetu. And from the Canalapy team, Sulaikha, Anthracia, Jasna, Nikila, Pradeepa, and Nihita. They have done the kind of hard work of field work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we have seen a positive model of how Kutanad has been uh, uh, really gone into from. So, with the help of IIT Bombay, they have really overcome the flood problem. The first phase is now over, and the second phase is going to start. So, we will have the discussion about this session after other two speakers have concluded their talk. Now, the next speaker,
Now moving on to the next speaker, Dr. Manoj P Sanulter. He is Executive Director of KSCSDE, Center for Water Source Development and Management. He graduated in Agricultural Engineering from Kerala Agriculture University and also had taken the MTech in Water Source Development and Management from IIT Kharagpur. Here, his doctor studies were at TNAU Coimbatore and completed MA from Bharathidasan University, Trichy. And he worked as senior scientist in Icter Research Complex for NEH region, Bharapani, and also Icter NAARM, Hyderabad. I welcome you, sir, for delivering the presentation.
A very good morning to all of you. Yeah, in another couple of minutes, we will discuss something about natural disaster resilience and capacity building in Kerala context. So, I'm working with CWRDM Kozhikode, and we are doing some work on natural disasters and how it can be prevented and what all are the mitigation strategies. And some of our work I will present before you. And yeah, the number of natural disasters are going up. In 1980 it was hardly 200, but of late, maybe in 2022, it is almost 800 or plus, or maybe 1000 natural disasters in a year. And different types of natural disasters, and especially the hydrological related natural disasters are on the rise. And mainly three natural disasters we are facing, and we are working also on these three aspects. Now the government of Kerala has sanctioned a center of excellence in droughts and floods. Of course, we will also deal with the landslide. That activity yet to start. Recently, the project has got sanctioned. And floods, we all are actually part of this flood mitigation strategies, and many studies we have conducted. Either directly or indirectly, or some of the friends from irrigation department, you may be directly interacting with the people and implementing the strategies for flood mitigation and immediate response. So what are the causes of floods? Some of the causes which we found, you already know, but still I will repeat. One is long duration, high intensity rainfall, inadequate capacity of river banks to contain high volume of water, landslide, conversion of wetland into water bodies, wetland and water bodies, deterioration of upper catchment, improper drainage systems, And the problems with the carrying capacity, most of our river courses are encroached or silted, and urbanization and encroachment. And many other reasons also we can attribute to floods. Actually, if you go in details, we can also develop further attributes for the causes on a micro level, including the catchment shape, catchment size, then the soil type, antecedent moisture content of the soil. All these things affect the floods. For example, last few weeks we got very good rainfall, so that when the monsoon starts, of course, the soil is already saturated with water, already in the field capacity level, so that how it will trigger a flood, we have to see. And we have studied the return period of 2019, not 18 flood, 19 flood you can see here. And how the flood is, as per our study, all the floods, both 18 and 19 floods, the return period is given in this slide. And you know, last in 2018 and 19, the month of August was the month in which we witnessed severe calamities. In 2018, we had almost 100%, 96% deviation from the normal. And in 2019, it was almost 127% deviation from the normal. But of course, 19 we were more prepared, and the severe flood like 2019, 18 didn't happen in 19. And 2021, again, there was a departure, positive departure from the normal. But in last year, it was little bit came down. It was -2%. So that you see how drastically the climate is getting changed. And this year we will watch what is happening in July and August. And most of the rivers in Calicut area, since we are placed in Calicut, so at the Kozhikode area we have studied a few rivers, and how, especially in 2019 August month, a few days when we faced floods, how the river behaved. And specific reasons and specific recommendations, some of the things which we developed, which we recommended, I will just read the important things. One is, as we all know, most of the rivers are actually having a lot of encroachment, as I told, and a lot of plant growth, then reclamation of wetlands, paddy fields. Actually, normally the paddy fields associated with the river is the floodplain, and whenever especially in the high tide area time, the floodplain only will support the river system to hold the water. But unfortunately, floodplains are already encroached or it is filled for some other purposes. That's why it will trigger flooding. Again, you know, we don't have a flood zonation map. KSDM has taken a lot of positive steps in this regard. But even though we don't have a very micro scale flood zonation map, so that we are envisaging to get to develop a flood zonation map in the scale of 1:4,000. Even in the, you know, even the landslide prone area also, our present zonation is in the scale of 1:50,000, and it is, you know, it is very very rough scale as far as we know, because 1:50,000 is such a big scale, so that we cannot go for any micro scale management. So there also we are looking for 1:4,000 scale cadastral maps if we can develop for landslide zonation, so that it will be a great steps towards future disaster management. Then, of course, the building rules, especially which is near to the river and floodplain, has to be strengthened, and it should be more strict. And of course, wherever and whenever required, structural and agronomical eco DRR and flood mitigation measures has to be adopted. Then other thing, you know, the flood warning system. Irrigation department has taken a very good initiative to develop a water resources information system. But how best it can be reached to all the stakeholders is very important. How it can be developed as a smartphone application or a dashboard, so that everybody can access the information with a finger touch. So that this type of intervention is required from the department as well as from the research organizations. So that automatic weather station now IMD is again establishing around 75 that means automatic weather stations. CWIDM is getting 3 or 4 weather station out of that 75 new AWS. And of course, flood routing studies, reservoir operation, roll curve, everything we know for a long time. And of course, in the recent years, we are applying these two in the real-time situation. Then some of the studies we have conducted recently, actually we developed a regional flood frequency model for river basin, especially west flowing rivers. Then 1D and 2D coupled model we developed for Upper Kutnad and formulated mitigation measures. And of course, the study on integrated water vapor flux and vertical structure of clouds for improved quantitative production of extreme rain events, so that the rainfall prediction can be improved using this model. And some studies on palo channels, some of the channels which is not may not be existing now, but that is whenever the flood or whenever the more rainfall occurs, these channels will re-emerge. And again, for the Munnar area, we have done a flood indentation. So that lot of studies we have conducted in flood related aspects. But how best these studies can be converted, translated, because the theme of today's deliberations is basically translation research. How the research can be translated to real-time solutions. So that is very important. And again, with respect to, that means after flood, and the next issue we are facing is drought. Normally, the researchers say that if you experience floods for a few years or 1 year or 1 or 2 years continuously, again, in the future years maybe drought year. But we don't know what is going to happen in our state. So the drought, we were actually focusing long, especially pre-2018, we were giving more emphasis on drought, especially on the deficit part. We don't have water, what we will do. So we were looking for rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, and many other aspects. But post 2018, our focus has been shifted to excess water, because at least some of the areas in the state, some of the unexpected season, we are going to face excess water. So that how best we can manage the excess water within the available scenario. And again, demand and supply, that is also another very important as far as drought management is concerned. So that we should have a water budgeting. With the support of Harita Kerala mission, we are actually making water budgeting for many panchayats in Kerala, especially in Wayanad, Muttil Panchayat, we have done a pilot. So that was very good. So what is the total amount of water which is available to the panchayat in terms of rainfall, in terms of its surface water sources, and by means of the groundwater sources, and what is the demand for each sector, for agriculture, domestic, industry, tourism, fisheries, and how best this can be done together. How best the conjunctive use can be ensured. So that is very important for the future also. For each of the Grama Panchayats, these type of studies are required in the future. And again, quantity and quality of previously 10 years back, we were not much bothered about the quality of water. Mainly we were focusing on the quantity. But of late today, we are equally worried about the quality of water in most of our water resources. So that when we are speaking about the drought or water availability, whether the water is really helpful, it can be really usable for different purposes, we have to see. And most of us think that any water can be used for irrigation, but it is not like that. Irrigation water also has got a standard like exchangeable sodium percentage, residual sodium carbonate, like that sodium absorption ratio, like that a few standards for irrigation water is also necessary, is also important. So that, but normally we don't bother about that, and any type of water we do go for irrigation. So that these type of things are also very important, the quality of water for whatever the purpose it is. And again, blue, green and gray water, how the blue water which is available in the surface reservoirs can be converted to green water, which is green water is the water available in the soil for the plants. And of course, how we can recycle the gray water. So that previously we are focusing on 3 R's, reduce, reuse and recycle. Now recharge is also we added. Of course, harvesting, protection, and all these things will also associate with that. And we have to also look for innovative ideas, what all out of the box ideas for water harvesting or facing the drought-like situation. For example, we recently conducted, not recently, 3 years back, we conducted a study with the help of IASC Bangalore for Bangalore Water Supply and Sewage Board. It is to establish, to find out the feasibility to construct a seawater dike, a seawater reservoir near Netravati estuary, just before the Netravati river joins the sea in Mangalore region. And the purpose for Bangalore Water Supply Sewage Board was to find out the alternatives after 1 or 2 decades to fetch water to the citizens in Bangalore city, because they are finding out different options for getting water in the future. So this is one of the options, to construct a seawater dike in Mangalore area and pump the water up to Bangalore. So that now we may think it is an utopian idea, but in future this type of out of the box totally different solutions we have to look for. So that it is possible in some of the Western countries like Singapore, Australia, Malaysia and Japan and South Korea, seawater dikes have been constructed and it is very well in use. So that when we think about the drought, not only the water aspect we have to see the other aspect also, because the drought is related to the water availability, is related to other aspects like the greenhouse gas emission and the energy use. So that nowadays we speak and we study everything together. We speak these all in a nexus. So the water, energy, greenhouse gases, because especially the water availability, for example, the water availability is less and we are lifting more water for our irrigation field. So that naturally we are using more energy, and when we are using more energy, naturally we will be burning out more diesel or kerosene or more electricity, and it will create more carbon dioxide emission and leads to greenhouse gases. And again, the greenhouse gas emission is leading to global warming, and again it will directly or indirectly affect the water availability. So that everything is in an excess. So that we have to study, we have to think all these things together. And we have conducted extensive studies in Bharatapuzha at different time spells. And recently one study we concluded for the Bharatapuzha basin, and we found that 65% of the area, more than 65% of area in Bharatapuzha basin is facing one or other type of drought. And 38% is facing severe droughts. And the reason it is attributed, mainly we can attribute anything to climate change now. But apart from that, the anthropogenic influence is also very important. How we have changed the basin. You can see in the picture from 2009 to 2019, how the landscape has been changed in the Bharatapuzha basin. The yellow color is basically paddy field, and the green is plantation, and the red is built up area. And you can see how the yellow is converted to green and green is converted to green is converted to red. So these type of things are happening in everywhere, most of the river basins in Kerala. And we also developed the water scarce areas in drought prone area for Bharatapuzha river basin, and identified using water stress indicators and reasons for that was an associated study with the present study. Similarly, the drought analysis in humid, semi-arid, and actually we had a project. So the 3 areas we concentrated. One is Calicut, that is a humid area, and semi-arid region, it is in Madurai, and arid region in Jalsalmer. And you know the drought, the effect is more in the effect of drought is more, we found out, in the humid area, that is in Calicut. And web-based drought management support system for 5 districts of northern Kerala also we developed, and how best it can be developed into a graphical user interface. Actually, we developed it for a pilot scale, but for all the regions we can develop as a GUI or like a mobile app, and it has to be updated, and it should be more very dynamic, so that people or farmers can access it. Yeah. Then again, the deficit irrigation is another area where we can focus in the future areas. Deficit irrigation and precision agriculture is coming up in a big way. So that area also we are working. Then agriculture drought and its impacts on yield we are working. And as far as the water is concerned, the drought is concerned, the opportunity before the country or our state is to increase only by increasing the water use efficiency, the water productivity. You can see the figure, the picture which is given in the circle. That is, the agriculture GDP per cubic liter of fresh water withdrawn for agriculture. For Israel it is almost 4, and for India it is 0.4. What is the meaning? With the same amount of water, Israel is producing 10 times more than us, 10 times more food grains or fruit and vegetables compared to us with the same amount of water. Even the China, which is having same demographic pattern of India, China is producing 2.5 times more agriculture producers with the same amount of water. So that what is the availability, what is the possibility for us also to increase the water use efficiency, irrigation efficiency, water distribution efficiency, conveyance efficiency. Each area we can increase the efficiency, and we can reduce the water use. For example, in India, 75% of the total water use or water demand, even the projected water demand, is for irrigation requirement. So that is one area where we can focus in future. And of course, we have to again move to water deficit irrigation or water optimized irrigation systems like precision farming, so that we can use different new tools and techniques like hyperspectral images, GIS, GPS, sensor systems, so that better solutions can be developed. For example, one of my friend, he developed a system, and he started a company in Bangalore, and its name is called Gram Works. Last works means the last digit is X. Gram Works. You can Google and see his website. And this gentleman, he's an Android, came back from US, and he started this company. And here what he's doing is that, if a farmer approaches him and take his package, he can download his mobile application. Same time, his team will come and install some sensors in the field. And the real time, the sensor include, there will be a soil moisture sensor and an automatic weather station. So that the real time weather parameters will be measured, and the real time moisture content of the soil also will be measured. And the weather parameters, he will put it into the Penman-Mondiath equation and find out the real time ET, and the same time the soil moisture content also he knows. So that the exact amount, and he developed an algorithm combining both ET as well as the soil moisture content available. So the exact amount of water required for the particular soil, but for particular plant, particular time, he can find out from the this solution. And mainly, the users of this app is the peri-urban agriculturalists, both in Hyderabad and Bangalore, so that they can sit in their lab in electronic city or in the techno park or wherever it is, and they can manage their farm much outside. And everything will be available through the mobile application, and everything is controlled through the systems. There are a chain of solenoid valves and timers, so that everything will be done online in the real time. Similarly, another gentleman, he developed a mobile application, and here what he is doing, actually he is based in Mohali in Punjab. So that what he is doing is actually, if he download his mobile app, his name is Taranjit Singh Brahma, and so that, the government of India is claiming that they have issued soil health card for almost all the 100% soil health card they have issued. So that if you give the lat launch, it will automatically fetch what is the NPK status of your soil in that particular area. And if you want to further test out for micro elements, it can be done, there is no issue. And he will also fetch the hyperspectral images pertaining to that particular geographical location. Then combining all these things together, he will also establish some soil moisture sensor. And all these things together, he can advise what is exact amount of nutrients and water required at a particular time for that particular place. And he can also analyze the hyperspectral images and see whether the crops are healthy, it requires any further further assistance, like for example, if there is an insect attack or a pest attack or a nutrient deficiency, so that immediately it can be addressed. And again, drought, we were speaking about rainwater harvesting for a long time. I will not spend much time for here, but the rainwater harvesting itself, we can actually, in the rural areas, we can rather go for the sustainable measures, long-term measures, and in the urban area, we can go for immediate harvest measures. And all these things has to be done together, has to be done with a proper demand supply analysis. What is the, of course, we have in Kerala, we have a lot of demand. A 100 square meter area of roof is getting 100 into 3 meters rainfall. That means 300 cubic meters of water we are getting, 3 lakhs liters of water we are getting in 100 square meter area. So that the demand is very sufficient as far as Kerala is concerned, and we have to also see what is the supply is very much sufficient as far as Kerala is concerned, and we have to look for the demand. What is the demand of the family or the other users, and accordingly we have to design the rainwater harvesting system. And yesterday we launched a graphical use interface supported rainwater harvesting design system by Honorable Minister Ahmad Devarkovil, so that it is available in the CWDM website. So that any layman can select their area, what is the total dry spell, how many people in their house. Accordingly, the system will tell you what is the total amount of rainfall water available, and how best you can go for the design, and it will also support on the design aspects. So it mainly this type of rainwater harvesting system we are hearing for years. And one thing is actually when you are going for this rainwater harvesting system, out of the 3 lakhs in a 100 square meter roof area, you will be storing maximum 20,000, 30,000 liters. But remaining amount after the filtration, you can directly move to your, after the filtration, you can directly divert to your well nearby. And in Thrissur district, they have done it in a big way. They call it is Madapolima. So that this way, we can also think in as a big way, that means harvesting as well as recharging the wells together. And for irrigation, we have to go in a big way. And these all are we designed different places in India, from 1 lakh to 20 lakhs liters capacity, and for different purposes, for irrigation, for fishing, for tourism. And of course, the groundwater recharge is also very important. That also we have to look for different aspects where we have to do what. Depends upon the land use, capability classification, type of soil, topography, slope. Everything has to be considered while designing that means groundwater recharge or soil and water conservation intervention. And river management, we can, that is also associated thing as far as the disaster management is concerned, so that it can be either structural solution or environmental or eco DRR measures. And same time, you have to also see the community water management. The community has their own solutions for managing the water, for facing the disasters. So that we have to look for these things. This is one of the solutions developed by the people in Kasaragod and South Kannada districts. So that it is, it is Surangam, you might have heard about it. It is horizontal well. 24/7 water is coming out of this horizontal wells from the hillock. But unfortunately, this water is simply going down. Whenever required, they are collecting the water. Otherwise, this is simply flowing down. So that, of course, it is adding to the flow of the streams. Maybe as a first order stream, it may act. That is different thing. But if possible, why don't you divert this water to a laterite quarry or a granite quarry, or can have a small dike and harvest this water for irrigation or other purposes. This we have done in Kasaragod. And this is again from Kasaragod. I worked almost 10 years there. So that we were much close to this group, and we have done all these things. They have done, but we were actually closely associating with this group. This is a farmers group in Yathadaka district, and they construct check dam every year by their own money, by their own interest, their own passion, and for their own need. And these check dams against Yathadaka river, they construct almost 10 to 15 check dams in the chain, and they have their own technology for ensuring the water to flow down. They have their own spillover mechanism. And for last 25 years, this process is continuing. And before the monsoon, they will remove entire thing and keep the building materials in the nearby plot. And again, after August, they will start this, maybe August or September, after the major monsoon period, they will start constructing this check dam. And they call Katta in Kannada, in that area. And the third area is landslide. Landslide is another area where we are facing some issues for last few years. So that landslide susceptibility assessment we have conducted in Kutyadi, nearby areas, Calicut we have done. And here also actually we came with a lot of recommendation and submitted to the government. But one of the major recommendation, as I told in the beginning, we should have a more precise cadastral scale landslide hazard zonation map. Already NSS has developed a zonation map, but the scale is high. So we have to again look for micro scale zonation map, and building rules we have to amend, or we have to strictly enforce avoiding construction of activities, especially in the prone areas. And as per the land use land capability classification, if the degree of slope of the area is more than 25%, construction, even agriculture is not allowed. But in Kerala, even 100% slope area, we are more than 45% degree we are cultivating, we know. So that how best we can make it more scientific, that is important. And water resources development of Kerala, actually six areas we have to focus: supply sector, demand sector, water governance, capacity building, disaster management, and climate resilience. And today we are discussing the last 3 points only. And the disaster management is concerned, major action plans which we propose is the formulation of a flood and associated landslide protection and rehabilitation master plan, employing both structural and non-structural measures, and real-time prediction systems along with the forecast for disasters, for preparing flood frequency forecasting risk map, and pilot studies we have conducted already, and development of a preparatory process for protection and rehabilitation operations prior, during, and after the disasters, and conducting training to all stakeholders. Capacity building is also very important, like Shekhar and Dr. N.C. Narayanan sir has told. And climate resilient, especially as far as irrigation is concerned, very important, because climate resilient agriculture is a major area where we have to focus. So we have to look for water budgeting, crop calendar, because our crop calendar is much disturbed because of the climate change impact. So that we should have a more dynamic crop calendar and water utilization calendar. Then real-time prediction systems again, preparedness process, again capacity building, and of course finally we are speaking now about the carbon neutral villages, climate resilient villages, and all that also we have to explore. So as all of you know, the climate, the integrated disaster management is mainly 4 areas we are focusing: the mitigation, preparedness, recovery, and response. So that we have to start from the mitigation. In a long run, how we can mitigate the ill effect. So that we should have the zonation mapping, flood prone analysis, and it includes even reducing the carbon dioxide emission and so many other things. And again, preparedness. Just before the monsoon or expected climate disaster, we should have a immediate preparedness processes, so that again a lot of interventions possible there. Then response, anything happen, anyway the inevitable thing has happened, so that immediately how best we can address the situation. And finally, the rebuilding, the recovery that we are doing as part of the rebuilding Kerala. So that this requires a lot of data support also. The data about the rainfall intensity, distribution pattern, stream level, flow volume, velocity, soil, land use, floodplains, forest. And how best this data can be analyzed, and it can be put to the climate prediction models, put together with the climate prediction models, and how best we can develop mitigation strategies. So that we developed a few models. I will not spend much time here. So that these models we developed, and as part of the new Center of Excellence, we will be working on these models, and we will be looking towards the monitoring and early warning, vulnerability and impact assessment, and risk mitigation and preparedness. And again the same model. Actually, we are, as I told, we are working on floods, landslide, and drought. Then for drought also one model we developed, and this model actually pilot scale we have done, but we will make it more generalized model. Again, for landslide, we submitted a proposal to DST looking for a landslide prediction system, funding for developing a landslide prediction system. With NIT Sorakkal we have proposed it. And NIT Sorakkal already started a pilot in here in Naval Academy, Erimala. And the action plan for river, because in Kerala 44 rivers, the rivers actually is a network which is connecting all the places, distributing the water, and the management of river is very important as far as our state is concerned. So how best we can make our rivers healthy, more lively, and more sustainable. That is important. So that again, we have to first study the hydrological alteration, environmental flow, flood mapping, carrying capacity, stand auditing, and all these things. And so many recommendations we have, and we have to work on sediment monitoring, fisheries, ecological health, and so many other things, and capacity building. Capacity building is also very important because recently we started a water volunteer program. As part of this thing, every districts we have found out a few people, those who have passion on water conservation, and we are mentoring them. And through them, we are actually connecting to the local panchayats and people for better climate resilient technologies planning process. This 14th plan, how best they can support the local bodies, and the role of institutions and the focal areas. This is a final slide, I think, so that what are our vision for 2030 for Kerala as far as the disaster management of river management or water management is concerned. One is we should have a river basin authority, whether a single river basin authority, and recently we are part of the action, that means working group of planning board. Now we proposed 6 river basin authority, 1 river basin authority, Valavattanam, that is for Kannur and Kasaragod rivers, like that 6 river basin authority. If it is coming, it is very good because the same water is used for multiple purposes, conflicting interest. So how best we can manage the things together in a better way. Of course, irrigation department has to play a major role there. And better prediction and early warning system, again IW integrated water resource management system or water resource information system. Irrigation department has taken a big role there, big initiative there. Then real-time monitoring, rapid response, mitigation preparedness, policy support, futuristic planning, early understanding, potential regulatory risk exposure. That is also very important. In future, we have to connect with the climate change restrictions, and we have to develop our strategies. And finally, this is last slide, so that the katta I was telling about Kasaragod, that is done. That photo which I shown has taken in 1998. This photo, this news report has come in 2021 in New Indian Express. So the last 25 years, this process is happening. And the center one, the Meenachil the Meenachil Samrakshana Samiti, they have taken a big task of monitoring the water in the river by people's participation. And we are also part of that team, so that they have their own automatic, that means weather stations, stream gauge stations, so that what is happening on the upper reaches, immediately information can be passed to the tail enders, or and it can be connected to the rainfall prediction systems also. So that better management of the river for controlling, that means for facing the disasters, especially flood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Actually, this session is shaping really well. We started with the policies, then the overwater like floods. Then now we have come to the droughts. Okay, we'll have discussions on all these things after the other speaker also has completed the presentation. Now, I request the speaker to be introduced. So, please.
Next speaker is Dr. K.G. Tara, former Head Disaster Management Center at Institute of Land and Disaster Management. She is the member of the State Disaster Management Authority and the Head of Disaster Management of State Public Information Officer. Dr. K.G. Tara served as a panelist in the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. She won the Young Scientist Award of the Department of Science and Technology and Environment. I welcome you, ma'am, to ICTR 2022 to deliver the presentation.
Good morning to you all. I feel very happy to be here for three reasons. One is you, a very receptive audience. Second reason is Dr. Suja. I'm her proud teacher. I was working in TChem Engineering College for about 13 years. And third reason is Dr. Narayanan. He's a long time acquaintance. So thank you so much for this opportunity. They are trying to set my presentation right. So I hope you won't count this preparatory time. Is my voice audible to you? Okay. അതെ ആ സ്ലൈഡ് ഷോയിലേക്ക് പോകും. Every time I go for a presentation, there is some technical hitch. Maybe because I was working for long years in disaster management. I create disasters and then try to manage. Okay, so I'm trying to share a few few ideas about how the higher education sector could be revamped to some extent, so that we bring in more disaster risk reduction concepts and initiatives into our education system. Okay. We all know that science and technology is already integrated in various streams and disciplines of science, of education. And if we look at the Hugo framework, which was initiated in Japan in a meeting in 2005, they had planned for a 10-year long program, and which was followed by Sendai framework. This is meant to be a long program starting from 2015 to 2030. And we all also know that integration of multiple disciplines and collaboration with various stakeholders is very important. And what we need right now is integration of all these research activities and educational activities into policy framework. So and I thought of looking at the index of nations in implementing or in establishing a progress in the Hugo framework, which was meant to be for 2005 to 2015 time frame. And a 5-point system is already recognized internationally, where Ecuador and Switzerland stands at the top of the ranking list. And it is very interesting to note that in Ecuador and Switzerland, when they were ranked as the first two countries in disaster risk initiatives, what was so special about them? Ecuador is a small country in Europe, and Switzerland, and Ecuador is a small country in South America. they had gone ahead a long way in disaster predictions and warnings. And they have also incorporated all these findings into their higher education, streams and systems. And Ecuador, Switzerland, they have a ranking of 4.8. Anything above 4 is a very good ranking, and India is far below at 3.3. So we have a long way to go. And both Ecuador and Switzerland, they have invested heavily on the warning systems, be it on flood, avalanche, or landslides. So they had concentrated on identifying the disaster risk and early warning systems, and these are all integrated into university programs. That is so special about them. And they also have initiated a sort of a funding program. It was a part of an international initiative where they had contributed substantially to this international initiative in collaborating with least developed countries and also small island developing states. So they have a provision for funding these underdeveloped or developing countries in disaster warning or early warning or prediction. And we have a long way to go in Kerala because we don't have much of flood modeling happening, because we have seen that in 2018 we have witnessed a massive flood. The same thing was repeated in 2019, and we are seeing recurring incidents year after year. So we need to concentrate on flood modeling, and not enough emphasis has been given in various disciplines, especially in higher education. I've checked the syllabuses of various universities within Kerala, and also some other colleges which ran independent courses. And I think flood modeling needs to be seriously considered to be incorporated in the syllabus. Because we need to put all our efforts into effective water management. And we have various transnational examples or cutting across the boundaries of the nation. We have beautiful examples as to how different nations are handling this water issue. In Singapore, they they have heavily invested in stormwater drains. They have constructed huge underground tunnels where they collect all the stormwater and then reuse. I think 18% of their total water use is from the recycled water. That's a beautiful example. And they also, I think we have to learn from such initiatives and lessons. Another sector where disaster risk reduction initiatives should be coupled with, these educational, various disciplines is the protection of our habitats. Because a lot of houses are being damaged, be it in floods or landslides or cyclones. And we have come up with, Indian government, central government has come up with a cyclone resistant building code way back in 2004, 15498, that is the code description. And we have also adopted the same kind of flood mitigation strategies to build the houses on raised platforms or on pillars. But the problem is that whichever houses we are building on pillars, they are the least resistant to earthquakes. So these are called as soft storied buildings. They are the first to be destroyed if at all an earthquake happens. And we know that we can retrofit them to some extent by putting a steel frame, etc., but not to the fullest extent. And Kerala, we all know that Kerala falls in the moderate risk zone, zone 3 of earthquake in probability. That's a yellow colored zone. It's a macro level zonation. So we need to come up with multi-disaster resistant housing designs. And I checked the architecture, syllabus, civil engineering syllabus of Kerala University. There's absolutely no mention about how do we come up with multi-disaster resistant building designs. It also doesn't speak about retrofitting options. There are building codes already established, but multi-disaster resistant building designs is we have I think we are yet to begin with. So this is something I think we need to incorporate in the higher education systems. And another issue here where we need to concentrate on disaster risk reduction is the drought, probability of drought. Almost more than 50% of the state is vulnerable to droughts, moderately or severely susceptible. And most of the places, groundwater level has gone down from 0.25 to 9 meters, especially in northern districts. And we are yet to start to think about using gray and black water. Many of the states like Karnataka, especially in Bangalore, they have initiated such programs where they treat the gray water and the black water and then reuse it for other laundry and watering the garden, etc. 80% of the fresh water that we use, it becomes wastewater. So a 4-member family creates 360 liters of grey water and 120 liters of black water per day, as per the Bangalore studies. So at each household level, we all think, talk about smart houses, energy efficient houses, so on and so forth. But I think it is yet to be incorporated in the syllabus of engineering students. I mean, how to treat the gray and black water. And looking at my own field, geology, the syllabus talks about artificial recharge, groundwater exploration techniques, etc., but doesn't speak about how various disciplines can be brought together to find solutions to local issues. Like this is a very good example in Hyderabad. They have 189 lakes in that city, which is all infested with water hyacinth. And they have recently used a drone which can carry 10 liters of these bioenzymes, which is a combination of cow dung and neem oil, etc. And this can be sprayed onto these water hyacinths, and it drastically reduces the the growth of the water hyacinth, water lilies, and then also control the mosquito larvae. So I think we need to concentrate or more on local issues, and then put put these issues into the education system in the syllabus, so that students can start, or researchers can start thinking about the various solutions. And MSc chemistry, for example, their syllabus does indicate about how to use microorganisms for oil cleanup. Oil spillage is not very common along Kerala shores, but water hyacinth is a problem in almost all the water bodies. So I think we need to bring in more about local issues and their solutions into our especially in the higher education and research fields. And what we need is an interdisciplinary approach, and so that we can come up with eco-sensitive decisions. And one field which is yet to catch up with all these disaster risk reduction perspective is the field of agriculture. We know that 1.5 degree Celsius rise and 2 millimeter increase in precipitation can play havoc in the crop yield, and 3 to 15% can happen in the rice yield. So we need to come up with drastic solutions to feed 430 million mouths in the coming years. By about 2050, this is going to be our scenario. And agriculture university in Kerala, they have come up with a flood resistant variety, Pokkali. They are salt resistant also, and Rice Research Institute in Philippines, they have successfully been able to study the gene which makes this Pokkali variety very resistant to flooding. So we need to bring in more research. So agriculture university, I think, should try to incorporate many such features in their syllabus also. One good example is from Philippines, where they have looked at the food security by cultivating tuber crops, because it is easy to cultivate any time of the year. You can cultivate and then go for yield, and this can resist heavy winds. So this is a very good option for ensuring food security in Kerala also. And I think agriculture university syllabus also need to look into these aspects. The main message, we all know that we should transcend all the disciplines. I mean, not work in watertight compartments, and we should cut across the organizational boundaries also. And what we need, most importantly, what we need is to strengthen the policy, that aspect. Whatever research findings have happened, or have the universities have come up with, or research organizations have come up with, they need to be translated into policy interventions, which is not happening. I mean, there is always a gap. For example, KFRI has come up with a study that there are illegal quarries. Sanctioned quarries are only about 750. Total number is around 6,000. And we also need to take, incorporate lessons from research findings. This is one study which Barton Hill has undertaken, amphibian houses as flood resistant houses. It was done under the guidance of Dr. Suja, but this was widely published, but it has not been rebuilt Kerala. I don't see any place where this has been incorporated in the policy initiatives of Kerala. I think we need to bridge this gap more and more. And talking about policy interventions, whatever findings these higher educational institutions come up with, be it a project dissertation or a thesis, we need to take cues from these findings and then put them into our policy decisions also, because we know that Kavalapara is an area where massive landslide has happened. Almost 80 people died. But that is the place where huge houses like this, occupying 4 acres of land, also come up. For one single family, this huge structure is being constructed. So what kind of policy intervention do we look at? We need to press the government that educational field and these interventions, technological and scientific interventions, they need to be translated into policy initiatives. One house for one family and limit the aerial extent. So I think we need to also press for such things. And soil erosion is another field where disaster risk reduction needs to concentrate on. 16 tons per hectare, that is the official figure of soil erosion happening in Kerala. There has been an 80% increase during the 2018 flood. And there is also, we all know that there is a linkage between ocean resources and ocean sea level rise and the soil erosion. But if you look at the University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies syllabus, they do mention about hydrogeology, economic geology, mining and engineering geology, but totally silent on soil erosion and controlling measures. So I think we need to revamp the most of the syllabi and then go for disaster risk reduction orientation. And sea level, it is predicted to rise to about 80 centimeter in the next 100 years. So we need to talk about all the options. In syllabi, we should leave all the options open. For example, in protecting a natural environment, the natural sand dunes blown by the wind, they are the first line of defenders. I mean, they are so capable of defending the seashore that any structure, artificial structure, constructed along the seashore is not as effective as the natural sand dunes, most of the cases. So, but MSc, geology, for example, it mentions only about structural interventions. It is totally silent about non-structural interventions. So I think we need to open up and bring in more comprehensive and holistic idea, and information sharing and analysis, and also integration is very important. Whatever the departments are working on, we need to bring in those information and then share it with the universities. And there are technological solutions available, practiced elsewhere. If we can think of a 64,000 crore rupee cost, worth K-Rail, we can also think about technological solutions like this for flood mitigation. This is an example from Tokyo. This is called as a GCANS project. It's a huge, massive structure built underground. And when the river floods, all the excess water is diverted into this huge reservoir beneath the ground. And then when the river dries up, all the water is taken back to the river through tunnels. And look at the massive structure, 59 pillars and each weighing 500 tons. The size of the human being, you can compare it with the size of the pillar. So this is supposed to be an engineering marvel. And we need to also incorporate examples from other transnational experiences and examples from other countries. This is a new concept that China is following. We are constructing cities in the forest. They are doing vice versa. They are constructing forest in cities so that they can control the temperature and control the flooding also. And transdisciplinary approach is very important in disaster risk reduction, because all disciplines put together, I think they can come up with, they can be translated into very eco-sensitive interventions. And it is very important that these information, whatever the research institutions or academic institutions are doing by way of research, it should be accessible. For example, I was just checking the other day, soil department has come up with a micro level information system on soils in Kerala under the Rebuild Kerala initiative. 320 crore rupees was spent for eco restoration project, and monitoring stations were established. Sediment data, nutrient data, and all these details about small parcels of soil is available. That is what the soil department says. When I checked, I tried to locate my parcel of land and how much nutrient content it has, or so on and so forth. The site opened up, but it also said that department does not warrant that the data is error free. That is a disclaimer that soil department has come up with. And applicability of each data set is strictly a user responsibility. The department takes no responsibility for problems that may arise from use of the database. This disclaimer just pops up. And then there is no point in looking further. So it should not be so. Like, it should be accessible and it should be user friendly also. And DRR solution, that is my first warning bell, I suppose. Is that so? DRR solutions to local issues is also very important, because still we do have problems with Periyar. 260 million liters of effluents per day is being discharged. So higher education syllabi should be modified in such a way that we start to think about solutions to these local issues and address the gaps and the challenges. Nowhere in the syllabus we still are teaching this age-old syllabus in most of the disciplines. And eco-restoration of these lakes, that is a very important aspect that should figure in the syllabus, and include local knowledge also, so that we can translate them into action plans. For example, in Assam, these water lilies, hyacinths, these are being utilized to make yoga mats and other materials. And in Kodungalur also, they are utilizing these water hyacinths to make other value-added projects. And in schools, apart from higher education, even in schools, this can be initiated. In Malappuram, a government school, they have produced a sanitary napkin out of this water hyacinth. So options are many given a chance. And I'm coming to the last slides. We also need to take into account, syllabi should be in such a way that we should take into account the future needs also. Fisheries department, they gave wireless sets to fishermen, which can cover about 20 nautical, which can function up to 20 nautical miles. But the fishermen already have mobile phones which are functioning in 50 nautical miles. So what is the use of giving them this 20 nautical miles? And they were also given this ISRO manufactured emergency position indicating radio beacons, EPIRBs. But the problem with these communication sets is, the wireless sets, is that it allows only one-way communication. The fisherman, if he is caught up in an accident, he can't communicate back to the authorities. Only one-sided, like whatever the authorities have to convey to the fishermen, that is possible. So I think we need to look into these gaps and future needs. Disaster communication is not a syllabus not a topic in the syllabus of electronics and communications or any other engineering field. And last but not the least, I think if we are able to bring in this kind of sensitivity and sensibility, that human beings cannot claim any kind of supremacy over other animals, that itself is good enough towards ensuring a disaster risk-free Kerala. I think I will stop with this. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks to Dr. Suja for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, teacher. That was a very interesting session, and how we should look into and these kind of colloquiums and conferences, the outcomes, how it should go into the policy document. So we will have a detailed deliberations. Okay, so I request all the three speakers to please come to the dais so we can have a detailed deliberations. Narayana sir, please. Ma'am, can you please? Once again, thank you all speakers. So we had an excellent session. So the session started with Shekhar sir giving exact view of how the policy documents have been created, what are the data he had took or the KSDMA has took for creating the policy. So they have now an efficient policy regarding how the DM should be addressed or how the climate changes should be addressed, all these things. Now we have, after that we have seen Narayana sir has taking us into the mid Kerala, where we have a problem of flood, especially with Kuttanad, where the height is below sea level. So we have a flood. Basically, we are facing with the floods, especially the small drainage systems covered and all those things. Then we have the next speaker who was covering into the northern Kerala, who clearly said about how the water management should be, like how it can be effectively used to cover the droughts. So we have extreme situations in the mid Kerala and then the northern Kerala. So these systems has been effectively addressed by the speakers. Then finally we had a speaker who clearly indicated how these decisions or how these policies or maybe the outcomes which come out of the research should be incorporated into the syllabus, especially in the undergrad level or maybe at the postgrad level, so that the students get an clear view into how we can come across into the engineering issues and all these things. So we can take questions from the participants, the delegates. So I think we have a mic. So anybody who would like to have questions to the speakers, please. So just I said yesterday's also, unless we have good deliberations, we can have clear outcomes from this. Okay, the first question.
Hello, ma'am. My question is to you. Ma'am, nowadays many of the institutions, agencies are all bothered about the quantity, quality, and the parameters related to the water. But on the same hand, we have to give the same seriousness to the soil also. But no other, but most of the agencies, institutions, are all bothered about the water's quality, quantity, and all other. If we doesn't give the same seriousness to the soil, it will account as a major or massive degradation in the soil also. For that, what we have to be done related to the soil's degradation or the pollution related to the soil?
May I know your name, please?
Nura. Nura.
Nura. Give her a big applause, because you have raised a very important question. all of us are all the planners and policymakers, they are mostly worried about water pollution, but not about soil pollution. Actually, in Kerala itself, lot of reports have come up about soil, higher degree of pollution, especially in heavy minerals and like mercury, cadmium. It is all related to faulty waste management systems. So we need to start with good waste management practices at the local level, household level. I think large scale solution management is no longer the catch word. We need to look at what each household units can do. The waste management is a big issue, so I think we need to start from that and then address this issue. I mean, you have raised a very important issue. You were asking why it is not being talked about
why
much.
we don't give so much seriousness to the
I think let this whole forum, August audience here, put this as a take away lesson or way forward indication that how we should be going about going forward. Especially in Kerala, waste management is a serious issue and it is getting aggravated day by day. I think we need to address this right from the household level to panchayat level. So you've raised a very important question. Thanks
Very
a lot.
thank you,
Any
ma'am.
other question?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you introduce you to tell
I'm
me more
doing
about
MTech in Translation Engineering in Government Engineering College, Pattan Hill. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more questions?
Good morning, guys. Chellanam is a place in Kerala which is mostly prone to heavy seashore attack every year. And one of the major solutions which is adopted still day is the walls, sea walls. And even though many other operation systems are available in the existing level itself, so why it is being followed and why other policies like growings or something not adopted there being?
I think the question is to Narayana sir.
Yes, sir.
Or
yes,
is
sir.
it, sir?
The simplest answer is political economy of construction, where I think, it's actually of the interests and incentives of people who take decision. Second is, the short term, because structural solutions are the kind of conventional solutions. So we have a mindset and even the community living there will have a sense of security that, if this is being done. And then I think, and that translates into kind of votes also, because that's why I told you about the political economy of construction, because this is very, one of my students is doing this in Bihar, the embankments in Bihar, the Kosi, and many studies have shown that actually embankments are the kind of problems rather than the solution. But it'll take, I think, another 20-30 years to kind of get into more sensible solutions. And then, especially in the kind of things that we discussed in the last 2 days, in a climate changing scenario, when sustainability is a major issue, and then I think, we have to really look for other kinds of solutions. Yesterday, there was a very interesting presentation, I think you have seen that, by our climate change scientist from that environment department. He was telling about exactly Chellanam, where there could be a solution of, creating artificial beach, kind of pumping sand from the seaside and kind of doing that, which is a much more kind of a sustainable solution compared to structural solutions. So that's a kind of very general question about, and your generation. That's why translational engineering becomes much more important. Your technical choice becomes a factor of not only efficiency, but of sustainability, inclusion, and many other kind of normative issues also.
Excuse me, ma'am. I have another question from Tara, ma'am. In your slide, you mentioned that only 750 crores has been given permitted legally, and around 5,000 are being in existence. So, actually, for encasing the real life scenario of Vinyam project, the Vinyam project requires around 48 crores for its whole construction of breakwater, and only 3 got permitted. But of course, there is a huge demand. Without this particular permit, the works won't be in its full fledged. And the main reason it's not completed is its delay in completion is because of this particular breakwater construction, delay in breakwater construction. So, how to address that issue at the same time, considering the perspective of this conservation or legalities?
I think we need to prioritize our needs. Like what is basically needed is a housing. You need a shelter over your head. So housing for the homeless, that is our first priority. And then it has to be followed up by, I would consider that Vinyam as secondary in importance, because you need to cater to the requirements of the poor people who do not have a house of their own. And then we also need to follow it up with policy interventions, like I've shown in my presentation, that only one house, it should be made illegal to own a second house, and it should be made illegal to build large houses, and other construction materials also should be used. There is an interesting site by, I think, in central government, CRRI, Central Road Research Institute. If you just go to their site, lot of suggestions for alternative building materials like fly ash, and then uh, uh, construction materials of collapsed buildings, they can be reutilized. And I mean, lot of options like bamboo, how these can be utilized as building materials. And even plastic can be recycled into plastic flakes, can be used instead of sand in bitumen and road tarring and all these things. All these suggestions are given there, and it has been existing, this site, I think, since 20 or 30 years. But nobody ever has looked into, or very few have looked into that site, and very few have practiced it. So I think we need to look more for alternative solutions, because we don't have enough resources to build houses. I mean, rock. For a granite to form, it takes millions of years, and we use mainly granite for all Paka constructions. It takes at least 50 million years, 500 years to a million years for a granite to form. So we need to treat them as very precious resources. So I think policy interventions plus looking for alternative suggestions, all these things, I think, and prioritization of our needs. These are the three things that we should go for.
Thank you, ma'am.
The good thing with this colloquium is that we have very receptive audience, and the audience is mainly consisting of from the government departments. We have groundwater, we have water authority, we have LSGD, we have IT mission, we have IC4. So all our government officials are there. I think we would like to have one or two questions from those sector also, please.
Hello, my question is to Manoj sir. Sir, we know that Tamil Nadu has a mandatory rainwater harvesting scheme, but isn't it time for Kerala to make it mandatory so that we can tackle the water deficiency?
Yeah, I think Kerala also, we are also having a role that it is mandatory, but whether it is enforced or not, it is a question. Otherwise, when you make, isn't it, ma'am, in the building?
I think
No, it's not
only
mandatory.
for new buildings it has been made mandatory, and all the existing buildings should also be covered under this law. That is the only option. And if we go for a rainwater harvesting system in Secretariat itself, how many gallons of water we will be collecting? So they should start with the right at the Secretariat and then disseminate further down, trickle down.
Here for no building, it is mandatory, but in the building plan we show it. But when it is really constructed, sometimes actually there are some issues with that, because we suggest that before the number is given to the building, it has to be ensured that the rainwater harvesting system is constructed and it is being used properly. Normally, for getting the approval for the building plan, it is given. But most of the cases it is not used sustainably.
But isn't it necessary to make it mandatory? No?
Pardon?
You have to make it mandatory,
Mandatory,
Make
yeah.
it strict.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think the last question we can take.
എൻ്റെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ താരാമാമിനോടാണ്. മാം, കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ തീരത്ത് നിന്ന് ഒരുപാട് ബോട്ടുകൾ ഫിഷിങ്ങിനായിട്ട് കോസ്റ്റിലേക്ക് സീയിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ അറ്റ്മോസ്ഫിയറിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ട്രോപ്പോസ്ഫിയറിൽ ഒരുപാട് ഫ്ലൈറ്റ്സും ഫ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതിനകത്തെല്ലാം കൃത്യമായ സെൻസേഴ്സ്, ബ്ലാക്ക് ബോക്സ് എന്നിവയെല്ലാം കൃത്യമായ അനാലിസിസുകൾ നടത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഈ ഡേറ്റ എല്ലാം എന്നാണ് കേരളം കൃത്യമായിട്ടൊരു സ്റ്റഡിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്? ദാറ്റ്സ് മൈ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ.
ഇത് ഞാൻ എന്നോട് തന്നെ ചോദിക്കുന്നൊരു ചോദ്യമാണ്. വാസ്തവത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ ഈ സ്റ്റഡീസ് ഒന്നും വേണ്ടത്ര ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ എൻ്റെ റിപ്പോർട്ടിലും പറഞ്ഞത്. അതായത് ആ ബാർട്ടൺ ഹില്ലിലെ ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ. ഫ്ലഡ് നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ റിക്കറിങ് ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിളായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഡിസാസ്റ്ററായിട്ട് വരുന്നു. അതിൽ ഫ്ലഡ് റെസീലിയൻറ്റ് ഹൗസസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആംഫിബിയൻ ഹൗസസ് ക്യാൻ ബി വൺ ഓഫ് സച്ച് മോഡൽസ് അല്ലേ. അത് ഇതുവരെ നമ്മൾ റീബിൽഡ് കേരള ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവിൽ നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുന്ന പോലുമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരം ഈ റിസർച്ച് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളിൽ നടക്കുന്നതും ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റുകളിൽ നടക്കുന്നതും നമ്മൾ ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് പോളിസി ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സിലാക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളത്. പേരെന്താ പറയാമോ?
എൻ്റെ പേര് അനഘ.
അനഘ എവിടെ തന്നെയാണോ പഠിക്കണേ?
അല്ല, യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കോളേജിലാണ്.
യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കോളേജ്. ജിയോളജി ആണോ?
അതെ മാം.
ആഹാ, രണ്ടുപേരും ജിയോളജിയാണോ? അല്ലെ, നേരത്തെ ചോദിച്ചേ അല്ലെ, ഈ കുട്ടിയോ? നിങ്ങൾ രണ്ടുപേരും ജിയോളജി. ഓക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ചോദിച്ചത് വളരെ റിലവൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ചോദ്യമാണ്. ഇതിപ്പോൾ എങ്ങനെ ഇപ്പോൾ സർക്കാരിനെ കൊണ്ട് ഇതൊക്കെ ചെയ്യിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ചോദിച്ചാൽ എനിക്ക് തന്നെ അറിയില്ല. നമ്മൾ ആളുകൾ പ്രഷറൈസ് ചെയ്ത് മാത്രമേ ഇത് നടക്കുള്ളൂ. അതായത് ഇപ്പോൾ ജനങ്ങൾ ഒരുമിച്ച് ചേർന്നാൽ സാധിക്കാത്ത ഒന്നുമില്ല. നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടേ ഇരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതല്ലാതെ എനിക്ക് എന്താണ് ഇവരെ കൊണ്ട് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുക? ഏത് സർക്കാരിനെ കൊണ്ടാണെങ്കിലും അവരുടെ പ്രയോറിറ്റികൾ ഒരു കാര്യം എന്താണ് ഒരു കോമൺ സെൻസ് ഉള്ള ആളുകളെ നമ്മൾ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കണം എന്നുള്ളത് മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. 5 കൊല്ലത്തിൽ ഒരിക്കലേ ആ ഒരു സമരം നമുക്ക് വരുന്നുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ ഈ പാർട്ടിയും ഒന്നും നോക്കാതെ കോമൺ സെൻസ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നമ്മൾ വിചാരിക്കുന്ന ആളുകളെ നമ്മൾ ഇനിയെങ്കിലും എലക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ നയരൂപീകരണ രംഗത്ത് ആരാണ് തീരുമാനമെടുക്കുന്നത്? ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് എ കോമൺ മാൻ, നോട്ട് യു ഓർ ഐ ഹു ഈസ് ടേക്കിംഗ് എ ഡിസിഷൻ. അപ്പൊ ആ ഡിസിഷൻ മേക്കിങ്ങിന്റെ മുഴുവൻ ചുമതല ഈ റെപ്രസെന്റേറ്റീവ്സിന് നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ അതിന് കേപ്പബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരാളാണോ ഒന്നും കൂടി നമ്മൾ 2024 ഇനി ഒരു ഇലക്ഷൻ വരുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. അപ്പൊ ദയവായിട്ട് അത് നമ്മളും കൂടി ഒന്ന് ആ സന്ദർഭം എടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതല്ലാതെ ഇത് ഒരു പ്രഷർ ടാക്ടിക്സ് അല്ലാതെ ഇതിനകത്ത് ഒന്നും സാധിക്കില്ല. പിന്നെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഇങ്ങനെ ചോദിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കുക. അതിൽ ഒരു ഭയപ്പാടും വേണ്ട എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഒരു ഭയപ്പാടും വേണ്ട, നല്ല ധൈര്യമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചോദിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേ ഇരുന്നാൽ ഇതിന് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു മാറ്റം വരും എന്നാണ് ഞാനും പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്. സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ നിന്ന് എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ഇത്, അതായത് സിസ്റ്റം നമ്മുടെ പോലെ തന്നെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യണമെന്നൊന്നും നമുക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷേ യു ക്യാൻ ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി മേക്ക് എ ചേഞ്ച്, അത്രേ എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്നുള്ളൂ. ഇത്
മാം ഏകദേശം 1200 പുറത്ത് ജേർണൽസ് വെസ്റ്റേൺ ഗട്ട് സ്ലൈഡ്സിനെ പറ്റി നമുക്ക് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് പൂത്തുമലയും കവളപ്പാറയെല്ലാം പുതിയതാണ്.
പിന്നെ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അതാണ് ഒരു വലിയൊരു ഇഷ്യൂ. അതിപ്പം ഞാനും നിങ്ങളെപ്പോലെ തന്നെ ആകെ ആശങ്കയിലാണ്. ഇത് എങ്ങോട്ടാണ് ഇത് നമ്മൾ പോകുന്നത്, രാജ്യവും ഈ സ്റ്റേറ്റും. അതെ അതെ, സൊസൈറ്റിയും. പക്ഷെ അതിനകത്ത് നമ്മൾ ശബ്ദിച്ചുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതല്ലാതെ വേറെ ഒരു മാർഗ്ഗമില്ല. അത് അറ്റ് വൺ പോയിന്റ് ഇത് എന്തായാലും ഒരു ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് പോയിന്റ് ഉണ്ട് കേട്ടോ. ആ സമയം എത്തുന്നത് വരെ നമ്മൾ ഇങ്ങനെ
മാം പോളിസി മേക്കിംഗ് എല്ലാം ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കോഴ്സിനെ മാത്രം സറൗണ്ട് ചെയ്താണ്.
ലോങ് ടേം ഇല്ല, ലോങ് ടേം ഇല്ല.
സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം നടക്കുന്നില്ല.
വളരെ ശരി, വളരെ ശരിയാണ്. ലോങ് ടേം ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു തരം പ്ലാനിങ്ങും നമുക്ക് ഇല്ല. അപ്പൊ അത് നമ്മൾ ഇൻസിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതല്ല, പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടേയിരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതല്ലാതെ വേറെ എന്താണ് ഓപ്ഷൻ? എനിക്ക്
വരുന്ന ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ജനറേഷൻ ഓൾറെഡി ഇപ്പം ആക്റ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പോഴും സൊസൈറ്റി ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന ജനറേഷനെ കുറ്റപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യം കൂടെ വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
അയ്യോ, ഒരിക്കലും ഇല്ല കേട്ടോ. വാസ്തവത്തിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഈ യങ്ങർ ജനറേഷനോട് എനിക്ക് തീരാത്ത ബഹുമാനമാണ്. വാസ്തവത്തിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും അവര് ഇത്ര വെറുതെ പറയല്ല കേട്ടോ, വെറുതെ പറയല്ല, വളരെ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ നിന്ന് പറയാണ്. ഐ റിയലി ഡു റെസ്പെക്ട് യു ഫോർ യുവർ നിങ്ങളുടെ വിഷൻ. അത് ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ നിങ്ങളെ ഗുരുസ്ഥാനത്ത് നിർത്തേണ്ട ആളുകളാണ് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ. ശരിക്കും പറയാണ് കേട്ടോ, വളരെ ആത്മാർത്ഥമായിട്ട് പറയണം. നിങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരുപാട് പഠിക്കാനുണ്ട്. അപ്പം അത് ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഫോറം ഒരുപക്ഷെ നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ചോദിക്കുന്ന ചോദ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ തറച്ച് കയറുന്ന ഞാൻ എന്താണ് ഒരു ഇൻഡിവിജ്വൽ എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ എനിക്കൊന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ പോലും ആ ചോദ്യങ്ങളായിട്ട് തന്നെ അത് അവശേഷിക്കുന്നു. താങ്ക്സ് എ ലോട്ട് ഫോർ ആസ്കിങ് ദാറ്റ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ.
താങ്ക് യു മാം.
Thank you. That was a very interesting session. So we had. Now I would like to. Okay. So.
ഒരു കാര്യം ചോദിച്ചോട്ടെ, ഈ മാഷ് പറഞ്ഞത് മുഴുവനും എല്ലാവർക്കും നല്ലോണം ബോധ്യമായി. ഈ മനസ്സിലാവാത്ത ഞങ്ങളെ രണ്ടുപേരുടെ അടുത്താണ് കൂടുതൽ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ വന്നത് എന്ന് ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് താങ്ക്സ് എ ലോട്ട് ഫോർ ഓൾ ദി ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ്. ലാസ്റ്റ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ്. ഓക്കെ
മാം, ഞാൻ ഇറിഗേഷൻ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിൽ നിന്നാണ്. മെയിൻ പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഇപ്പം ഒക്ടോബർ 2021 ഉണ്ടായ മറ്റേ പ്രളയം കാരണം കൂട്ടിക്കൽ പോർഷൻ മണിമല റിവറിൻ്റെ കിലോമീറ്ററിലോളം മറ്റേ ബൗൾഡേഴ്സ്, ഹ്യൂജ് ബൗൾഡേഴ്സ് നിറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പം നമുക്ക് ബൗൾഡേഴ്സും സാൻഡും എല്ലാം വന്ന് അടിഞ്ഞിട്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ അപ്സ്ട്രീം പോർഷനിൽ നിന്നും ഒരു ഏകദേശം 2 to 3 കിലോമീറ്റേഴ്സോളം ഹ്യൂജ് ബോൾഡേഴ്സ്, ഒരു 2 to 3 മീറ്റർ ഡയമീറ്റർ ഒക്കെ വരും. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്കൊരു ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ഒരു ഹെർക്കൂലിയൻ ടാസ്ക്കാണ് ഇത് അവിടെ റിമൂവ് ചെയ്ത് ആ റിവറിന് ഒഴുകാനുള്ള റൂം ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത്. മാമിൻ്റെ ഒരു അഭിപ്രായത്തിൽ അത് നാച്ചുറലി അതങ്ങനെ ഇട്ടിരുന്നാൽ മതി. വലിയ വലിയ ബോൾഡേഴ്സ് അവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്കൊരു ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു സ്മൂത്ത് ഫ്ലോയ്ക്ക് മാത്രം മാറ്റിയാൽ മതിയോ, അത് ഇത് മൊത്തത്തിൽ റിമൂവ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആവശ്യം അവിടെ ഉണ്ട്? എന്തെങ്കിലും സൊല്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ടാവും അവിടെ?
ഒരു സ്മൂത്ത് ഫ്ലോയ്ക്ക് അതിനെ ഒരു സൈഡിലോട്ടൊന്ന് മാറ്റി വെച്ച് ബാക്കി അതിനെ തൊടാൻ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എന്ത് പറ്റുമെന്നറിയാമോ? ഇപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഈ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഉത്തരവുകൾ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ പ്രളയത്തിന് മുമ്പ്, ജൂണിന് മുമ്പ് നദിയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ചെളിയും മാലിന്യങ്ങളും മാറ്റാൻ, മണ്ണ് മാറ്റാൻ എന്നുള്ളൊരു വാക്ക് അവർ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നില്ല, ചെളിയും മാലിന്യങ്ങളും മാറ്റാൻ ടെൻഡർ കൊടുക്കുകയാണ്. ആ ചെളിയും മാലിന്യം മാറ്റാൻ എന്നുള്ള ഉത്തരവിൻ്റെ മറവിൽ എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് പോകുന്നത് മുഴുവനും മണ്ണാണ്. സാൻഡ് മൈനിങ് ആണ് സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഫ്ലഡിന് ഒരുപാട് ആക്കം കൂട്ടും. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഈ കല്ല് ബോൾഡേഴ്സ് മാറ്റാൻ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഉത്തരവ് കൊടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ആ ബോൾഡേഴ്സ് മുഴുവനും ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ അതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ ആ നദിയെ തന്നെ ഇളക്കി മറിച്ചുകൊണ്ട്, അതുകൊണ്ട് അതിനെ ഒരു സൈഡിലോട്ട് മാറ്റി വെച്ചാൽ നദിക്ക് ഇതൊക്കെ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യാനുള്ള കഴിവുണ്ട്. നമുക്കാണ് ഇത് വാസ്തവത്തിൽ മനസ്സിലാവാത്തത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അതിനെ ഒരു സൈഡിലോട്ട് മാറ്റി വെച്ച് സ്മൂത്ത് ഫ്ലോ ഒന്ന് എൻഷുർ ചെയ്താൽ മാത്രം മതി എന്ന് എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായം.
മാം, ഞങ്ങൾ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ് ഇപ്പം 44 റിവേഴ്സും ഡീസിൽറ്റിംഗ് നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇനിഷ്യൽ ക്ലീനിങ് മാത്രം, അതായത് വാട്ടർ ലെവലിന് മുകളിലുള്ള പ്രളയത്തിൽ വന്ന തടസ്സങ്ങൾ നീക്കി സ്മൂത്ത് ഫ്ലോ ആക്കി എടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇപ്പം നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഏകദേശം 22 റിവേഴ്സ് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞു. ബാക്കി മെയിൻ റിവേഴ്സിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. മൺസൂണിന് മുന്നേ തീർക്കാനുള്ള കഠിന പ്രയത്നത്തിലാണ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്.
Thank you. Thank you. So we had a really interesting session, and some of the questions we could really understand that everybody is really keen. So since we have shortage of time, we have to wind up, and I would like to thank all the speakers, Shekhar sir, Manoj sir, Narayanan sir, and Tara ma'am for their excellent presentations. Now,
Thank you all for effectively concluding the session. Now it's a time for the appreciation. I invite Dr. N.C. Narayanan sir to give a memento to Tara ma'am as a token of our appreciation. And also Tara ma'am to give a memento to N.C. Narayanan sir. Finally, I invite Dr. Suja R to give a memento to Manoj sir as a token of our appreciation. Thank you all. We'll go for a break.
ഒറ്റ മിനിറ്റ്. ഇതേ ഒരു നല്ല ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ചല്ലോ ഒരു കുട്ടി, നൂറ. നിങ്ങൾ രണ്ടുപേരും നല്ലോണം ചോദിച്ചു, പക്ഷെ നിങ്ങളെ ഞാൻ പിന്നെയും കാണും. ജിയോളജിയല്ലേ, നമ്മൾ വീണ്ടും കാണും. നൂറ, can you come on to the stage please?
ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ്. നമുക്കൊരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഫോട്ടോ സെഷൻ ഈ കൊളോക്യത്തിന് വേണം. അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോൾ അത്യാവശ്യം പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് നിറഞ്ഞു നിൽക്കുന്നു ഹാള്. കാരണം ചിലപ്പം വൈകിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ കാണാൻ സാധ്യത കുറവായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് വി ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ഓൾ ദ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് ടു കം ഓവർ ടു ദ സ്റ്റേജ് ആൻഡ് വിൽ ഹാവ് എ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഫോട്ടോ ഓവർ ഹിയർ.
ഗസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓണർ ഇതിനകത്ത് എഴുതി വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ അത് സാരമില്ല. യു ആർ അവർ ഗസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓണർ ടുഡേ. അത് ഞാൻ
അപ്പം വി ആർ റണ്ണിങ് ഷോർട്ട് ഓഫ് ടൈം, സോ പ്ലീസ് കം സൂൺ. ആൻഡ് വി ഓൾസോ ഹാവ് 2 സ്പെഷ്യൽ ഗെസ്റ്റ്, Dr. Achyut Shankar sir and Dr. Hema Ramachandran, who was part and parcel of TPLC. So we invite you all, and Dr. Anil is also there. We invite all participants to please come over the stage. We'll have a group photo. Please come. Madam, ഒരു 5 minutes. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ഓടി പെട്ടെന്ന് വന്നോളൂ. കാരണം വൈകിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഗാദറിങ് ചിലപ്പോൾ കിട്ടത്തില്ല. പെട്ടെന്ന് വന്നോളൂ, 5 minutes. അപ്പോൾ ഫോട്ടോഗ്രാഫ് എല്ലാം റെഡിയാണ്. പ്ലീസ് കം ഫാസ്റ്റ്. ഒന്ന് മാറ്റി.
എനിക്ക് ഓർമ്മയുണ്ട്. എനിക്ക് സന്തോഷം കേട്ടോ. എനിക്കൊരു മെസ്സേജ് ആയിട്ട് അയച്ചേക്കാം. എവിടെയാ ഇപ്പോൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? ഇവിടെ കാണാം.
I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So, as the first speaker, the technical session 5 is Geospatial Technology for Disaster Mitigation. And as the first speaker on the virtual platform, we have Dr. Monica Rivas Casado, Director, Center for Environmental and Agricultural Informatics, Cranfield University, UK. And the topic of her presentation is Unmanned Aerial Systems for Flood Risk Management. So, thank you, madam.
Lovely. Thank you very much for having me today. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
Excuse me, madam.
Thank you. Hopefully you can see my screen at the moment. And please let me know if you have any problems visualizing these slides at all.
Madam, 1 second. The slides are not visible now. Please, 1 second.
In systems engineering, I'm also the environment program director and I coordinate. They are not showing. Hello?
1 second, madam. 1 second. Now it is visible.
Lovely. Can you see them now?
Yeah. Now we can see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I was saying, I'm Monica Rivas Casado. I work at Cranfield University, and I'm reader in environmental systems engineering. I'm also the environment program director, and I coordinate them within Cranfield. My presentation today is going to be around the use of unmanned, and is part of a work for the use of UAVs that was transferable to the context of UK as well as set a specific thresholds of damage. So the fact that they can directly see the pile of debris indicate that the damage is within a range, and they will allocate that amount of funding to those houses that present the damage, which is what you can see in there. We will expect homeowners to raise an alarm if they have more damage than the one that the insurance company has identified. So they will be able to go back and say, look, come to my house, have a look at the damage. Actually, it's not exactly what you have quantified. There's more than what you have seen. The framework in itself doesn't stop where you have seen it. We have just presented the nadir imagery, so the 2D image that you can see, but we have now people looking at the use of oblique imagery. One of my students, my PhD students, is looking potentially at the use of oblique imagery and how that could help us identify the impact that occurs in walls, in areas that cannot be seen by these 2D maps that you have seen in the presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Any more questions, Soumya? No. Okay. Okay, madam. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Actually, this is the need of the hour for Kerala also, because because we are facing floods since the last 2-3 years, and I think your presentation has opened a door for our students to work forward in this direction also. And her topic actually it covered.
Lovely. Thank you very much for having me. A pleasure.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be in touch with you. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Monica ma'am, for the valuable presentation. Next speaker for this session is Dr. Jairaj PG, former professor, Department of Civil Engineering, College of Engineering, Trivandrum. He has completed his graduation in the stream of Civil Engineering from University of Kerala. He took his post-graduation in Water Management from Center for Water Resources. He took PhD in Hydromechanics and Water Resources. I welcome you, sir, to ICTER 2022 to deliver the presentation.
Okay. Now it is actually 1 o'clock time, so and I will not take. I think I should not take much time for presentation. Oh, yes, it is visible. So I'll be briefly overviewing of the geospatial approach in the assessment of vulnerability. That is because yesterday, like that, yesterday and today also, we had a very detailed discussion on disaster, then vulnerability, risk, and all these things were discussed by earlier speakers. So on my point of view, I will just giving a brief overview what way it will be done, and I will be presenting again some of the one of the major works which two of my students has done with me in their MTech program, and that will be presented also along with that. So when we say about geospatial approach, so geospatial approach means especially one aspect comes is in the present day scenario. Each and every one of you know that we make use of either the remote sensing products, we make use of the geospatial platform, making use of the technologies of GIS, then making use of some data that is collected using GPS, and then sometimes we make use of data that is collected using LIDAR, or sometimes we may be making use of even what we have just the previous speaker which was mentioned about the aerial systems, either unmanned aerial systems or like. So the earlier data collection, because data collection was a very laborious process, and spatial data collection, especially which is necessary for all type of disaster analysis. So the use of geospatial approach is very much important, or very much it is a very good tool for this. So I'm just mentioning about the disasters, because all of you know we had a series of disasters which is happening in the geospatial way, and out of which the major one is the floods, then maybe the droughts on a large scale area, and then coming to landslides and earthquakes again to a limited area, and earthquakes may be on a larger area. Then tsunami, cyclones, which also comes on a larger spatial extent. So to all these things, when you want to go for assessment, vulnerability, risk, all these cases, we require spatial data, and that is mainly mainly necessary for the disaster analysis. And as you know, all of this type of disasters, it is not possible to avoid these disasters. Definitely, the disasters are going to occur, and we have to mitigate these disasters. Then one or two main points, which is before we go into that, so we had the definitions, or we had the preliminary concepts on risk, then on vulnerability, and generally we say the risk, it is actually whenever it is concerned for any type of disaster, had a risk that is associated with that, and which is a function of the hazard, then exposure, and vulnerability. And vulnerability is again the conditions that is determined by the physical, social, economic, and environmental factors, which is associated with the thing. And many times we used to assess the vulnerability mainly based on the factors that is associated, that is the physical factors or the physical things which is associated with the events under which is going, events or the disaster which has occurred. And the social aspects are also being taken in the recent days, and the vulnerability assessment will be perfect, or to some extent it will be better if we go for a combined analysis which is with respect to physical as well as the social vulnerabilities taken into account. So the vulnerability, when we say it, is actually a function of exposure, susceptibility, and resilience. So generally this is actually the schematic representation when we go for the hazards, the vulnerability, the risk, and like that. The figure actually shows nowadays what happens, or the present context, due to different aspects, either due to the climate change, or either due to the other changes which is happening in the environment. So the hazard aspect is increasing, the vulnerability aspect or the vulnerability to society is increasing, and in other words, the risk is increasing. So as what is shown in the figure C, which is shown in the which is shown, the vulnerability extent is increasing, the risk is increasing. So the quantification of the vulnerability to some extent is very essential. So this is when another thing is, when we want to make use of the data, again, when we want to present the data on a vulnerability, so we have to see that the vulnerability it has to be represented either on a global scale, as you can see for this actually from a previous report I have taken it. So it's given it is on a global, very small or large or like that. That again depends upon the type of disaster. It is given here the type of disaster, on what scale you have to represent these things like that. And because a global scale, if you represent, let us assume in the previous days we used to represent the flood vulnerability on a basin scale too, like that. So basin scale representing flood vulnerability may not be giving a too much realistic, unless you go for representing that vulnerability to a scale to a smaller scale, which may be concerned with respect to the village level, or to the taluk level, or maybe the level which is concerned up to the local administration level, like panchayats or like that. Why I am saying it, because when we were doing on project sometime back in 2016, and we are associated with doing the emergency action plan for a particular reservoir systems. We are doing a study for the Kerala State Electricity Board. So initially we were preparing the maps, which is on the basin scale. And while we are prepared, when we want to implement that thing to the field, we have seen that unless we bring it to the grassroots level, and at that time what we have done is, it is actually we were thinking of the village, because the village level, taluk level, like that, or the district level. But what happened because majority of the time in the earlier days we were working out with the disaster management plans, which is in the revenue direction, because it is associated with the revenue, and revenue, they have the revenue departments is actually, it is even now also I think the disaster management units are manned by the revenue department. So mainly either the district collector will be in charge of the disaster management unit in the district, and then coming to the Tahsildar, and then coming to the village officers, like that. And but many times the proper use of the emergency action plans can be better be done only when you go for at the local level, which may be through panchayats, which may be at the panchayat level, and even maybe going again to the ward level and like that. So better implementation. So based on that, so one of the so we thought of having a study somewhere in 2018 and 19, of which two my students has done a study on vulnerability assessment with respect to at the local self-government level. So now again we go to the geospatial approach. When we say here we make use of the geospatial data, and mainly one of the things and we make use of that, what all geospatial data means. It is either in the olden days, as you know, we were using the aerial photographs. Now we are using the remotely sensed data. And when we say the remotely sensed data, and that again depends upon the type of disaster which you want to analyze and which you want to use it, what type of data which you want to use it. And one is the advantage of remote sensing data is you have a repeated coverage, and you will be getting different types of data products under different domains or different wavelengths in which it is being captured. So mainly when we say about the data, one of the type of data which we generally get is in the past, which we used to get is actually in the visible spectrum. And the visible spectrum, the data running over in different bands. And then again we have the data on the visible spectrum, then coming to the near infrared region, then we have the far infrared region, like that. And the second advancement which has occurred is actually the data which has been the data or remotely sensed data which has been coming in the from the microwave region. And the microwave region data has got very good advantage, and it is very good for certain studies. Specifically, when we go for the flood studies, the microwave data has got very good advantage. What is the limitation with the visible data is that if you have a cloud cover, you will not be able to get the data properly. Cloud cover will hinder the data from the ground. So especially for flood studies, and like that, when you want to do studies concerned with flood, to map the area under consideration, it is better or to go for the synthetic aperture radar is one type of data, and that is connected. That is in the microwave region. And then we have again the data which is again coming on the hyperspectral data. The hyperspectral data, which is actually again it is mainly on the visible region, but again you have very narrow bands are available. The data which is used under very narrow bands, which is also used for certain studies, but not for flood related studies. So so based on what type of disaster which you are studying, you have to see or you have to select the data which is to be considered. Then the other types of data, we also has to make use of other types of data, and everything has to be represented on a platform, that is on a spatial platform. And on a spatial platform, or mainly we have the present platform, which actually the GIS platform which is available. And the GIS platform, you can have combined all these type of data, and you can come out or you can do analysis, and you can come out with with proper representations. You can come out with a good map, showing the outputs under the different type of vulnerability studies which you want to do under these conditions. So this is actually some of the list of satellite sensors that is mainly available for flood monitoring, mainly for flood monitoring. So many majority of them are Indian satellites. I have listed mainly the Indian satellites here, and one of the major aspect which is there, that is the spatial resolution. The spatial resolution is a major factor which we necessitates us to make use of the type of data that is available, and they used under different levels. What levels which we can use it, that is also indicated there. And this is again another set of satellite data, which again we have the Cartosat data, which is actually available at very finer resolutions, which is actually Cartosat is our Indian satellite. The data is available. Then RadarSat data, which is where we have the SAR or synthetic aperture radar data is also available. So this is also a summary of the data that is available, especially all these data is for flood monitoring on a regional scale or to a level at a level which you want to use it at a narrow level of the level of district or a panchayat level or like that. Then what is shown here is two data. I have just put two data because I just was mentioning that we have two types of data which is available. One is actually the visible spectrum, and the other which is actually on the synthetic aperture radar. So you can see this is the data which is the left side data. You can see large amount of clouds are available. The this cloudy data you will not be able to extract. But the other side you can see the river as is visually, you can visualize it, and you can see that there is or the penetrated data, the SAR data has got these very advantages. That is, it can penetrate the cloud cover, day and night acquisition, high temporal resolution, high information content is there, and the so always in studies we try to go for the flood mapping studies. It is better that we go for synthetic aperture type or any data which is concerned from the domain of the micro data. So this is just because whenever we go for flood mapping studies, you can see that two images are given here. One is actually based. This is on our Periyar River system. This is actually the Periyar River on the downstream reaches the Periyar River system, which is shown here. One is the left image is actually the non-flooded image, and the other is the flooded image. And why flooded image and non-flooded image is there? Because generally we will be able to see that how much is the extent or how much is the, because previously also water body is there, then after flood also water, or during flood also water body is there. Either you should have a pre-flood data or a post-flood. Either you can use any of these things, or either you can use a flooded data. Flood data is compulsory. The other data should be a pre-flood data or it is a post-flood data, and take the differencing, and minimum that you will be getting the extent of, or the aerial extent of the flooded area under consideration. So this is a derivation of flood maps. Actually, this is from synthetic aperture radar. Just I have mentioned some of the technique because one of my student was working on processing of the synthetic SAR data, and he was making use of the deep learning techniques for processing of the data, and he has made a comparison of all these type of techniques. You can see all so many techniques have been listed here: CNN, PCA, and maximum entropy classifier, then we have the random forest classifier, like that. So many classifiers are there, and we were trying to see which classifier or whether the deep learning techniques, because the only thing is that the deep learning technique, whether it is giving a much better thing compared to other machine learning techniques, and that was one of the studies. And another student also was doing some other developing new algorithms by combining the algorithms like differencing techniques and then log ratio techniques, like that, combining, and we are also developing on hybrid algorithms. And just I have given an overview of that one. That is the only thing which is so this is a case study which I want to explain. This case study is also done by my two students who were working as a project in the MTech project, because generally we have a small MTech project in the second semester of the program, and which is so two students has done it, and the two works were combined together and presented as a vulnerability study map. So this is actually a geospatial approach assessment of vulnerability flood in local self-government. The objectives were, these are the objectives, and this was demonstrated or made use of for the Alva municipality. This was the work was done in 2019-20. So the methodology, actually the methodology which we used is actually the satellite data, then we had the flood data also which is available. Then on the one side we have the random forest approach which was made use of for generating the physical and environmental vulnerability map. The other side we have the population and land use data which is done with a multi-criteria decision-making approach. We have made a socio-economic vulnerability map, and finally the two were combined together to get a final vulnerability map. So this is actually the methodology which was used for socio-economic vulnerability map, which we have considered different aspects, which is here. Which is you can consider the population data, the land use data, and they were two-level standardization was used, and the weights are generated for each of these. That is combining the third layer to the second layer, then the second level again comparing to the first level, like that. And finally the socio-economic vulnerability map was derived for the study area under consideration. And this is actually the methodology, the detailed methodology which is concerned with the physical vulnerability, and the detail, what all details were taken under this. So what all data products which we have used, all those things are listed out. We have used Cartosat DUM, and the resource sat list 3 satellite data was also made use of, and what all parameters were extracted is also shown: the elevation, slope, TWI, SPI, NDVI, proximity to the river, all those things were done. And the model was developed using a random forest model, and which is done for the entire unit of the Alva municipality. And this is the Alva municipality, which was the study area which was under consideration, which we have used it in the by the side of the Periyar River. The specialty is that the Periyar River passes in between through the on either side. The Alva municipality, the regions are there, and the data, again the data used specifically, what all data is used is given here. Then some of the assumptions which we have made is that, because that is while considering the social vulnerability, we have not considered any of the floating populations. We have again social vulnerability. We have used the 2011 census data, and all these data were transferred to the to the spatial platforms. And this is a much detail which is concerned on socio-economic vulnerability. What all aspects were covered is given here. We have population. I think slightly it is not. I think there may be slight difference in difficulty in reading, maybe, and the economical aspect and the exposed elements, like that. And each level we had again subdivided into different categories. We have age is there. We had under the dwelling site, we had what type of roofs which we have, what they are using, what type of the aspect which they are mainly using, they are considered. And when you go for the land use, different land use under considerations were made use of there. And okay, I think this has got much more clarity. And here you can see population, the type of building, socioeconomics, expected the elements which is coming. All these things were given, and all these things were transferred to the spatial domain. The platform use was Super Decision 2.1. Then the preparation of the first level maps combined together to the second level maps, and then the weights were derived. We have used the analytic AHP process for deriving the weights, and this is the factors affecting the physical vulnerability. The maps were generated, and similarly for this we have used the random forest model. And this is actually the random forest model where we are generating the random forest model, and the level of or the decision trees which is coming in that is also shown here. This is the output of the socio vulnerability map, which we have considered. What all parameters were considered is written on the side: age, gender, the number of members per house, building function, roof type, condition of the house, literacy, occupancy, then building density, population density, like that. These factors were considered. And the summary what we have seen on the socio vulnerability side, about 44.13% of the total area was under high vulnerability zones, and some wards were identified, the ward numbers and all those things are given here on high vulnerability and low vulnerability. So this is on the physical vulnerability side, which we have. But the important thing is the proximity to the river and elevation, and other parameters having lesser aspects which is considered. And this is on the physical vulnerability. Physical vulnerability, the map which comes under physical vulnerability, you can see the physical vulnerability map, which is where the red is having more vulnerable and the yellow is having less vulnerable and the green is having the least vulnerable, like that. And when you again, what is done here is, while preparing the overall vulnerability, we had given different combinations. Different combinations were done from starting from 0.5 of physical vulnerability, 0.5 of social vulnerability, like that, and then up to 0.9 physical vulnerability and 0.1 social vulnerability. Different combinations were done, and based on that, we arrived at the observations. And it is seen that the vulnerable population can be identified along their location and their proper mitigation measures can be taken. It is helpful for the local self-government to take appropriate vulnerable or appropriate demarcation of the vulnerable areas, both based on the social vulnerability aspect as well as on the physical vulnerability aspect. And majority of the cases in the olden days, we used to take only the physical vulnerability, and so a combination has been taken here, and that will be helpful. And this work is published, and the detail this work is published in the Journal of Geoenvironmental Disasters, and it is under open access. I think the journal has provided an open access to us, and it is freely available. So those who are interested, they can download the work from the paper, and you can see more details, because I have not given much details corresponding to all the in-between steps connected with the working of this. And the role of higher education institutions, the second aspect, which is so mainly the higher education institutions, especially the students who can go for, they have the projects or they have the internships. So all these things can be tied up along with the local self-governments, and so that it will be helpful if you can bring out such type of analysis, and which can support both the local self-government as well as the students getting a real feel of this data, because the students who has worked with me, they were really interested in that, and that is why they were able to do this work, even though part of the work was done during the COVID time, and they were able to do the work, and they were able to complete the work within the specific period of time. And another thing is definitely vulnerability maps which is to be prepared, and the vulnerability extent is going to change, and definitely we need to go for an updation of the vulnerability maps. So, and on that aspect also, so even though a vulnerability map is there, a revised or updated vulnerability maps has to be prepared, and in that case also the students can work simultaneously with the agencies like local self-government, and they can generate or they can help them in getting the works done, and it will be always helpful to them. So thank you.
Thank you, sir, for explaining so well the vulnerability aspects, integrating the social and physical vulnerability, and also explaining how it can be downscaled to the ward level, which is actually what is needed. So thank you. We'll have the questions later. And there is a slight change in the schedule. That is, the next session by Rajalakshmi CR has been shifted after the lunch. And before that, we'll have the session by Dr. Saji Gopinath, Vice Chancellor, Digital University, Kerala, on the topic Disruptive Technologies to Prevent Disruption, Industry 4 Technologies for Disaster Risk Reduction and Management. Welcome you, sir, for the session.
Dr. Saji Gopinath,
He is the Vice Chancellor of the Digital University Kerala. He completed his degree of Masters in Mechanical Engineering from Kerala University, and he took PhD in Management from the Indian Institute of Science, and he has also worked with National Institute of Technology, Calicut, in the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering for 8 years. Also serves as visiting faculty to a few universities in Australia, Europe, and Africa. Sir, I welcome you.
Good afternoon, and I think I'm the last speaker before the lunch, and I would make my presentation as brief as possible so that we don't have a disaster in the as far as lunch is concerned. So I would like to share some of the thoughts on the new sets of technologies. We heard the last speaker giving extensively on the application of geospatial technologies. So I will be looking at a few of the other emerging technologies, which is at various stages of its development and deployment. Some of them are mature, some of them are in the early stages of deployment. And I believe from a larger theme of this conference, which is primarily to look at the translation of technologies and the role of higher education institutions, perhaps many of these prototypes are actually getting developed at universities, at informal organizational context, which actually can later be adopted by the larger humanitarian organizations and disaster management organizations. Maybe that translation is an important element because at least of some of the recent solutions are yet to be scaled up, and quite a bit of translation is required. We'll come to that a little later. So primarily this will more at a macro level rather than at a micro level and specifically on projects. But I would also kept that since there are people here who are from the research organizations as well as from research scholars, some of the references which is been which based on this particular session is or presentation is there, so that some research students can actually use that if they are interested. So primarily we will look at three themes. First is about disruptive technologies. We are familiar with this word today because we speak about a newer set of Industry 4.0 technologies, how they are disrupting the business, and but how this is actually making a substantive change in the environment, the whole business and the technological environment, and how that is actually can be used. And it is one of the areas which has been used is obviously on the various phases of disaster. Many of us are familiar with that, and many of us are personally using it. For example, the previous speaker was speaking about how the various AI models are actually being used in the vulnerability mapping. So there are several such examples of this technology. Some of these technologies I will look at in a broader sense. And if anybody has any questions on that, we will go into the detail. But primarily, we'll also look at some of the implementation challenges and opportunities. Digital University is involved with a few organizations in creating deployment of these technologies. So if time permits, and if there is time, we will share some of those experiences also. Now, if you look at the background or the first theme of disruptive technologies, as many of us are familiar that the whole term of disruptive technologies or disruptive innovation came from Clayton Christensen, who actually spoke about how when technologies impact the incumbent businesses in a very, very non-linear fashion and creating a major disruption. We are familiar with many of such technologies, starting from a simple mobile phone to a blockchain, which is actually making changes in the way the governments are organized, the financial sector is getting changed, AI is actually changing substantially the conventional type of businesses. We are familiar with it. But what is more important, like what Christensen spoke about, is that most of these technologies start at a very, very early stage, primarily addressing areas which others are currently not addressing. So its earlier adoption of these are very small, but very soon they actually be adopted in a non-linear scale. And I think that is something which makes them very important for us to understand. And in most of the digital technologies are disruptive in the business, but they can also be used to prevent the disruption at various stages or various phases of the disaster management. And the advantage is that more you apply on that, the growth is actually non-linear, and that non-linear effect of these technologies are the one which makes it much more acceptable and easier for us. And the non-linearity also comes from dematerialization of it, and the dematerialization comes from making it easily accessible for people. And when it is easily accessible for people, and there are a lot of open source platforms which provide these solutions which can actually be adopted. We know that at different points of time, different technologies actually drive the growth of the world. So it was in the first industrial revolution, it was more of the technologies which powers the locomotives and the electricity, and the second industrial revolution was primarily driven by automobile technology, and third industrial revolution was primarily driven by computers and electronics. And today we are speaking about the next set of technologies, which is including the big data and AI, IoT, and that related space. And this is a space in which we will start looking at. And as I said, many of these applications are very new, maybe 5 years old, 10 years old, and specifically in the context which we are speaking about of this larger theme, it may be much earlier of adoption as such, which means the policies have to be evolved, regulations have to be evolved, it has to be tested at scale, but some of them are already done also. Some of those aspects which we try to speak as we proceed. So primarily, the impact of this sort of a movement is that we are now speaking more about moving from conventional models which are primarily material based and asset based to we are moving more to the data based. So we ourselves have seen that how in the disaster space use of big data has actually helped to us to not necessarily to avoid but to mitigate the ill effects of the disasters per se. And that is actually improving further. With the computing power which is going in a non-linear fashion, with the data sources coming from multiple places which can actually be machine as well as, which I meant is basically sensors and IoT, and at the other end it can come from structured data which is coming from reporting sites, unstructured data coming from the social media sites. Once you combine this and creating a sort of a data sphere, you actually come out with completely different models which can actually get evolved. And that is a context in which we are speaking today. We are speaking today where multiple data sources creating new business models. It also creates new products and services and also creating new processes. Now, how these are applicable in the context of disaster management in this network economy is something which we need to look at detail. For that, I think two aspects of this digital economy is important. I'll not go into the full detail of it because of want of time, but primarily when you speak about digital economy, there are two aspects which is important. A, something which is very visible and known to all of us, because you have seen that a lot of areas where conventionally technology has not been used, we actually started using. That's what we call as breaking the unbreakable sort of a thing. So the digital technologies which actually provide you the non-linearity, which can actually dematerially being right. There is a validation process which many times, given the smaller time of the disaster, is very difficult to do it. In fact, when 2018 floods happened here, where we used social media extensively at that point of time to help identify people getting marooned in different places and rescue operations. But very soon, I had an opportunity to be part of the team which was doing the control room operations at government secretariat. So we found that after a period of time, the data actually coming from multiple sources with different level of latency, and this level of latency and level of currency actually created a challenge, because we don't know which is the latest information, which is the information which is coming from an authentic source, and that actually created a huge amount of challenges, and you really require very sophisticated tools to address that. I'll come back to that later. But the third element, which is also familiar with us, which is happening in the digital world in general and very relevant in the context of in the disaster management space, is that from conventional government and sources which are primarily being entrusted with this task, the digital world actually moved to a large amount into the crowdsourcing model. And this movement of collective action, which is a common aspect of the digital world, is very relevant in the context of in this context. And we also see that there is a lot of power of peers which is happening, which is also in the general case. Now, the third element where new work patterns, where you have globally teams working together, and we have again going back to 2000 floods when we created what is known as Kerala Rescue.in, where some of you may be a part of it. It was a completely distributed work spread across the world, right from people who are in Australia to New Jersey, working together throughout 24/7, using Slack and other platforms to communicate the ideas, creating a project management which is a distributed management, and creating new solutions. And the same thing has happened with Ushahidi, which was a result out of the Haiti earthquake. So you can see the more and more newer disasters actually created decentralized works happening across the period, and technology actually enables that, which was not the case in the past. But I think more important than that in our context is that which is not so visible is that digital world also brings from the mass to small. Conventionally, when we use technologies for most of the context, and disaster is not a different, we always work at the mass level. We work at a larger level. Today, it is possible for us to go into much more micro level. Using, let's say, IoT, you can actually go into the vulnerability assessment, early warning systems at a much, much lower level. You can use drones to look at monitoring at a very, very micro level. You can actually look at, we are doing a work along with KCST to look at how temperature variations actually create smaller disasters, smaller business disruptions in the context of farmers across Kerala. So this basically what we are speaking about is from a larger calamities, we are now moving at the personal level, which is a very important aspect of it. And the second thing is there is a changing locus of control. Today, the locus of control is not with centralized institutions alone, and over the period, this becomes much more challenging as such. So these larger trends are to be kept in mind when we are looking at digital disruptions as such, because technology is one side, but it also makes this larger changes in the ecosystem per se, where from a centralized institutions, we are actually moving to a world where collaborations and decentralization which are happening. Now, each of these are actually debatable and discussed points which can actually be discussed in detail. There is a lot of literature, emerging literature happening in this context. In Digital University, we have set up a separate school to look at these aspects as such. But to limit it to the discussion point today on the management of disasters, if you look, we know that whenever we speak about the golden equation, about the hazard, exposure, and vulnerability, these technologies which we are trying to adopt have to basically address one or more of them and to minimize them. And that can actually happen at all the four phases of disaster, which is known to us. That is the preparedness stage, whether the response stage, or the recovery stage, or the mitigation stage. All these stages, we may actually start using these technologies per se. So what are these technologies which we are speaking about? So we have a very wide range of technologies which we can speak about, but let me limit myself to this talk only to very limited number of technologies and their application of it. So primarily we start with AI and autonomous robots or rescue robots, which is being adopted. Now, different level of technologies have got different levels of maturity. We have Internet of Things, which is being adopted today as a very important disruptive technology for disaster prediction as well as for the management. We have big data and the social media linked big data, which is coming in a larger way. You have distributed ledger and blockchains, very early stage in the disaster management context, but we have both at the literature level as well as application level. There are cases of use of blockchain, which is very relevant for several reasons, which we will discuss later. We also have this metaverse and the digital twins, which is being used especially at the time of flood modeling, disaster prediction modeling, looking at preparedness mapping, inventory management, all these elements which is there. And the other thing which is becoming a big change, and when they get collected with other elements, which is about the 5G technologies, where you are primarily looking at device to device communication, which is which today is expensive and it's not very effective because of both at the because of the bandwidth speed as well as the technology doesn't support that to the extent. With the 5G coming in, this is actually going to be the key thing which is going to make a difference. You have today when you are looking at deployment of IoT devices, you need to either use a LoRa or you need to use a GSM network to do that. And we know that both of these have got its own technological challenges. With the 5G coming in, you will be able to really make a change on that. So some of these aspects are actually being discussed at different forums. We also have cloud computing combined with big data, which ensures that you will have much faster access to the real-time information because the information is coming in huge volumes and that is getting accessed on that. And we also see that in the disaster recovery space, we have prefabrication and modularization, especially in the context of additive manufacturing, where you will be able to produce at the point of consumption which is going to be used. Another technology which actually being used extensively, maybe mature technology you can say, is on the drones and autonomous devices. Not only the UAVs, which is aerial vehicles, but you are speaking today about underwater drones as well as all-terrain drones and things like that. So these are few of the digital technologies or digital dimension technologies which actually have disrupted in some other context, but can actually prevent the disruption in the disaster management context. And we have maybe for the last 20 years, if you take, you have several examples, right from maybe Katrina to the recent floods in Chennai or in Kerala. We have used one or more technologies to some extent. I will not go into the specifics of that and the details of that. I'm sure that some of the discussions here actually discuss this in much more detail as such. But in generally, some of these technologies actually have got its own applications and its own challenges. So, for example, we all are aware about the way the mobile phones are actually getting used in this context as such. So, the basic transition which has happened in the last 10 years or 15 years in the context of disaster management is actually the essence of the crowdsourcing as such. So, in a very interesting research paper which actually looked at the way the crowdsourcing models are actually been evolved, where a crowd actually forms 4 different levels, while a person carrying a mobile phone actually work as a sensor. He's actually a moving sensor. You don't need an IoT device there. So you know that there are the vulnerability maps getting created dynamically by using the way the persons use the mobile phones. So basically in this context, you are having a technology platform which takes the data, voluntary data from people, and then create thing as such. The second is a person makes a social computers where they primarily generate the data using the apps, multiple apps which they will be using. Again, this actually provide a very important information to the humanitarian managers and the disaster management people as such. These are very useful at the time of disasters per se. Then you use as reporters where they primarily use, and this is something which we used extensively during the 2018 floods where people were reporting it, and we are able to map which is the last point in which the mobile connectivity was lost, and which actually helped to create obviously using some of the tools to identify the rescue points where the rescue teams have to be sent. So in many of the cases, people may not really purposefully do it, but when they are reporting, they are the ones who primarily will tell you which are the areas which are the lines getting blocked and things like that. And then finally, they also become the micro taskers. So all these 4 elements where the crowd actually become a part of the solution is happened because it has been enabled using the mobile technologies. And this is one of the common thing which is being used. But I'm sure that in the ICT application, we will actually see much more detailed case studies on that. But the other side of that is on the drones. And we know that in all the phases of the disasters, today the drones actually play a very important role. Whether at the preparation phase, where it primarily provide the early warning in a seismic volcanic activity, where you can actually have the pictures being taken and the software can analyze it. You can also use it as floodplain modeling so that you are prepared for the future, and the data which actually drives that. In a classic example is even it can actually be used in the context of response phase, where the search for survivors, a classic application is in the context of the fire which happened near the Satyamangala forest in 2018, where the drones have actually used extensively, part of the Kodaikanal forest, extensively been used primarily to spot the survivors, and that has actually been very well documented as such. And even at the river level changes has been actually being looked at even at 2005 at the time of Katrina. And supply delivery like medical supplies and humanitarian equipment supplies, another area which is being used. It has been with the drones capabilities actually getting increased. This is actually becoming an important element as such. We also have mobile network base stations being put in the drones, so that even when you have a disruption, this will become a temporary stations for your IoT devices communication or the LoRa network communication per se. And damage assessment in the recovery phase is also a classic example which is being done, and maybe globally one of the recognized case studies how the Ponani Panchayat, and some of the people who are done as also a part of here, who actually did the entire mapping of the Ponani using the drones to do it, and it's actually become a world case study per se. So some of these elements of the drones are actually going to be the interesting aspects which is going to increase in the days to come. But I think the biggest change has going to happen is in the big data and what we call as the crisis analytics. The crisis analytics is primarily where you are looking at the data from multiple sources, multiple nature of sources, and trying to create a meaning out of it. Very computationally intensive, but very effective solution sort of a thing. And that intelligent use of data can actually help at all the stages of the disasters per se. Unfortunately, this figure may not be clear from you, but from a very classic paper of crisis analytics, which actually speaks about the sources of data coming from mobile phones, coming from AI, coming from IoT devices, coming from social media, all of them actually getting generated as well as analyzed into a data sphere and then taking a decision based on that. Some of you are interested or working in this area can actually look at some of those references given there. Now the Internet of Things is, I think I have 3 more minutes. Internet of Things is the other thing which we speak about, especially when you are looking at the landslide vulnerability and the sensors, use of sensors per se. So with cloud computing, the wireless networking, especially the 5G and the sensors and data analytics actually can create a sort of integrated real-time systems per se. Digital University is already working with one of the commodity boards to create already created vulnerability map using the satellite data. But we are actually going to the next level where we are trying to look at whether Internet of Things can actually be, or the sensor data can actually be integrated so that the specific areas in the Western Ghats where particular plantations are there can actually be mapped in a real-time basis so that there is a disaster aversion can actually be done, at least in the context of human lives. So same is the case and when, as I said, when 5G is coming, especially in our state where we already have a good network called K-phone and the 5G towers coming on the top of it, and if a 5G network happens, that can actually make a big change in the way the sensors and the communication data analytics actually getting deployed. Now, most of the things which I am telling you are at the peripheral, at the macro level, but each of these have got projects which are actually getting implemented. Now, since we don't have a time, or if somebody is interested, we can actually discuss it. Many of these are actually projects which are actually getting implemented at different stages where we are trying to adopt it at multiple levels. Use of AI in this context specifically is being discussed quite extensively, because as we know that just like physical labor has actually been replaced by the machines in the second industrial revolution, the cognitive labor, where huge amount of manpower is being deployed in analyzing the data which is coming, is actually now being getting processed using the AI as such. Now, easiest and most common application is on the emergency calls, boats and call center management. Again, today in almost every disaster we deploy the boats, because when you have multiple calls coming in, the systems will not be able to handle it by manually. So you primarily use intelligent chatbots, which actually takes care of it. And most of the call center management also is being done today using this technology as such. But much more important is what we call as the social media analytics. Because the presence of social media, and I'm sure that many of you are familiar with this AIDR platform, which primarily looking at the social media activity at different places in especially in the Twitter feeds, and creating the potential hotspots based upon the real-time intelligence which is coming from multiple screens. So this is actually being driven by the AI model in the backend. So you also now the next level is predictive analytics, where use the past data and say that if a disaster happens, and say for example, specifically if you think about sea erosion, and which may happen every year in some part of the country, and then what is the type of response happened in the past, and then depending upon that, what type of systems actually get clogged, which actually get changed. So you are, while you may not be able to prevent the disaster, but you will be able to mitigate the ill effects of it using that model asset. So predictive analytics in the context of AI is also becoming very, very popular. And again, there are several projects which go into the details of that. The search and rescue robots is another context which is basically you create autonomous robots which can actually help you in very heavily vulnerable situations. Maybe one of the first uses documented is in the context of 2011 disaster, where people have to be searched from the rubric using that. But in many of the hazardous cases, especially in the nuclear disaster, etc., this is something which is getting used per se. So you also have few other technologies, and one of the big thing, especially for people who are working in disaster management situations, especially at the time of as a rescue or the space, is the biggest challenge they face is actually not the lack of data, but the excess of data. You have huge amount of data coming to you, data explosion is happening, and the worst thing is many times you don't know the reliability of the data. We don't know really whether this data which is coming, a call which is coming is really a genuine call, or a social media post which is coming is a genuine post or sort of thing. So there is a need for you to authenticate, and as I said earlier, the biggest challenge is that you don't have time to authenticate. So at least you should be able to track back, and you should ensure that there is no change happen afterwards. That's basically where the blockchains becomes a big thing. So using decentralized model architecture and distributed models of blockchain, you will be able to use this into an extensive usage. In other part of the world, this is also now used as the post-disaster humanitarian relief aspects, where the crypto is actually becoming a very key element of fundraising. I'll not discuss that here because in our country this is still not very popular, but that is another area which is also coming into a big way as such. Then obviously the social media is becoming over and over becoming very relevant. The Twitter is actually one of the most popular platforms which is being used in the context of disaster mitigation. At the same time, we also today speak about Instagram and obviously Facebook. And each of these, especially the platforms like Facebook as well as Twitter, has also created specific features in them which actually will be used as a disaster tool per se. Whether it is a disaster mapping tool of Facebook or the Twitter alert tool. Some of the other platforms like Google has actually withdrawn some of the solutions because of the challenges which is faced also is something which is interesting to look at. But the next 2 minutes to close it, let me also look at a couple of aspects on the implementation and the challenges as such. While we speak about such a large number of technologies across the period which can actually make impact, each of these actually require a deeper research and deeper implementation challenges. And each of the implementation projects which some of us are involved with understands that there is quite a bit of a challenges along with that. The key challenges in general could actually be, which we find is that many times there is a skill competence challenge, and that's I think the role in which HEIs can actually play as such. Because if you look at some of the newer technology, drones or robots, you actually require good technical skills to manage, especially at a situation where you have limited type of resources which are available, and that requires a different type of a skill sets as such. And when you look at big data analytics, we also have the infrastructure challenge where you need a high computational resources. At the same time, you also require people with data science expertise. It's very nice to speak about data, big data, but when you are thinking about data coming from 2-3 different couple of type of fields with different type of a nature and formats, integrating them, cleaning them, and creating a model out of that is not a small job. It's a very complex job, and that's the job where you really require the new level of expertise person. And generally we find that there is an availability requirement mismatch. The well-developed countries or the advanced countries which generally have these sort of talent available are the countries which are better prepared for disaster. So they may not require that. At the other end, the lesser developed countries, the poor countries where disasters are more common, it's not necessarily that the other countries don't have disasters, but their preparation schemes are better so that they are better prepared to that. There this talent is not there. So this talent requirement mismatch is a challenge, and that's primarily can be solved only through the decentralization of the talent. That's basically where HEAs have a big role to play. And then there is also a concept of technology ownership. Who will own this technology? Can the government or the disaster management agency to own all of this? Many times it's not possible because they're very, very costly, and many of them have got its own other aspects of maintenance and management. So that's this is an issue which is generally being discussed. Data explosion is a big issue, as I already mentioned about the volume of data which is coming. But more important than that is data quality and fake data, because there is a study which is done sometime in 2017, which actually the authors looked at the Twitter data which is coming. They found that only 20% of the data which came in a disaster situation is actually genuine. Around 30% of them is actually fake, and remaining around 60% are actually opinions and advices rather than. So if think about a situation where such sort of a data is coming and you are not able to use that. So it's very important for us to understand that how do we actually create, manage this sort of exaggeration, rumors, comments and opinions, and you need to actually use some of the very sophisticated tools to remove some of these aspects. And it's not that all these problems are solved. There are many of these problems are actually very live research problems where people can actually follow. And then there is another aspect is on the legal and regulatory challenges. Because in a disaster management situation, data is actually the one which drives it. Many parts of the world, you still don't have a data protection and a privacy models. Some of you may be familiar that when a major disaster happens in some of the developed countries, you specifically have a data protection. The data you transfer to government, what can it be used, what cannot be, it can be used when government shares it with an NGO, what it can be used, what it cannot be used. That sort of policies are there. But that sort of policy is not there in many parts of the world, which can actually lead to other set of challenges. Add to that is the regulations. In India, for example, till recently, we had a big challenge of using drones because we have a regulatory, it's not that we have a regulation which is strict. The idea is that we don't have a regulation. So only very recently the drone regulations have come in and being actually getting used. So you have such challenges in the regulation space to use many of these technologies to its full potential assets. And more importantly, most of these things can develop only through ecosystem support. It cannot be done with one entity. It has to come through a larger systems as such. And these application opportunities also will vary because the maturity, the phase in which disaster phase in which each of these technologies can be used, and the type of regulation which is existing in the usage of that, and the applicability, all these are various different. So it's important for us to, as professionals who are working in this area, it's important for us to create a map of such technologies and to see which technology can actually be used at what context. Some attempt as I've tried, I will share that if any of you are interested on that. So let me conclude by saying that with the advent of nonlinear technologies coming and digital innovation coming, you today have a bouquet of technologies available for you, and each of the technology actually propose and poses solutions which actually can be useful very effectively in the disaster situations. But many of them are actually in the early stages of research, on the prototyping stage. They have still not been tried out fully. So there is a research element there, and there is a translation element there. This is an area where HEIs may have to really work on. And specifically, higher education institutions may have to come out with newer solutions for many of the problems. It can be as simple as a solution which basically maps the data into a very easily readable form to more complex solutions per se. And skill development in emerging areas is another bigger thing which we really require, because as I said earlier, many of these newer technologies are more complex, and that more complex with additional challenges which is coming in, specifically in the context of humanitarian logistics and management, really require a different type of a skill sets per se. So that skill sets have to be developed, and then of course the infrastructure and the expertise of the institutions also can be used. So let me close by saying that while disruptive technologies disrupt many of the business models and throw away a lot of companies out of business and brought in newer startups and others, it also has a key element that it democratized the technology. That is a key element of Industry 4.0 technologies, because it actually makes sure that it spreads to the world because it democratized. It made it available, easily available for the people. And a lot of things which happen today in the space which we are using are open source tools, and most of these tools are easily available as such. So the digital nature, co-development, collaboration, open source nature allows us with the bouquet of tools which are available. But to access that and build complex models on that, you really require skills and competence. And many of the traditional humanitarian agencies many times lack such challenges, and they face the challenges of using that. And added to that is the regulatory challenges and resources. So as we always say, these sort of things will not reduce a disaster, but it will primarily make us better prepared for that. Thank you very much for patient listening, and if I have any questions, I'll be happy to take. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that excellent presentation. Actually, hello.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for that excellent presentation. Actually, he has opened a world of digital technologies which can be used for the disaster risk management. And I think each and every participant over here can explore as to how it can be used in our area of work which we are doing. The students can either look into different projects which can be in the area of disruptive technologies, and even the engineers who have participated, they can also think how it can be applied in their department for mitigating the risk. So thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation, and as a mark of gratitude, we would like to present a memento to you, sir, and I invite Dr. N.C. Narayan, sir, to present the memento. Also, I invite Dr. Jairaj, sir, on the stage. Also, I request Dr. Narayan to present the memento to Dr. P.G. Jairaj. So I know all are hungry. The time is running out, but still, if any questions are there, he would be happy to answer. Both the speakers would be happy to answer. Just limit it to 1 or 2 questions. No. Yeah. You just answer. Disruptive technology. sound
Yeah, Sajina Gopinath sir. Yeah, it was a really disruptive presentation which have disrupted all our thoughts. And we have been presenting a lot of technologies that has been utilized for disaster management and across the world in all aspects of life. I just wanted to have a clarification. It's not a doubt, because the world has now spread, and everywhere in everyone's hand there are sensors, and it's a world of sensor. And you are now looking for IoTs, and we are placing sensors across Earth. So, and Globe is coming up with a lot of sensor data protocols, sensor data frameworks, and sensor data policies. I would like to know what's the status of Kerala in the sensor data protocols and sensor data framework and policy side.
Okay. As far as Kerala is concerned, I think we are yet to have a sensor policy evolve. In fact, maybe in the next few, I'll not say few years, maybe a few months, some of these areas are the priority for the government to create the policies. Like we as a state, we still don't have an AI policy. We still don't have a blockchain policy. We still don't have an IoT policy. But the Smart Keralam is a project which is actually getting conceived, where the use of sensors in across the state, especially leveraging on K-phone network, is actually in the annual. Some pilots of that has been done, not in the disaster space, but also actually on the precision agriculture space in some part of the state, in the northern part of the state, which has actually given very positive results. This actually now will get extended into other spaces also. But I'll agree with you that it's important that without you have a formal framework and a policy, some of this can actually create problems. And one of the risk of sensors is that it also has other environmental issues coming along with that. So that is a thing which I think government is working on that, and in the maybe in the new policies of this is actually going to come. It's also equally important to see how you use this data, and the data sharing protocol also we still don't have. That is another challenge, you know, country also don't have, even we also don't have. So there's a lot of work we need to do at the policy level on that, and I think some of these aspects are the key elements which need to be taken when we are looking at it. So the infrastructure portion, top of that, and we have heard in the last budget that Kerala declared that we will actually take a huge leap in 5G. That 5G for communication may not be that important for us, but 5G for this sort of sensor communication, machine-to-machine communication, is something which is much more interesting for us. So all these points are actually going to get stitched up. Some work is actually being done at this point of time, but I think maybe in the months or maybe in a year's time that actually will get framed. But I actually don't know, maybe Professor Narayan may be able to help me. I don't think any state has got an IoT policy now, right? Frameworks are there with the I think IAC, IIT and all, but states level I don't think it still not have come.
No, I think our center has actually a digital economy division, you know, which they're actually trying to kind of map it out now.
Okay.
As a review of literature, and you know, IIIT Bangalore, I think, you know, we are having some kind of conversations to kind of start there.
Okay.
You know, I have another question. Like, you know, these technologies are very decentralized. It's very user friendly. You know, app-based data collections and everything. For example, Swachh Survekshan, you know, this which the central government collects data out of urban local bodies. Very fine-grained data is being collected and it's going somewhere. Similarly, we were using ODK Collect and OSM Tracker, you know, all this for collecting data. It's very user-friendly, I think, you know, very easy to data analysis and all. But where is this ultimately going, and, you know, who is going to use this? You know, because it can produce at another level a huge centralization and control at a sorry if I'm sounding conspiratorial.
No. I think two aspects to this. I mean, just my call on this is that one side, you know, that e-governance space. Now we are speaking about the third level of e-governance, where just by giving customer service, we are now looking at optimizing the government and also looking at the predictive governance. Now, in the predictive governance part of it, the government has also come out with the e-governance framework itself. They have come out with the concept of open data and creating an open data repository, and people will be able to start using it and all. So that but still that is not fully practical, even though we have a data.gov.in which shares, but it's not fully done. So open data is one area I believe is going to happen. But what you spoke about is a slightly other side of it, right? Where you are speaking about when it is going to get centralized, it can actually be used for other purposes. And this is what I used to always say that, especially some of you are in Kerala here, maybe knowing this, that when sprinkler came, Kerala people all know about the sprinkler story. We were actually having a lot of debate on giving data to a private party issue. Globally, it is other way around. When a disaster comes, everybody is worried that the government is taking the data. In our state, we were speaking the other way around. So globally, everybody, in fact, if you look at data policies of other part of the world, they specifically speak about whatever data, because if you want to fight a COVID, government has to collect the data. It is very clear that this data can be used only for that, because they believe that, like Professor said, there is quite a bit of a possibility of using that data in other manner. So I think we will also be, because with the open internet and many of those other bodies, I think there will be a check and balance on some of these aspects also.
Because one of the problems is that, with this kind of new, demands and governance, there's a lot of PWCs and KPMGs sitting in central government, and they are ultimately then getting out with this kind of policies also in a major way. So they are getting all this data also.
Yes.
And then the linkages are very different.
Very true.
So I'm talking about those linkages which are to be mapped now.
Yes, that is basically where, you really require a GDPR type of a policy regime. But then today we are also having debate about whether GDPR actually have a positive or negative. We used to say that, again, it's an area where some of you who are working in this area can actually do a research. Blockchain can actually, to some extent, can do it. At least you can log. You can actually map where people are actually using it. So that extent, you will be able to at least ensure that the misuse of data is there. But data is an area which we have still not discussed and debated in this country to the extent it would have been debated. And what you said is very, very valid. These are some of the areas which we need to be really worried about. And especially when data comes in so many forms from so many places. And many times relevant data which you can get from an external satellite, you cannot get from a national source as such. So such challenges are also there. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Sir, if we use AI-powered applications in natural disaster and analysis, it can't process. The biggest limitation is it can't process the changing trends and magnitudes of natural disasters such as floods or earthquakes. So how we include or how we rectify the limitation of AI by including such changes or trends in natural disasters due to climatic change or other for the analysis.
So what does AI do? What AI does is
it only account the past records.
Not necessarily. See, basically what it does is that, I'm speaking about big data combined with AI, is that you have a larger sets of data which is coming, right? For example, if you think about a flood or any of that sort of a natural disasters, which are non-black swans. In a black swan event, this may not work, but in a non-black swan event, primarily you have sources of data coming from multiple places. Maybe you have you have weather activities happening. You have the local sensors which sends you some of the seismic data. So you have a huge volume of data coming to at a particular place. In addition to that, you also have crowdsources data also coming in. Now, the difference of AI and human decision making is that AI actually uses models which are faster. So how do you actually use that models? And I think Professor has explained that in his presentation on how they have used AI in a very multiple source of data which is coming in. To that extent, AI can actually solve. But specifically in looking at this context, I believe that it's not necessary that always past data patterns you just take it. You can also use complex models can actually be developed. And running that complex model, what we call as explainable AI today, is actually possible here, provided you also have a big data architecture which has been built around that. So combining this is a possibility. It's not necessary that AI is a panacea for everything, but primarily when computing power increases, number of data points are coming is increasing, you will be able to actually come out with a better solutions as such. The dangerous part of it is, again I go back to what Professor said, there is also AI also has an ethical part, especially when you go for a predictive analytics, etc. It actually can have some of the, because everything is not a natural disaster, right? You also have man-made disasters, and man-made disasters is basically where AI has been used, and globally there are literature which speaks about misuse of that, especially in the predictive analytics space. Some of these areas are actually evolving because this is a very new topic. So there is a lot of evolution has to happen on this, and conferences like this actually have to discuss many of these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll stop for the time being. I know you all have questions, but the lunch will become very cold. So, okay, and it's a humble request. Please eat fast. And
conceptualized platform in which the multiple organizations who are dealing with the emergency, that is the stakeholders, can come together and they can collaborate to create, edit and publish data that is related to the disaster. Let's go further into the topic based on a case study on Pamba River Basin. Actually, KSCB has done an emergency action plan on dam break analysis on Pamba, and the work was actually done by Gerard sir and Tulsidaran sir of CET, and this present study is actually a continuation of their work. There are 3 dams in Pamba River Basin, Pamba, Kaki and Anathot, and they had done a flood simulation, and based on their result, I have done some studies. I will explain about it. And as you can see, there are 6 panchayat in this study, that is Tiruvalla, Eriviperur, Kuttur, Tiruvanmandur, Chenganur and Aramula. And the inundation map is the hashed portion, that is the area that will be inundated for the simulated flood hazard. And I will be explaining the methodology. And for preparing every emergency action plan of a flood disaster, first we have to identify the shelters to which we can evacuate the population. So the shelters, as there are no permanent flood shelters in the area, we have to identify facilities that can be used as temporary shelters. So these shelters should actually satisfy some conditions, like it should be far from the inundation area, and it should be in a high-rise area, and we should be able to access it, that there should be roads to it, and there should be medical facilities nearby. There are multiple parameters which decide the suitability of a shelter. So based on this, considering all these parameters, GIS provide a multi-criteria analysis in which we can consider all the parameters based on their weightage and analyze them and identify the suitable shelters. This map shows the suitable shelters in the area, and about 64% of the facilities like schools, college, auditorium in that area was found to be suitable to be used as temporary shelters. And next step is finding the evacuation points, and the evacuation points has to be found based on the distribution of population, and by combining the built up data and census data we can identify where the population is distributed, and based on that we can fix the evacuation start points. And then we have to pre-plan the route of evacuation, that we have to safely evacuate the people from each location before the flood wave arrives. So we have to pre-plan that based on several factors like traffic, population distribution, road condition, etc. And based on that, we can find the evacuation route in a GIS using network analysis tool. There's a routing algorithm in GIS which enable us to find the shortest as well as fastest route from a origin to destination. And like we do it in Google Apps, we can give multiple pickup points and it will find the optimum route. That all facility is available in GIS. and it will also give the direction also. And next is the impact assessment. It is done by a tool called InnoSafe. It is a free and open source plugin available with the QGIS. Actually, InnoSafe application come before the disaster, during the preparedness phase, as well as after the disaster. So when we are preparing for a disaster, we will have a simulated hazard impact area, and based on that we can find the impact on different socio-economical conditions. Let's see what are all the conditions. InnoSafe can actually consider data regarding multiple disasters like flood, tsunami, volcano, earthquake, etc. And it will analyze the impact on different exposure conditions like land use, land cover, population, road, places, structures, etc. And for hazard area, for analyzing the flood hazard, we need a inundation depth map, and this inundation depth map will be in the raster form, and it will be classified into different classes based on the inundation depth. And here there are three classes: high hazard area, medium hazard area, and low hazard area. And the exposure data like structures, land use, land cover, places, everything can be obtained from OpenStreetMap. Actually, 2018 Kerala flood was one of the magnitude. It is a high magnitude disaster that Kerala faced in a long time. And at that time, the government became aware about the necessity of a spatial database, and they initiated the Mapathon campaign. And all people in Kerala will know about it because our own students and children were volunteers for that. And KSDI, IC4, etc., and many other also come together to prepare the spatial database, and it is available in OpenStreetMap. I think they are currently in the data cleaning phase, and lot of data will be available to public soon. And this is the first impact analysis I done based on the structures. So all the structure information, that is the information regarding the buildings, were downloaded from OpenStreetMap using OSM plugin in QGIS. And that is the exposure input, and the hazard input is the flood inundation depth map. And based on that, and the InnoSafe plugin will give an output. It will run an analysis and give an estimate about how much building is affected. That it also specify how many buildings are in high hazard area, how many residential buildings are in high hazard area, how many schools are there, how many places of worship, how many government offices are affected. Like zone wise information we will get, actual information. If our data is right, then in estimation, this estimate can be used for application and preventing the disaster. And this map shows the impact analysis on road. If we are giving road as the exposure condition, then we'll get a result how much length of road is affected, like how much length of primary road is affected, how much length of secondary road is affected. That information can be also used for disaster management. And the next map shows the impact analysis on population. If you are giving the exposure condition as population, then we can identify how much population is affected in each area. And this can be used to, based on this map, we can prioritize the response activities. So more people will be affected in one area, then we can send the response team to that area first, or we can evacuate people from that area first, because more people are concentrated on that area. And the InnoSafe also provide an aggregation result. As you have already seen, there are 6 panchayats in that my study area, and the InnoSafe will also provide separate reports for separate estimates for each panchayat, like how many residential buildings in Aramula district is affected, how many people is affected in Changanur district. Likewise, information will be given, and local self-governments can act based on that data. And as well as it provide a action checklist also that can be used by the emergency managers to see that everything is taken care of. Like some questions like has the schools still working, how many schools are closed in that area. Likewise, information they can do as a checklist and see that nothing is get missed at that emergency situation. And next phase is the development of user interface. User interface means taking everything we have done so far into the web.
So the first step is to create a spatial database. PostgreSQL is actually the database that is used for handling spatial data. So we have to convert all the data to a database, and from there we can use a GIS server to establish the connection to web. And there are many open source GIS servers available, like a GeoServer, MapServer, etc. You can use any. Here I have used a GeoServer. And then we have to connect it to a web server like Apache, Tomcat, XAMPP, etc. I have used XAMPP here. And then we have to create a web page, and from this is the web page that is created for emergency response action in Pamba River Basin, and all the information regarding the disaster, the facility available here, and the shelters and the evacuation route, all the information can be uploaded into the website for the multiple stakeholders to view, participate in the emergency management. And that platform or the web page we design will be interactive. Actually, the people will not be seeing static maps or static reports. They will be able to interact with it, because we are giving the power of GIS to the people, users. That is, they can add layers, they can remove layers, they can move, zoom, pan, and with a single click they will get all the information regarding all the layers. So that it is an interactive map. And as well as the users will also have some querying facilities. Like if they want to find all the hospitals within 1 kilometer of the inundation zone, then they can do a simple query and find the result, identify all the hospitals. Like a simple querying or analysis functionality will be also provided for the users. And discussing about the future scope of the study, actually WebGIS, after WebGIS is CloudGIS. So CloudGIS will provide more data analysis capability, and it will also provide more functionality and tools to the users. Instead of simple analysis, the users will be able to perform complex analysis once it is in the cloud platform. And then also we can add an emergency management softwares like Sahana. It is a free and open source software. Actually, IC4 is doing some work related to this Sahana and all. Sahana was actually developed using during 2014 tsunami. And Sahana is an emergency management platform in which we can actually arrange or organize all the roles, responsibilities of people and organization that is required in the emergency management. And in Kerala, we can see that many Kerala government departments are adopting WebGIS. Like Kerala Water Authority have GeoWaterNet, and the Irrigation Department is also doing something. So we can see that many government organizations are moving on to GIS more, and depending on GIS more. So in future we can see a GIS revolution in Kerala. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, Rajalakshmi. She has stressed on how GIS can be translated onto practice in tackling the risk and hazards related to floods, etc. Due to the shortage of time, we are actually going on with the next session. We will be handling the questions related to this session after that. So let me welcome the next speaker, Peter Paul Van Meel.
Good afternoon to you all, and thank you for inviting me to make a presentation here on disaster management risk reduction. I will try to share my screen if possible. This is working.
Yes, sir.
I think so. Let me see. Full screen. Go to the presentation. All right. I hope you can see everything. Well, as I said, thank you for the invitation. I like to speak today on the Kerala disaster management and flood risk reduction. And in the context of your conference, I will also highlight some translational perspectives dealing with in general integrated water resource management and the importance also to enhance curricula in the civil engineering and water departments of your universities. It was for many of the engineers structure, which is of course major importance. Since 2018, we have a cooperation in water, and we have some also similarities in our country. The Netherlands is located, very small country in the Netherlands. It's on the North Sea. It's from Great Britain, and our eastern neighbors, Germany, and in the south we are bordering Belgium. That region for the Netherlands. What we have, you can see on this last part of the slide, is that we are a very flat country. That's also the Netherlands means a low-lying country, Netherlands, and it. It's maybe comes from yeah. As you can see on the picture, the darker parts are the lands which would be flooded if we wouldn't protect ourselves. It's about 2/3 of our area, but we are protected well, especially along the coast. We have a protection against storm surges from the sea with a return period of 10,000 years. And our rivers we protect to a level of once in 1250 years. So we are pretty safe. And we consider this a high investment. We consider it as a kind of insurance premium which is needed. Well, when you look on the right side, you see Kerala, and also
Recording in progress.
And then we followed up on disaster risk reduction report, which we did together with the irrigation department in Kerala. And there we prepared a kind of action plan for the Kutanat Basin, Pamba Basin, if you like. Just the way we approach it is that, of course, in Kerala, you talk about flood integrated flood management. You have to look at the wet season, of course, because that's when the disaster happened, but also the dry season is of its importance when you look at integrated water resources management. With regards to the wet season, the aim should be create a system of resilience to excessive rainfall and resulting river floods, flood protection along rivers and canals is to be taken care of to protect your infrastructures and your economy. And don't forget also the avoid disruption of sanitation. And I think I hear the few speakers talking today, and I'm sure this has been also one of the subjects which has been passed in the past days. Of course, the dry season, again, I will stress the more environmental parts, ensure healthy and water supply. It's a crucial matter, especially in the dry season and the rivers feeding into the Kutanat. Well, it's not always a very pleasant sight in the dry season when there hardly any water is trickling through it, because most of the water is kept up by the big dams and used for irrigation. So this also is an aspect to be considered. Well, of course, safeguard ecology, especially if we look to the future. This is what we have to take care of to keep our countries habitable for the next generations. At the time of 2018, we had a very active ambassador from India and the Netherlands, Mr. Vin Rajamoni, and he was quite keen on looking at the Dutch water management issues. And he wrote a very nice little book together with a gentleman from Rakesh, who was working in the Netherlands. What can we learn from the Dutch, and in the context of rebuilding Kerala after the floods? And I think it's still a very interesting book for those who want to see the history and how things were tackled with respect to integrated water resources, and in particular flood management in the Netherlands. So I can recommend this little booklet. Yeah, the Netherlands, we also suffered, of course, floods, because we have done that over the last thousands of years. But again, same as everywhere, after a while, then no flood occurs, and then people think, oh, everything is fine, we are safe. And then you need some waking up. And this happened in the Netherlands in 93 and 95, when we had major floods in the rivers. We didn't have casualties at that time, but we had to evacuate people. And luckily, our dikes, they held. And so but again, that was a reason. It started to that we should think again about how to conceptualize, renew our ideas about how to protect ourselves against high floods from the river, in the rivers. And in that time, there was a kind of a paradigm change, because up to that time, what we were doing, we were ever increasing and strengthening our dikes. So in a way, we thought we can control the water by just making the dikes bigger, so we can keep it. We can avoid flooding overseas, but over the dikes. But that's looking in the future, and also considering the climate change predictions with higher floods because of more intense rainfalls, glacier melting, etc. So we expected higher floods, and then we said, okay, we can't do this anymore with just heightening our dikes. So we came up with the concept of giving the river more space. So which is called then the program Room for the River, and so we started a program in around 2000, which is called the Room for the River project, which entails about 40 projects in our main rivers, the River Rhine and the River IJssel, which you see on the blue lines, the rivers you see on the map. Apart from making our country more safe, we also gave a lot of attention to improving at the same time the overall environmental conditions. So also to look for nature-based solutions together with the interventions we are doing in the river. So that is how we started to tackle. A very important aspect here is that if you do this kind of program and you want to really approach it from a different way, as we did it then with giving room for the river, you have to do it from a planning point of view, you have to do it very strategically. So not just haphazard, not just, okay, I can do this sluice here, or I can improve the dike there, or I can shift this or that. That won't work. You have to have an overall view, And what you also need is also a long-term view. So no, don't look only at in this kind of a reactive way to, oh, we have this problem now, so what shall we do now? No, also look to the future. What do we expect? And in particular, of course, climate change, and these aspects are quite of importance. So we first of all, we started to develop a long-term view, and that was with various scenarios. But at the same time, we looked at the rivers and looked where we can have these interventions which would give the effect of lowering the levels in the flood levels. So we made a lot of alternatives. Of course, for that we used highly scientific river models, also environmental models. We did cost analysis of all these possible interventions. Then gradually we scaled down. We did the screening of the measures and made a pre-selection. Of course, it was both. It was hard measures, but also we looked at the soft measures. Then generally this was lowered down to a number of possible combinations of interventions. We looked at long-term scenarios, and then of course from the various alternatives and from these scenarios, eventually it became not only a technical decision, but also then politics come in, administrative preferences and political preferences, which then shapes this program Room for the River with 40 interventions. And these are just for a quick. It's basically if you once you have put yourself to the sinking, then the intervention itself it's not rocket science. It's just well, we said okay, we can still strengthen the dikes. It's not preferable, but we look to dike relocation, of course, with all the problems which it comes with it, with that you have to relocate people who are now living just outside the dike. I know from the Pamba also you have big problems there with people encroaching the lead canal. You can of course deepen the river, which is also being done at the Pamba lead canal at the moment. I know in Kerala, you can create bypasses. Also one of the things which are being considered. Very importantly, removing obstacles. If you look at your rivers in Kerala, you see many bridges and encroachments which should be removed in order to allow this room for the river. And with that, you can already solve a lot of problems. You can store the water in basins like the Unmanned lake. You can use that also as retention and manage it properly for the outflow. Anyway, there are many possibilities to do. These are the examples which relate maybe more directly to Kerala. Yeah, let me go a little bit more into the integrated flood control and disaster reduction. And that is, I think, also where if you look at higher education and your research institutes, where I think more can be done or should be done to also at that level educate future engineers and future water manager, but also future agriculturists and forest people how to deal with a better approach. In general, we have the upper and middle catchment, and the idea there is to keep the water where the rain falls. So make sure that the hilly areas where you are there absorb the water in a good way, so that they delay the runoff into the streams and the rivers, and this you should do where feasible. Divert and retain the floodwaters where possible. That is what you should do at the upper and middle catchment areas. A lot is being done already in Kerala. I know you also have watershed management plans, but it is still something which could be improved. And I think also research is needed to improve the approaches they already have, but also from the agriculture and the socioeconomic point of view, I think some more thinking is needed, particularly for Kerala conditions, how to improve this approach there. Then the lower part, ensure unobstructed flow. I said that, so that's the room for the river concept. Of course, you have the urban areas like Trivandrum and Kochi. In a way, there you should apply the same principle. Try to hold it where possible. So I'll talk about a little bit later about sponge cities. So keep the water where it is. So don't delay as much as possible and not make it flood in your town, and retaining, of course, also the unobstructed outflow as much as possible. So don't put your solid waste in the canals, and keep them clean. Also a challenge, not only in Kerala, but everywhere, anyway, in India and other places in the world, of course. And then institutionally, adaptation to climate change and optimal coordination. And of course, the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority is doing a great deal on that, and doing a great choice by my friend Shekhar. He's really active in this matter. Then let me go to the upper and middle reaches, and talk a little bit about integrated watershed management. In my opinion, if you do your integrated watershed management, so to manage the water in a better way in the upstream and the middle reaches of your catchment areas, you could solve maybe 70 to 80% of your flood problems. And a very good example you have, and in my opinion is maybe one of the best in the world I've seen, is the project which is running now at Katakara, and a lot of aspects there you can, well, and I know it's going to be rolled out, because I hear the chief secretary say that you should proceed very quickly. He said that last November in a meeting, that you should proceed very quickly with this watershed management plans, which are rare. The programs are there, the plans are there, but it needs implementation. Even the money is there, I understood. But still there, I think for the higher education, even look at more alternative ways for agriculture, so that, for example, of course, over the years, a lot of these paddy fields have been planted with rubber trees. Well, this is not really to hold the water, because you have to think about maybe also economically alternatives to improve these situations. But it needs some thinking, and of course it needs to be specific for Kerala. And you cannot say, okay, they do this here and they do that there, but look at also the socioeconomic incentives people can gain to improve this watershed management. So to hold the water as much as possible, to let it infiltrate nicely, so that you have less problems downstream. Then, of course, once you come close to the sea, you want to get the water out into the sea as quickly as possible. And for that, you need to open your canals and also your ponds, I would say, like the Paddy spillway and into the sea. A lot of things have been done there already over the last year, since we've been there in 2018. The lead canal has been dredged to a certain extent. Also, the opening at Totapalli to the sea is also being kept open, and obstructions removed, which were there earlier. So a lot of being done, but still, the integrated approach is still there, and I think that also needs the higher education thinkers to look into that as well. Another aspect, of course, is your coastal defense. I just give an example here from the Dutch coast, how we protect ourselves with the dikes and the groins. It's a bit, you can't really do this easily at places in Kerala, and also the seashore nourishment, which you see on the right side of the slide, is maybe not directly applicable to Kerala, but at least you have to start thinking about it more in an integrated way, but also in a long-term way, and not only react to the disasters which are occurring and try to protect yourself from the sea by just taking just short-term measures, and with short-term engineering measures. It needs more research, actually, and in particular this coastal zone management and coastal the coastal morphology is quite a complex thing, which definitely needs the good brains from India to study that and see for the best solutions adapted to the Kerala situation. Well, change in land use, of course, you know very well also in Kerala. It's on the left, you see the 1970, 1918, there's a lot of agriculture, and it was still, in a way, it was a good catchment area, so it absorbs the rainfall to such a large extent, and you might have not that many problems. But gradually, of course, people encroached it. There was deforestation, so that did not help. So this is also one of the research areas one could look at. So where can you do, or can you change back, or you have to take some measures? But again, that is one of the, when you talk about long-term views, things to be thought about, and definitely subjects to for your attention. Yeah, come to the cities. Also there, the new thinking is to as I said before, try to retain the water in any area where possible, to avoid really the flooding within the build-up areas. So that's what we call sponge cities. There are good examples in the world, but even in our Netherlands, India cooperation, we have a project in Chennai where this urban flood resilience and urban water resilience is tested out, and could also, for example, be of value when you look at Kochi or Trivandrum. So another thing for you to look into. Yeah, what you can't do without is data management. You need data, and you need when I talk about water, you need a good hydrological database. Without a hydrological database, all your sophisticated models, whatever you get them from India yourself, you're quite smart modeling people, but also standard models in the world like Mike or Delft models. They need proper data. Without data, it's rubbish in, rubbish out. So I know that the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, they are really state-of-the-art in particular the predictive models to predict when really water-induced disasters may take place, and they have many models in that. And what they're good in is that, of course, to warn people. So the warning time is now much longer than before, so that will help, in particular, also with the previous speaker. What I hear is that these tools for the preparedness phase can be used optimally. But when I talk from a more integrated water resource and integrated flood management point of view, you should consider also to prevent these floods, or to mitigate them. At least, in any case, try to reduce the risk. And for that, you need whatever you like to do with all sophisticated models, you need interventions on site. And that is where you need to look at this room for the river principle, living with water. Make sure that you do the interventions in a programmed way, which are also related to each other. If you do haphazard projects, that will not work, because if you push here, it will push out somewhere else. So it needs a plan. And the good story, of course, is that in Kerala, you are starting with making basin plans, where these aspects, of course, also the risk reduction, risk prevention, and the interventions required later will come out of this basin plans. And I know that you are busy on doing that for the Pamba Basin, and then also the Kutanat, where we worked as in cooperation with the irrigation department. This is also part of the Pamba Basin. As a matter of fact, in our cooperation with the irrigation department, we are thinking also to give kind of a post-grad program of training for the engineers or working in the irrigation department, to just enhance their hydrological knowledge, and to bring them also up to the level of thinking about integrated water resources management, and in a structured way and in a scientific way. And well, some of them, I hope they will pick this up. And of course, the good concrete engineers we also need, because eventually we need to do some works there. But before that, you start just out of the blue, just building sluices and diversion works. Please think about it in a planned way, and make first a plan before you start working. So safeguard integrated planning, that's basically what I would like to say. Look into that, put it into your curricula. I see that the moderators of the last two sessions, they are from the engineering department. So I also, please, gentlemen, think about it. Think about integrated water resources management. Think about integrated watershed management. There also, as I said, the agricultural departments should see what they can do about that. Prepare long-term vision based on scenarios for urban and rural development. Coordinate with all the sectors, which is you're well on the way, I think, to do that with your new legislation also on that. Make your, and that's again, needs some thinking and more insight. Make your measures adaptable for future climate changes, future developments with respect to urban developments, and so the development of your state in general. Look at ecological sustainability. Make sure the stakeholders are carried along so that they really get involved. So that is from Panchayat to state level. So involving civil society and so to create ownership. Multi-layer safety, to repeat everything a little bit, is a central concept. Minimize impact of floods through disaster management in case of flooding. That's what Kerala State Department, Disaster Management Department authority is taken care of, but they are in general reactive to the situation still. Although they have also in their new, I think, in the new plans for the new planning period, also long-term visions will be taken into account. Minimize the impact of floods through sustainable waterproof spatial planning. So make sure actually spatial planning is important, and water planning for water, integrated water resources planning is then should be part of that regional planning. Flood prevention, water defense structures. So that is once you have the plan, then you do the interventions at the right place, at the right time, in a coordinated way. So this is, I will skip this one. This is how we are going to work together between the Netherlands and Kerala on integrated water management. On the left, the water department for water resources, irrigation department, and on the right, there's a nice program and cooperation with particularly universities. And you already had a few speakers from that side by the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. So integrated water resources management principles, please make them part of your higher education curricula, and as well as research to build a safe and green Nava Kerala. Thank you very much.
Be implemented. Before going on further, we can take a couple of questions. A couple of questions from the audience.
So can you still hear me?
Any questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you, Peter Paul, sir, and Dr. Diana. We are just proceeding with the offline presentations over here. Let me call the next speaker, Dr. A. Sandeep.
Dr. S. Sandeep, he obtained his post-graduation and doctoral degree from Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, and worked on radioisotopes and soil carbon sequestration in major agricultural land, use of Indo-Gangetic plains, and he works on soil mineralogy, carbon stock assessment, land degradation, soil and water pollution monitoring, and isotopic studies. Sir, I welcome you to the ICTER 2022.
Yeah, thank you for the nice introduction. So I will be speaking on a topic which is basically very complicated, because climate change, as you all know, at present is one of the most debated topics, and compartmentalizing it into different components and trying to find solution may not be the right way to go ahead, but I will try to accommodate it in the topic that has been allotted to me and give an overview on what is happening, what are the interaction taking place in climate and forest. Yeah, can we change that to the presentation mode? Yeah. The concept of climate is basically climate change or changing climate is basically linked as the history is linked as past as that of the history of the earth. But we will not try to go that far, but at least we will have to seek its journey from the evolution of human civilizations. So basically, when we look at the earlier human civilization, where when it began, we were basically nomads, where we were wandering to collect food, and we were trying to gather it basically for our subsistence. Then slowly we began to settle down, and the scientific, a crude form of scientific agriculture began to take place. And earlier agriculture, if we look, we can always see that means when we started domestication of animals and domestication of crops, what happened was we were not into an intensive sort of agriculture where commercial concepts or commercial aspects of the agriculture didn't come to the fore. Then scientific advancements began to take place, and something around the 1640s, 1650s, what happened was there were experiments on the plants to increase its productivity. And the earlier concepts which we now know is no good, like the willow tree, famous willow tree experiment by Walt Helmont, where it was thought that plants can survive just by drinking water. Then it took nearly 150 years from there, and basically I will say that around the time that industrial revolution was taking place, there were a lot of scientific advancements, and the first of that sort we can trace it back to the Rothamsted long-term experimental station that was established in UK. That was something around 1850s, 1840s, 1850s. And scientific experiments, layout, plots, new varieties were introduced into agriculture. And at the same time, soil fertility management was also given a lot of importance. There were new methods, new techniques which evolved during that course, and what happened in that process was an intensification of agriculture, and along with that intensification, what happened was we started the menace of climate change. Yeah. Now, if we look at the historic temperature and concept of climate change, we can see that from the beginning, the climate was changing. Surely it is not a static entity, it is a very dynamic entity. It was changing, and the rate of increase was somewhat very slow. But around that time, the beginning of agriculture, as I was suggesting, you can see a sharp increase around 8000 BC. There was a sharp increase in climate, and the second sharp increase we can see around the time where industrial revolution and the agricultural advancement took a giant leap. Then what happened? Then there were by the 1950s and or the second half of the 20th century, what really happened was there were a lot of discussions on the changing climate and its impacts. So people were trying to look into what were the major causes and what were the major solutions. There were a lot of deliberations. Most of them were alongside the major national or international events that were taking place. And the first sort of such discussions basically were during the Rio Earth Summit in 1991. But it didn't put forth any concrete propositions on how to tackle with it or how to look at it, the climate change concept. But surely there were discussions, and then we also began thinking of what are the major causes of this climate change and how we can reduce it. So it was based on this concept that people began to generate data on climate change. And when we look at the concept of climate change or climate change at present, we know that it is basically caused by the greenhouse gases. The uncontrolled emission of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere is basically the cause of climate change. Okay, so what is this greenhouse gases? Basically, these are the gases which trap the outgoing long wave radiation from the surface of the earth and heat the atmosphere. We cannot do away with these greenhouse gases because this greenhouse gases is the one that keeps life on the surface of the earth. But its level beyond a certain point, when it happens, it heats up the atmosphere and causes what the adverse effects of climate change that we see today. If we look at the major before going into that calculations and all, the greenhouse gases are always we try to equate it to carbon, because carbon dioxide is the most major and potent greenhouse gas that is emitted to the atmosphere, contributing to nearly 50% of the total greenhouse gases. Then of course there are methane, nitrous oxide, then sulfur oxides are there, ozones are there, then even chlorofluorocarbons that can also cause global warming. So for the ease of computation, we always equate all these greenhouse gases to carbon equivalents and then calculate it. So if we look at the major carbon emitters, the first major culprit is fossil fuels, which we emit nearly 6.4 billion tons per year, followed by emission from land use changes, that forest and other systems are converted into for urbanization or agriculture. So that emits nearly 1.6 billion tons of carbon per year. So the total emission, there are a lot of other emission factors, but these are the two major factors, and if we add these two, we will get something around 8.8 billion tons of carbon emitted to the atmosphere every year. Now, what are the major carbon absorption? Of course, carbon, when it is emitted to the atmosphere, it will not stay there. Plants take it up. Plants take it up to during the process of photosynthesis and accumulate it in their body in different parts. So, the major accumulators are forests. It is it has been accounted that nearly 2.6 billion tons of carbon is stored in the forest systems every year. Then other on-land systems like agriculture systems, wetlands, all these systems will store somewhere around 0.4 billion tons per year, and the oceans 1.6 billion tons per year. So the total carbon absorption on the surface of the earth is 4.6 billion tons per year. So we are emitting 8 billion tons and we are absorbing 4.6 billion tons. So the net increase of carbon in the atmosphere per year will be something around 3.4 billion tons per year. That carbon remains unbalanced, or it remains in the atmosphere, causing this global warming. Then, so now we will be coming to the more, we will be focusing more on our forest systems. United Nations Environment Program have identified 4 major roles for forests in climate change. One is they contribute about 1/6 of global carbon emissions. Forests not only take up carbon, but they also emit carbon, which we will be dealing with in the subsequent slides. The next is like they react very sensitively to forest. That is, the climatic pattern or the climatic shifts basically determine the type of vegetation or the composition or the species of a particular forest type in a region. Then if managed very sustainably, they produce fuels which can act as good substitutes for fossil fuels. And then they have the potential to absorb large quantities of carbon from the atmosphere. So these are the four major roles that the carbon that the forests are going to play in the climate change issues. Now, if we look at the global forest cover, we can see that tropical forests are higher, which account for nearly more than 40%, 45%. Then boreal forests are there, temperate and subtropical. Subtropical forests are very less, which lies between the tropical and the temperate regions, and that constitute only a very minimal quantity. As of now, we are having 31% of our land surface area covered by forest, and which will consist of 36% of primary forest and 56% of modified in the form by human interferences or climate. And that will also include the planted forest that we take up and consider as forested systems. Now, if we look at the carbon absorbing capacity of the forest, we can see that the tropical forests have a very strong capacity to very high capacity to absorb carbon, and at the same time, the climate moderating effect by one of the important factors, the albedo, is moderate. And when we go towards the pole, and that is when we look at the boreal forest, their carbon absorbing capacity is very moderate, and but the albedo effect that they will have on the environment, on the atmosphere, can be sometimes exactly the opposite that happens in the tropical regions. Now, there has been an increase in the plantation forestry activity throughout the world in the recent times, and the FAO Global Forest Resource Assessment Report 2020 shows that now we are having something around 131 million hectares of planted forest, which is 3% of the global forest area and 45% of the total area of planted forest. So planted forest will include both natural forest, where a lot of green initiatives are taking place, but nearly 45 to 50% of the whole planting forestry initiatives are concentrated towards plantation forestry, and that too by not by public sector enterprises but by private enterprises. So what's an undisturbed forest that you can see in the graph A? To think that the capacity of a forest is unlimited to store carbon, or whatever carbon is emitted into the atmosphere will eventually get back into the trees, will be more like illogical, more of an illogical thinking, because carbon storage capacity of a forest have a saturation point. So once the forest reaches its maturity stage or a saturation level, it will remain stable without any change, unless some external factors like degradative factors or disruptive factors acts on it. But when we go and clear the forest and take up some activities, agriculture or plantation or whatever it is, it will take some time. Some time means like 50 to hundreds of years to come back to the original carbon status of a natural forest. Yeah. We have been conducting some studies on plantation forestry in Kerala. Kerala is having something around 11,000 square kilometers of forest area. That is nearly 29-30% of our land area is covered with forest. That is the actual forest as we perceive it, but if you look into the Forest Survey of India reports, it will be something like we are having 54% of carbon as per the latest state of the forest report in 2021. But that will always include rubber plantations, tea estates, cardamom estates, which in the real sense we cannot perceive as a forested system. And out of this 11,000 square kilometers, something something of like 10% of the area is occupied by planted forest. And of this planted forest, though we have some eucalyptus and acacia and all these plantations, most like 75% of the area is used up by teak. Teak is one of the most major plantation species that Kerala Forest Department is maintaining. But if we look at the recent performance of teak, we can see that at the best, most of the region where teak is grown in Kerala, we can have a maximum of something like 3 meter cube per hectare per year. That is the mean annual increment, or the increment that we get per hectare of area for a plantation. And we can see that nearly 90% of the plantations are in site quality 2 and 3. The advantage with these teak plantations is that this is grown for a long period, like 50 to 60 years. And after 60 years, when we harvest it, then also it's mainly will be going into the furniture sector or fixtures and house building activities, so that it will be stored for a long duration. That is the carbon can be really considered as stored. Whereas for other plantations like eucalyptus and acacia, we cannot say that, because most of it will be going into either as fuel wood or as pulp wood, which in due course gets released into the decomposed and released into the burnt and released into the atmosphere. So, so the teak plantations, basically we are having, our site quality has decreased because continuously we are growing teak on the same land, and the land gets degraded in due course and its productivity decreases. So if we compare the productivity of teak with some of the teak growing areas, teak is naturally grown only in, or naturally teak comes up only in 4 countries, that is India, Myanmar, Thailand and Laopdr. And seeing the potential, huge potential of the timber of teak, now it has expanded outside its natural habitat and is grown in nearly 70 countries across the globe. And if we look at the growth performance of this plantation in areas outside its natural habitat like India, Thailand and all, we can see that when our teak plantations could hardly achieve the 3 meter cube per hectare per year, the new areas where teak is coming up could grow up to 15 meter cube per hectare. That is in Ghana, where large quantities of teak plantations are being raised. And Latin America and Caribbean also, we are having good teak plantations with growth something like 3 or 4 times higher than that of our area. Yeah. So total carbon, forest carbon stock, if we look at it, we can have it in 5 major pools. First is the biomass, the second will be on the dead wood and litter, and then we will be having in the soil organic matter. So if we look at how much carbon is stored in our forest, tropical forest, as I have said, will have the maximum amount, forest followed by temperate forest and then boreal forest. The root biomass is one area which in most of the carbon accounting we neglect, because and we consider that like some 20 to 25% of the carbon that is stored on the above ground biomass will be stored in the roots, and the accounting is done accordingly. So there can be a lot of errors in that estimation. Coarse wood and debris, 33% of the total biomass of an area, that will be available in the above ground biomass that is available, that we will use it for calculation of dead wood and debris. And soil carbon biomass, soil carbon is one of the major things. This soil carbon can be as much as 3 times higher than that is stored in the above ground biomass, and up to 5 times higher than that is stored in the atmosphere. So, but the risky thing is that once the soil gets exposed, the forest gets degraded, there can be an immense Mainly, and if we look at the temperature against land use type, we can see that though both plantations and forests are considered as forests, the maximum nighttime temperature in over plantations and other land uses will be slightly higher than that of the natural forest. So the forests are being destroyed faster than they can grow, and it is a modest estimate is like the area of the size of UK is lost to deforestation every 2 years. And stopping this would cut something like 4.5 to 8.8 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions each year. That is a huge quantity. So what are the categories of forest area losses leading to greenhouse gases? One is the commodity driven deforestation. This is permanent conversion of forest for the expansion of commodities such as palm oil, soybean, beef, minerals, oil and gas. All these activities for that large areas of forest are being converted. Then plantation harvest, when large areas are cultivated with plantation crops, they will be harvested, leaving large areas open to degradation. Shifting agriculture is another major concern. Then urbanization, mining, settlement expansion, all these are factors causing losses in forest area. Then logging is another area which can be selective logging, which was the earlier concept in conventional forestry that if a natural forest is there, you can cream the good timber so that you will get an economic return. Then the remaining portion will be left and you will go back to the area in 20 to 25 years and then removes, the process will be repeated. But now the concept has changed more from the production perspective. The forestry sector all over the world has changed to a conservation mode. So this practice is more or less abandoned. Then uncontrolled fires are one of the major concerns, livestock grazing. Then fuel wood, removal of fuel wood is major area of concern. Then if we look at the annual forest area net change by decade and region, we can see that Asia is having the highest annual increases, decadal increases of forest cover, and South America and Africa are the regions which have lost much during that 1990 to 2020 period of evaluation. So deforestation continues, but at a lower rate, and compared to the last 2010 to 2015, 2015 to 2020 has been relatively much lower in deforestation. These are some of the effects of global temperature rise. Here, okay, I will discuss this in the later slides. These are some climatic factors that will influence the forest systems like fire, drought, wind, snow and ice, insects and pathogens. All of these will have, all of these are climatic factors that will directly or indirectly affect the forest systems in a region. Then there are stresses and disturbances. The figure on the right shows that when the stresses and disturbances acts, how the system, when it reaches a particular threshold, moves to the next stage, that is from the healthy stage to the unstable stage and unhealthy stage. Here what happens is there is a forest climate loop, that is these stressors often do not act independently but will be synchronized and acting together so that the combined effect will be manifested on the forest. And sometimes, so once the degradative forces sets in, what happens is the loop, the feedback will be in a of the loop will be in a positive manner, which will act many times magnified on the forest to adversely affect it. So that is the danger once the degradative forces starts getting into the forest. Yeah, so once disturbances and stresses happens, so what are the major functionalities that gets lost in the forest? The leaf area and transpiration, biomass diversity, and available nutrient status all gets affected. And the recovery of all this function to its normal stage or back to the baseline stage would take from say a decade to over centuries. And these are the figures of annual emission of carbon dioxide due to the different degradative forces. The highest is by deforestation, something like 6.22 gigatons of carbon is lost every year. Then followed by we have the degradation, different degradative forces that act will cause that. Timber logging, wood and fuel removal, and fire are some of the other major causes. Out of this, actually, the estimates for fire has recently shown that it has outpassed the wood and fuel removal in most parts of the world, because now fires have become more constant, more recurring than in the past. So in the fire, what happens is basically for fire to happen, you need fuel, which during the dry or drought or stressed condition will be available in plenty in the forest. Then oxygen, it will be available in the atmosphere, and then you have to have a what you call a combustion mechanism, which can either be natural or man-made. And 99% of the fires in our region is man-made. So we have conducted some studies in the pristine grassland areas of Kerala, and what we have seen is that when repeated fires occur in a particular region, the capacity of the soils to return back to the original state gets almost lost. We had done mineralogical analysis, and a thermodynamic comparison was done with the natural forest to see the effects of fire on the soil systems. So these are some of the mitigation potentials which we can consider in agriculture, forest, and land use. Basically, the primary thing is forestry, followed by agriculture. Then, of course, the new concepts of eco-restoration are promising options. So this I will skip. And now, 1997 was a landmark year for the forest and climate, because that was the year when the Kyoto Protocol came into effect. Though there were mechanisms to which stipulated that the developed countries should account for their carbon emissions, the word computing mechanisms actually didn't let it happen. So, though the mechanism was very novel and a noble initiative, by 2012, when the Kyoto Protocol period expired, none or very insignificant levels of target only could be met. So there were a lot of other negotiations going on. And by 2015, the Paris Agreement came into effect. And the one good thing that happened in the Paris Agreement was that it had given freedom to the countries to determine their targets. So, but one thing that required at that time was to have a lot of data. So the data generating mechanisms were developed and agreed upon. And some contradictory reports, which are really disturbing, had come out in the last few years, especially in very reputed journals like Nature and Science. Some of the reports I have just put it over here just to have a thought-provoking exercise, where it says that deforestation increases albedo, especially at higher latitudes, that is in the boreal and temperate regions. And so what higher latitudes, higher altitudes, and deserts. So what happens is that if deforestation happens in this area, instead of our common notion that if we remove forest, there will be more of warming, in these regions there can be a net cooling effect if forests are removed. So so this had sparked a lot of controversy, saying that this is something like supporting the deforestation activities. And along with that, there were studies showing that as trees grow, they not only emit carbon dioxide, but we have to look beyond the stalks and fluxes, and there can be a lot of volatile organic compounds that gets emitted to the atmosphere during the growth of a tree. So one such compound is isoprene, that is basically 2-methyl-1,3-butadiene. So this is emitted. This has been emitting to the atmosphere by the forest for long periods, and we have known that. But what is its relevance in the atmosphere has recently come into light. It shows that they can react with nitrogen oxides in the air to form ozone, which is a greenhouse gas and cause warming. Then it can also lengthen the lifetime of methane, which is a very potent greenhouse gas having some 30 to 40 times more global warming potential than carbon dioxide. And also it can produce aerosol particles that block incoming solar sunlight. So these could have damaging. These studies could have damaging effects on the afforestation activities or the policy decisions that worldwide we are discussing at present. Another major compound is the terpene, which gets emitted in the boreal forest at higher latitude. So these terpenes, along with the albedo effect of during deforestation, will have a cooling effect in the higher latitudinal regions. And there was even a write-up piece in the New York Times which says that to save the planet, don't plant trees. So as the data comes in, there can be a lot of shifts in our common notions, and for us at present, the important message is something like the planting of forest is just a stopgap strategy, which will earn us precious time until we find a solution for the major carbon emission, that is fossil fuel combustion. So these are some of the activities there are a lot of forest related financing going on during the past 1 decade, and there are of course potential to tap a lot of these finances to our region, because Kerala is flush with greenery, and only thing is that we will have to orient our activities to suit that protocols and get the money for the conservation activities. So Bone Challenge 2011 was another major initiative along with the Paris Agreement, which was initiated by IUCN and Germany. And here nearly 150 million hectares of degraded and deforested land was thought to be brought back by 2020. Is expected to be afforested by 2030. India has made a huge commitment in this, and along with the Paris Agreement also we have made a huge commitment, 2.5 to 3 billion tons through additional forest cover and tree planting. And the good thing is that we will be surely achieving this with all the tree planting activities that is going on across India. So this is my last slide. So what we can do is reverse the loss of forest cover worldwide through sustainable forest management, including protection, restoration, afforestation, and reforestation. There has these reports that has come out during the recent years shows that if forest area is increased by at least 3% worldwide, it could offset most of the carbon emissions that is taking place over the years. Then the world's forest carbon stocks are maintained or enhanced. Measures should be taken to do that. We have to promote the sustainable management practices for different types of forest. We have to devise the strategies and implement it at local levels. Then halt deforestation, restore degraded forest, and substantially increase afforestation and reforestation globally. Kerala Forest Department has taken a huge, what you call a momentous decision, wherein they have decided to phase out all acacia and eucalyptus plantations in the state, which will come to something around 30,000 hectares, and convert this land into natural forest. So that is a huge decision. And increase significantly the area for protected forest worldwide and other areas of sustainably managed forest, so that more carbon in the atmosphere can be stored in this land. And as I have told, contrasting results reports are being coming out, and it states that this is only a stopgap strategy. And this is not a permanent solution. And if we want to have a permanent solution, we will have to cut down on the emissions, the major emissions, fossil fuels and other activities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sandeep. Now I would call upon our next speaker, Arun Lal K.
Mr. Arunlal K. He is an associate in the Water and Land Resources Vertical of Niti Aayog, the think tank of Government of India. By profession, he is a civil engineer and has completed his post-graduation degree in civil engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He is having a work experience over irrigation project management and policy formulations in water and allied sectors, and he is also a member of the Bureau of Indian Standards Committee on Water Resources Planning, Management and Evaluation. Very welcome to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? You can start with that. Good evening, everyone. As introduced, I am Arun Lal. I am from Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog is the policy think tank of Government of India. And NITI stands for National Institution for Transforming India, as well as planning commission. So now it is much into the directional, much into the task of giving directional inputs to various areas. Of the translation aspects, it's much important to know how it impacts the society. So let me just ask you, have you ever heard of this? It's not about the numbers, it's not about the money, but it's about people. Any guests from student side? I cannot ask others because most of my senior people and professors here. So any GEs here or someone from university college, or people from university college also here. Any guests you are hearing this state somewhere? Any GEs here? No. Okay. So this was told by Honorable Prime Minister in very recently in the International Conference on Disaster Resilience, Resilient Infrastructure. So the concept is very clear. Focus should be on the people. With that in focus, the presentation is structured in 5 basic themes: the Sustainable Development Goals, which is the UN's Development Agenda till 2030, and how the Finance Commission of India looks at disaster mitigation and management, and what's the importance of research and how it gets translated into practice, and what are the gaps in that, the zero approach that has been followed, and finally we conclude with the focus on socio-economic weaker section. I was told to conclude it briefly in 10-15 minutes, so I will not take much of your time. I hope you might have heard of Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 goals in total. So we'll be discussing those goals which are directly connected with the disaster mitigation. These are those 5 goals. The goal number 1, goal number 2, 9, 11 and 13. These 5 goals are focused on disaster mitigation. So in goal number 1, this is for no poverty. So build resilience of the poor and vulnerable section is the target in goal number 1. And for goal number 2, it's about resilient agricultural practice. When you get a disaster, your crop damage should be minimal so that your food security is not compromised. And goal number 9 is most important goal. This is about develop quality, reliable, sustainable and resilient infrastructure with a focus on affordability and equitability. That is the most fundamental aspect of that. It should be affordable and it should be there should be equitable accessibility to those infrastructures. And goal number 11 is about sustainable cities and communities. The gist of the goal is to reduce the number of deaths, people affected, economic losses, again with focus on poor and vulnerable section of the society. And cities and human settlements which are adapted to climate change and resilience to disasters. And the 13th goal is about climate change, how we get adapted to the climate change impacts and strengthen the resilience and adaptive capacity. So here the question is why these SDG goals are important to stakeholders of disaster mitigation. Yeah, before that I will also just discuss one more point. Every year NITI Aayog evaluates every state's performance in SDG goals. So Kerala consecutively ranked 1 in NITI Aayog SDG index, and we have specifically focused on those 5 areas. In 1, 2 and 13 we are doing reasonably good, I mean excellent. First in NOCO and Zero Hunger. But in the case of 9 and 11, actually we are not performing as good as the other sectors. We are in 9th and 17th rank. So that should be an insight to those who plan the mitigation aspects and those who work in this area that we are not doing as good as other sectors in case of disaster management. So why it is important? Because the union government is of the view that it is primarily responsible for achieving the SDGs by 2030. And union government's view has been submitted to the Finance Commission, and you know Finance Commission is the agency, is a constitutional body under Article 280 of the Constitution, which determines the fiscal federalism. That means how the revenue is shared between central and state, and what are should be the priorities in planning aspects. So government's focus is on SDG. This is how the Finance Commission over the years has evolved and how we have arrived in disaster mitigation funds. So in the first Finance Commission, there was no focus on disaster management. The second Finance Commission allocated a margin money scheme. That was the first entry in the Finance Commission for disaster management. And that has been continued till 1989. And when the ninth Finance Commission came in 1989, there was a calamity relief fund. So then we slightly started focusing on CRM. And the next Finance Commission has introduced a National Fund for Calamity Relief, which will come to state level aspect. And 11th Finance Commission has dissolved in this year and brought in National Calamity Contingency Fund. So by 2005, the major development has happened. There's a Disaster Management Act has been envisaged. So can anyone say who's the chairman of National Disaster Management Authority from student side? Any guess? Honorable Prime Minister is the chairman at the national level, and Honorable Chief Ministers are the chairman at state level. The Disaster Management Authority. So that shows the importance of the act. When the executive head changes a body, it shows its importance. And from there onwards, the importance of giving more funds to disaster management has gained more importance. The 12th Finance Commission has continued the same scheme, and then comes the 13th Finance Commission. The National Disaster Response Fund has brought into picture. You might have heard of the NDRF and SDRF. That only in 2010 we have started proposing a disaster response fund. And in 14th Finance Commission also continued. Now we are in the 15th Finance Commission phase. So the major development in 15th Finance Commission is we have introduced a National Disaster Mitigation Fund also. Instead of response, we will also focus on mitigation. That includes the research activities and all these activities that we are doing, how the preparedness goes on. So that is important that is shown. This is the fund allocation that we have. You can very well see from the figures from the 14th Finance Commission has almost come to more than 3 times. 2.2 lakh crore has been earmarked for disaster management by this Finance Commission, and it is unprecedented as compared to the previous Finance Commission. So the major point in this is the mitigation fund has been involved, which was in fact already stated in the Disaster Management Act in 2005 itself, but it has taken almost 17 years to get this materialized. And this mitigation fund has been created for the purpose which is local and community-based intervention. So again, the socio-economic aspect has been properly stressed upon by the Finance Commission. So this is the breakup of the funds that we have, of how the 2.28 lakh crore has been apportioned between state and national. You can see the state disaster provision is about 1.6 lakh crore. So because predominantly it's a state business. So that's why we are all here to how to plan the disaster mitigation activities. And Finance Commission has very thoughtfully adopted a methodology in allocating the fund to different states. So that's the inclusive methodology for fund allocation. So there are 3 major aspects. First aspect is the expenditure in the past. Second aspect is the area and population. There we don't have much control. And the third is the risk index. When it comes to risk index, 4 major disasters has been considered: flood, earthquake, cyclone, and drought. and other hazards also given a weightage of 10, all the four are given a weightage of 15. But most interestingly, poverty is given a weightage of 30. So that means more the consideration should be given in the economically weaker sections. So with this input, let us just see where Kerala stands in this index. So I hope it is visible. Here, if you look at the Kerala scores, we can see the disaster-based score, that is the column number G, shows 45 because that's how the disaster scores get added up. If you look at Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh, the disaster score is 40 and 50. But if you look at column G plus H, they are 5 points above, 5 and 10 points, 5 points above us. Because the poverty index is more on those two states. So this shows how what's the national perspective of looking at the disaster management. The economically weaker section are given a higher consideration. So this is about the financial aspect, but from where the know-how comes in. Know-how comes in from the research that the higher education institutions and the academia are doing. So this is how where the India stands in its research. We are the third largest in number of scientific publications in an year. This study has been conducted by a reputed US agency of National Science Foundation. 2018 data. Though USA and China are considerably ahead of us, we are still holding the third position, in spite of the fact that the fund that we are spending, the research is considerably less as compared to the international standard. We are spending only 0.7% of the GDP, while it is 5 in South Korea, 3 in Germany, and 3 in USA, and China is also 2% of the GDP. So, irrespective of all this, notwithstanding all these fund constraints, our research community is doing a fairly good job, and this is from where the know-how to carry out all these mitigation activities are coming in. But the problem is like there's a huge gap between the science, policy, and practice. So what we think is like this: we all understand and we all agree there's a gap, but it is not a small gap. It's actually it's totally disjointed parameters when we look at the science and policy and practice. So both the primary aspect is that whenever you get a research result, it should be translated to actual practice, and let's examine when it does it, what happens when the research does not get translated. This is the photograph of New Haflong railway station, Assam. You might have seen this photograph in the recent news. It is Assam flood that has happened a couple of weeks back. So one railway track and the railway station has been totally devastated by landslide. And this railway line is of about 200-meter long, and most of the places the railway lines go through tunnels, which are even below the water bed, the bed level of the nearby rivers. So it is very evident that even railway has admitted that there were some issues and drawbacks at the time of planning. So it's not a depth of knowledge or the know-how that we have. We have the research and we have all the technology to conduct the testing, but at the time of planning, it was slightly overlooked. So, and that's the this is the impact that we have. And we have early warning systems, but still, we can see in the first news clip where the flood plain 25 like in northeast, you can see the picture of local people who are waiting for the rescue team to come and rescue them from that side. It means in spite of all the warning signs, they could not, or probably we couldn't disseminate the warning in time. It's not that we don't have the warning system, we have, and we have all the models even in the past 2 days in 6 technical sessions. You also might have seen a lot of warning systems and the research that we are doing. But this is an evidence that it is not getting translated to actual practice. The second figure is of an army person trying to rescue flood victim. And this is not a suspension bridge, it's actually, it was a railway line, but the soil carrying it has been totally washed off. So, and in most of the places, the railway lines have washed off like this, and in the next 2-3 months, it will take to restore those lines. And this is from the caving in incident that happened in the Jammu Srinagar highway that also happened 2 weeks back. So you can read that whatever the news came on the next day of the incident. The news line, these rescue operations are on to save 9 workers trapped in the debris. But what happened after 3-4 days, the headline changed, 10 bodies recovered. That was the news line after 3 days. So this shows how unprepared are we when this kind of incident. This is not an unexpected. It's not like a tsunami that we experienced for the first time. Landslides are common, tunnel caving in are common, but we couldn't save those, right? And interestingly, the first news said 9 workers, but there are 10 people. So we didn't have any information how many people are trapped. But we know what's happening in the outer space. We know what's happening in the Mars with the precision, and the satellite pictures give us precision data, but we don't have information how many people are trapped in the first instance. And this is from the Munda fire tragedy that took 2-3 weeks back in Delhi, and the news clippings I went on survey today, can I see one last time is one lady called her husband and told over the phone. Fortunately, she was saved. She could manage to escape, and you can imagine the emotional scar that some family or society would experience when your nearest and dearest ones are facing such kind of a tragic situation. So this all reflects how our technological advancement and research are not getting translated to actual practice and come handy to the decision makers and the real implementers. And here we will just touch upon how the socio-economic disparities affect the disasters. So there are a lot of disaster warnings that we issue every on a daily basis and even hourly basis sometimes. And since we are in Covalon in a coastal area, so we will just let's discuss how the warning fishermen feedback their life. So the moment we might have casually listen to the radio announcements and newspapers, there is a chance of wind with a speed of 50, 60 kilometers. So fishermen are advised not to venture into sea. So it's actually on a prima facie, it's a safety warning. It's good, but at the moment we issue the warning, we must have this kid's face in your mind that you are just asking their parents to stay back from work, and the fishermen community are making their earning on a daily basis. They cannot afford to skip 2 or 3 days work consecutively, and the fish will be starving. And most saddening fact is that many times we have issued erroneous warning. We have ignored the warning. We issued the warning not to venture into sea, but after 1 or 2 days we withdraw the warning. The warning was not correct. This actually reflects a lack of social sense that when we issue the warning, I don't blame maybe the limitation of technology, limitation of modeling, but when we issue warning to the socially, which affects the socially weaker sections, we should be more careful and socially sensitive. And government actually compensates the what is lost due to the bad weather, but it's very minimal. I heard from my friend especially this 300 rupees last year. This time it's not fixed. So suppose we were asked to stay back from office for some reasons and we are being paid 300 or 500 rupees, which we can, if people claim we can sustain with that, we may not agree to that. So these kinds of social trauma that the weaker sections are going through. The solution is that there should be a symbiotic approach where the stakeholders should work in tandem. Academia, government, and industries should work together to get the output of resilience, which is affordable. That is the keyword. Resilience we can make, but how it gets affordable to the economically weaker section? If you make a design that has been costly, that may not be getting translated to the actual practice. So the affordable resilience should be the key, and generally we keep the NGOs, the non-governmental organizations, and CSO, civil society organizations who are closely working with the economically weaker section, who are more aware of their problems. But unfortunately, they are not the key stakeholders when we make the decisions or when we take the high-level discussions. So the symbiotic approach is the suggestion that we are putting forward. But there are some other problems also. That's about the silo mentality when we work. The data sharing is a problem. Most of the time, any organization, be private or government, so we always keep the data within ourselves. There are a lot of reasons also, because at the moment we give out the data, we don't know how the recipient uses that. Even I personally had an experience when I was working in the irrigation projects in one of the driest areas in Kerala. So the dam was full. Generally in those areas, the dam getting very rarely the dam gets filled up. So whenever there is a dry spell of the year, the people used to make it a political agenda, and they used to blame the ruling party or the MLAs. The MLAs not doing anything to get the dam filled up. So whenever the dam gets filled up, MLA says that this year dam has got filled up. See our efforts, we have made all the conjoined effort. See the effects of water resources planning. So the dam got filled. So what happened? The dam got filled up, and MLA made the statement. So next day, newspaper, even Jamestown newspaper came to my office and he just asked me permission to take a photograph of the dam so that it will be published in next day newspaper. I said, okay, fine, because let people know that dam is filled up. So he took the photograph, came to me, and we had a casual discussion, and he very friendly. I know him. So he just asked me what are the rainfall data and how we record, and I explained this is the rain days and this is how we record it, this is the tipping bucket. So I explained all the science, and finally just he asked me, so are we recording the data? I said, yeah, we have all the data for the past 50 years. Then he was curious, oh, that is really good. So can you just show me? Then I showed him, because I was also excited that somebody is coming and asking about the data that we actually have. Because many times we were asked to give something that we don't have. So it's a very rare instance. So I showed him the data. Then he asked me, can I just scribble it? Yeah, I said, yeah, you can take a note of it. He said, I will use it whenever some reports are coming in. Since I'm reporting this for quite a long time, it's good for me that I also know this data. He said, yeah, you can do it. So he noted the data. But the next day news came in, MLA made false claims that the dam got filled up due to sufficient rain. Because he published the data also. He said in the past years this was the total rainfall, and those years after the dam got filled up. This year, in fact, it was slightly 1 or 2 centimeters less than the previous year. So MLA made false claim. That was the title of the news, and MLA called up and who leaked this data to the newspaper and to make embarrassment to government. But somehow, since I was in good times with my bosses, I was safe actually. So with that experience, I was also a bit cautious later on to when we share the data to somebody. So the situation may not be as straight as we think sometimes. And next thing is the working in collaboration. So departments don't even they don't know what the other department is doing. So here comes a couple of solutions. One is Government of India has recently launched, hardly 2 weeks back, a National Data and Analytics Platform (NDAP) that is in the areas of Niti Aayog. So this is a portal which is open to public. Whatever data available to the government which is not classified will be available in this portal, and this has been in the beta version for 1 year, and now it is in the uh, in the public sphere. So I encourage every one of you, the researchers, students, and all stakeholders to go and have a look at it. This has all the collection of data which you can really use when you plan the projects or when you conduct research. And next is the PM Gatishakti, which is a multimodal connectivity digital platform where we try to bring in the 16 ministries together. Usually, when we want to implement a project, we need to get a permission and NOCs from a lot of departments, and it usually gets stuck off. One department generally don't give NOC very easily to the other departments, but here the planning is to bring everybody on the board so the authority can see which department the NOC sanctions are stuck up. So the infrastructure planning and all the activities will not get stuck. Silo approach. People are getting on the same board. So the benefits will go to the people. So the key takeaways I will quickly conclude. Due consideration to poverty and socio-economic situations are paramount in achieving the affordable resilience. That's the keyword I want to stress, the affordable resilience. And symbiotic approach is essential among academia, government, industry, and the NGOs. So I think this statement makes more sense than it has made 15 minutes before. It's not about the numbers or the money, it's about people. With this I conclude. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Adinda, for that words of how Niti Aayog is working on in modeling resilience to disasters. I now call upon the top Arunlal, Rajalakshmi, and Dr. S. Sandeep to come on to the dais. We can have questions, audience. Can have couple of due to time constraint. We can have a couple of questions from the audience.
Sir, I have a question to Arundal, sir. Sir, some projects it's taking so many years to come into practice, such as the bypass we see in the column stretch. It's about taking 25 to 30 years to come, and the Alapura beach bypass that took around 34 years to come into. How can Niti Aayog play a role in taking the translation aspect of taking projects into?
India is actually doing that.
Projects completion. So there's a separate wing actually working on that to analyze the infrastructure projects which are delayed, and the measures already taken to address those issues. And the PM Gatishakti is one of the outcomes of that analysis. So one of the major issues was the lack of coordination between the various departments within the government itself. So the infrastructure projects in future will not have that bottleneck, so that's being properly addressed. maybe in another couple of years, the result will be more visible to the public. Thank you.
Any more questions? So in that case, let us conclude the sessions. Now I invite Professor Anish K. John to give away our token of appreciations to the speakers. I also invite Dr. Sandeep to receive. Now I invite Arundal K. to receive the token of appreciation. I invite Professor Rajalakshmi to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you all. Now, since due to the fact that we are running short of schedule, we will directly be going on to the panel discussions. Over to Suja ma'am.
So we'll directly move on to the panel discussion, and then we'll wind up the session with tea, so that it will be a continuous session. For the panel discussion, I invite Dr. Manoj, Director CWRDM, and Dr. Shekhar Kuriakos, Member Secretary KSDMA, Dr. PG Jairaj, former Professor CET, and also to represent GEC Barton Hill, Dr. Bijulal. So please come up to the stage. Now Vaishnav will just read out a small summary of all the sessions to start the panel discussion.
Hello. Okay. The first section was taken by Dr. C.J. Van Western. His topic was landslide information in space and time required for decision making. Overview of Faculty of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation. He explained how to model different hazardous processes in the same area change over time and how they affect risk and decision making, focusing of the local level in data poor environments. His main focus was on landslide issues, development of landslide susceptibility maps and its uses. It was followed by Dr. Sudhir KP. He is ex-officio principal secretary of Science and Technology Department and executive vice president. His topic was on repeated natural disasters gearing towards a resilient Kerala. Overview of mean annual rainfall in India, change in number of rainy days, floods or droughts in India, climate change signals in Kerala, and reasons for climate change. He looked on repeated floods and recent landslides. He also gave an explanation on spatial variability of the contribution of seasonal rainfall towards the annual rainfall of Kerala. The next section was by Dr. Vasant Matsagar. He is the Dagro Chair Professor, IIT Delhi. His topic was on multi-hazard resilient community development. Overview on hazard risk, resilience, disaster risk management. His special focus was on digital innovation for disaster management. The next section was by Dr. S. Srikumar, former director, IRTC, Palakkad. His topic was on landslide studies in Kerala recapped. Lessons learned and roadmap ahead. Overview on slope failure, types and causes of landslides in Kerala, case studies of events before and after 2018, macro level and micro level landslides, hazard zonation, validation of hazard zonation maps, strategies to compact slope failures. The next section was taken by Rohit A.N., Dr. Rohit A.N. He is a postdoctoral researcher at Penn State University, US. His topic was on design of urban flood mitigation structures, revisiting the risk-based approaches. Discussed about recent floods around the world and the causes of urban floods. He also discussed about the methods of steps involved in the conventional design of SWD, and he shared his analysis of the rainfall of study area and identified the extreme rainfall events based on catchment properties. He identified the critical locations and design parameters. He plotted flood depth duration frequency curves, relation between rainfall frequency and runoff frequency, and also he shared the relationship between risk and rational return levels. The next section was on climate change in Kerala context. It was taken by engineer Kalai Arasan P. The topic was conservation measures of coastal ecosystem Kerala's. He shared about the climate change scenario and rainfall patterns of Kerala. He analyzed the profile of Kerala coastal ecosystem. That's it. Thank you.
Respected experts and the audience. So for the last 8 sessions, we were listening to the developments and the research happening in the mitigation of disasters. Now it is time to summarize what has already happened here, the discussions happened here, and then what takeaway we can have from these discussions happened here. So our theme was the role of higher education institutions in disaster risk mitigation in Kerala, a translational perspective. So based on this perspective, I will be asking about these takeaway from this colloquium from these experts who already contributed to these discussions. So let me start from Dr. Shekhar Kuriakos. How we can conclude these 8 sessions.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, my fellow panelists, for providing me the opportunity to start. As I mentioned during my presentation, and for those who might have listened to it, I mentioned this yesterday also. The pie is too large for anybody to bite alone. So there's a lot of issues which are wicked in nature, which no one institution can resolve, you know. And many a times issues are both physically very difficult to solve, but at times also emotionally very difficult to solve. Hence comes the story of translation. You know? For example, if I am living in a house which is flood prone, but then that house is a 200-year-old legacy structure which my forefathers built. If you as an administrator come and tell me you need to vacate this place because you are in a floodplain and that you are going to be flooded every next week, I might not agree to you. I will resist it. I will go to court. The reason is there is a set of emotion involved in it. So problems in disaster management are not Boolean problems, therefore. They are fuzzy problems. Fuzzy problems implies that it requires perspectives from multiple dimensions. Therefore, engineers alone cannot solve it, sociologists alone cannot solve it, earth scientists alone cannot solve it, medical doctors alone cannot solve it. As a gist of what we saw in the last 2 days, my humble request to future engineers and different engineering colleges or people who are listening to it is, please go out into the field, work with that local government where you are already existing as an institution or is active as an individual, and try to contribute with your domain expertise and linking up with people whom you would have met today or from your other professional sides of life to create a concerted effort to solve that problem at that local level. Solutions are local. They are not global. Solutions are very local. It can only be solved locally. Therefore, empowerment of the local governments requires all of us to go together in tandem and facilitate it. So that's what I would say we should take away from these 2 days of deliberation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now to Dr. Manoj P Samuel. So we saw in the last presentation by Sri Arunlal K that we have technology, we have the expertise, but even then we fail. In many aspects we fail. So can we converge to a point where the academia can help, because you are associated with the KCST, many engineering colleges are working under this KCST's funds and all, and you can monitor how they are doing, and can you suggest in what direction the engineering colleges or other higher education institutions should focus so that this disaster mitigation can be made easier, and we can make it local also, because if you go to the field we can identify what is the solution suitable for that situation. So that should not be global solution, it should be local solution. I agree with that. It is true. And so how you view into this, the role of higher education institutions in creating such local solutions?
Yeah, yeah. Like Dr. Shekhar told and Professor told, actually we used to say we have to think globally and act locally. So that same here too. But as far as the disaster management is concerned, there are a lot of uncertainty compared to any other sort of science, any other domains. In the disaster management aspect, we have to look towards the probability and different types of scenarios, and we don't know what is happening, whether the things will happen as we predicted or as we envisaged. So that this will be a challenge to us. So that how we can overcome this challenge, or how we can reach to more precise planning or precise prediction, that is important. So that in those cases, we have to go for local level, micro level predictions or micro level preparedness or mitigation measures, so that we will be better to solve the issues. So his question is how we can involve the local or higher education system for the disaster management or related aspects. So that in Kerala or elsewhere also, we have a chain of colleges, especially in the South India. We can see we have a lot of engineering colleges everywhere, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, even Andhra, Karnataka. So that how best we can use this resource person, we can say them resource persons only, and just they cannot simply analyze and come with some solution. It's not like that. We have to first train them, we have to have a concerted effort, and we have to tell them this way you have to predict. And of course some of the global models or some of the scenarios we have to put before them. And after all this type of mentoring and training, we can have some sort of information from all this network. And the solutions coming from each and every colleges or network of these academic institutions can be pulled together somewhere, like Dr. Shekhar is doing. And elimination of unwanted information is very much important, so that we have to clear it up, we have to normalize the information, then finally come out with a better and more precise prediction, and it has to be disseminated to the concerned people. So that I think higher education system has got a very major role to play in the coming years for disaster management. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In these 2 days presentations, we have seen some models of, especially in the Netherlands, we have seen how they are dealing with this
especially the rivers flooding, how they are dealing the issues. One slogan is that room for river. So that today we have seen this. And as a practitioner in the field, I will ask Dr. Jairaj PG about how good is our system, both the government machinery and the educational system or higher education system, in developing such models suitable for Kerala, and that can be uh, brought under this translational perspective. And what are the one is the challenges and what are the scope for future developments?
About the first question, which is what is actually being practiced in Netherlands and to practice in Kerala, that is about the room for river. Okay, it is a good concept which you have mentioned, but what happens really in our is we have seen many of the flooding situations which has occurred in Kerala. And in almost all the cases, it is seen because maybe before 2015 or like that, there were no floods which were there in Kerala for the past 10 or 20 years. Majority of the cases, it was due to the dams which have been built in the upstreams, and as a result, the downstream flow, especially even during the monsoon, was also very less, which made the people to think that the dams, or they are actually, there are safe structures are there on the top, and there will not be any flooding situations, made the people to occupy the lands even within the river, also within the river as well as on the side of the river. And as a result, what happened is immediately when a flood come in 2018 and 19, all those years, 2018. So the problem occurred is they were not able to cope up with that type of situation. One thing is what we are lacking is the rules are not strictly implemented. One thing where we say that we have several rules are there. That is, we should not allow any people to build a house near the river, or it has to be proper zoning regulations. All these things are there, but not being practiced. So, room for river envisages one thing. Even the presentation which today was there from Netherlands, it was mentioning about the room for river concept and like that. There are different approaches which is being made. So, if that type of approaches are being able to put into practice, because that involves two aspects, the social aspects as well as the political aspects. So unless the political setup as well as the social setup in our state is not brought up to the point, we cannot bring that one in the real practice, even though it is a good one. And in Netherlands and all the Western countries, the practice of that type of rules and regulations are very rigid, and they follow that one. And in our case, majority of the problems are all human-centered problems or anthropogenic problems, mainly either due to the social and the political aspects which is existing in our setup. So once we can make some changes, because we have to educate people and to cope up with the situation, then only we will be able to achieve that concept. That is the one thing. The second thing which Dr. Bijilal was asking is about the models which you have. The models actually, majority of the models, if you look into hydrology as well as in the majority of the models has been developed, and almost all the models are from the first we have either developed by USGS or different agencies or different institutes have developed models. And any model, okay, each model has got some aspect, because it has to be calibrated with respect to the situation which we use it. Maybe some models may not be suitable and some models may be suitable. Majority of the cases, okay, you can make the suitable, because nowadays that type of modeling approach has been made because suiting the physical models to the situation under consideration. So calibration is possible, and you can also make the model apply to the situation and see that how best it generates the results. But one point is again this modeling and that type of aspects in our curricula. if you go to the curricula, you have to, especially about the BTech curricula, especially to the modeling of the either the BTech civil engineering or even I think the MSc geology people, that type of people are, I don't think they have a great expertise, or they are not good exposure which is given to that type of modeling approaches. And if we make the people understand that type of approaches and or the modeling concepts and how it can be put into practice, if that training has to be inculcated to them, so that we can make use of the students for this type of approaches. Otherwise, just putting arbitrarily just giving these ideas to a student will not be sufficient to the extent which we desire in the case of our own modeling problems, especially with respect to floods and like that.
Thank you, sir. So I think that all the participants of this program have got even more than whatever is discussed here, because everybody might have been inspired by the sparkling points that got from these deliberations happened here. I hope that all the participants have enjoyed the technical sessions happened here. And as part of the organization, the College of Engineering, Barton Hill, Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, I will say that based on all the deliberations happened here, we will be bringing up a souvenir, and there we will have a declaration out of this program, and that will focus the gaps that exist in the academia and the mechanisms, that the government mechanisms that is existing here and now, and what measures have to be taken further so that the technology dissemination and all the developmental activities happening across the world can be brought into our state, and how we can manage the situations well. So these declarations will be made in the souvenir. So I take this opportunity to thank all the experts who participated in this program and contributed to the technological developments in a very great sense. Thank you all once again.
Before we close, I thank Madam and also Lakshmi, who were hunting behind us to get this organized. I have tried to help myself as much as possible, ma'am. It's really a great pleasure. I hope we don't stop here, we start here. Thank you. Thank you.
So on behalf of TPLC and Government Engineering College, Barton Hill, on behalf of our principal, I thank each and every participant and also all the resource persons over here for making this event a grand success. And like what all the other panelists said, I too have, being a translation engineer, I think I can call myself a translation engineer now. So basically I'm a civil engineer, but now I feel I'm a translation engineer. And my experience is instead of being department specific, we have to be problem specific. I think that will solve most of the problems in our state. We have to bring out, we can list out what are the problems existing in our state, and we can have good discussions for that specific problem. And we ourselves will understand what are the skills we are lacking or our students are lacking, and we have to incorporate that in the curriculum of higher education department. That's what I feel, because the best examples I can give you from translation engineering. One student was civil engineer. He completed his translation engineering, and now he is leading an IT team. Even without any IT knowledge, but what the feedback which he gave was, because I did translation engineering, I got ideas from all the disciplines, and that made me confident to face that interview. Then many students, like when translation engineering started, there were a lot of no one was sure where this will lead to, whether it will stop within a year or two, but it just went on with some, I should say, some divine intervention was there, it was going on, and now it has become a complete cycle. Like almost 90% of the 95% students are coming out of the course, and they are getting placed or going for higher studies. That way it has come out. And so all this happens because like we all discussed many problems. All the speakers were also seeing many challenges, and whether we can do something. Like Tara teacher said, it's not like a whole group of people can bring about a change. If any change has occurred in this world, it's only because of a handful of people. So we should not think that ഞാൻ എന്ത് ചെയ്താൽ എന്ത് സംഭവിക്കും എന്നുള്ളത്. നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ചെറിയ കൊച്ചു കൊച്ചു കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ ചുറ്റുവട്ടത്ത് സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ നമ്മുടെ വാർഡിലും നമ്മുടെ ആ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയിൽ നമ്മൾ താമസിക്കുന്ന അവിടുന്ന് തുടങ്ങിയാൽ മതി. ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ബി എ ഗുഡ് ചേഞ്ച്. So that's the message also I want to give you. Thank you all. Thank you.